Chapter 1. The Price of Trust. If you're enjoying this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. A like and a comment go a long way in helping this channel grow. Thank you for your support, and now let's dive in. Shen Yao knelt in the meditation hall of the Jade Cloud Sect, his master's sandaled feet visible at the edge of his peripheral vision. The afternoon light slanted through the paper screens, casting long shadows across the polished stone floor. He had trained here for 7 years. 7 years of waking before dawn, of grinding his meridians open one agonizing session at a time, of trusting that the old man standing before him would eventually teach him the profound arts that separated true cultivators from mere mortals. His robes were worn thin at the knees from this exact position, kneeling, from submission, from the fundamental belief that obedience to someone wiser, someone more powerful, was the path to growth. The tatami beneath him smelled of incense and aged wood, a smell so deeply integrated into his sense of safety that he barely registered it anymore. This hall was his sanctuary. This old man was his compass. Master Xue was ancient in a way that had nothing to do with chronological age. Centuries of cultivation had etched themselves into the lines of his face, each wrinkle a record of some difficult meditation, some breakthrough purchased through suffering. His beard was white as ermine, braided with a single silver thread that Shen Yao had never learned the significance of. The master wore it like a badge of hierarchy, like proof of the distance between teacher and student that could never quite be bridged. Shen Yao had come to the Jade Cloud Sect at age 12, arriving alone with a letter of introduction from a traveling merchant who had found him starving on a roadside. He had no family to speak of, no cultivation base, no prospects. The sect had taken him in, and from that day forward, his entire world had contracted to this compound, these mountains, this old man's words. He had been given purpose. He had been given a place. He had been given a master, and to a boy with nothing, that gift had felt like everything. The early years had been brutal. The cultivation technique the master taught involved forcing one's meridians open through sheer willpower and discipline. It was agonizing work. There were nights when Shen Yao thought his veins would split open. There were weeks when his entire body seized with the strain of cultivation. But the master had been patient with him, had sat with him in the pain, had shown him that suffering was not punishment but refinement. By his 15th year, Shen Yao had made real progress. His foundation had solidified. His chi reserves had grown. He had begun to understand the deep principles of the cultivation path. By his 18th year, he had become one of the sect's most promising disciples. By his 19th year, he had become the master's preferred student, chosen for advanced teachings that the other disciples were not permitted to access. Trust had been woven into every layer of that relationship. Trust that the pain was necessary. Trust that the master knew what he was doing. Trust that the years of submission would eventually lead to transcendence. That was the contract between teacher and student. The student offered obedience and faith, and the teacher offered wisdom and guidance in return. "You have progressed admirably," Master Xue said, his voice like wine through winter branches. Shen Yao felt warmth bloom in his chest. The old man rarely offered praise. Praise from Master Xue was rarer than clear weather in the mountains during spring. It came unexpectedly and never lasted long enough. When it came, it felt like touching sunlight. "Thank you, Master. Every day of training is a gift." He meant it too, or he thought he did. Or perhaps he had trained himself so thoroughly to mean it that the question of sincerity had become irrelevant. Either way, the warmth in his chest was real. The sense of being seen and valued by the master was the most concrete thing in Shen Yao's entire existence. Master Xue was silent for a long moment. Shen Yao remained still, his posture perfect, his breathing controlled. This was the way of the disciple, to accept whatever came from the teacher's mouth as wisdom, to demonstrate worthiness through patience. He had learned this silence as thoroughly as he had learned his basic cultivation forms. Wait, listen, don't presume to understand until explanation is offered. The silence stretched. Shen Yao's knees began to ache slightly, a dull, familiar pain that he had trained himself to ignore years ago. His breathing remained steady. His eyes remained fixed on a point just past the master's left shoulder, not looking directly at him, not looking away. The perfect angle of submission. "The Crimson Fang Sect has made an offer," Master Xue said finally. Something cold flickered in Shen Yao's stomach, but he kept his expression neutral. The Crimson Fang. Everyone knew the Crimson Fang. They were merchants of power, collectors of obscure bloodlines, practitioners of arts that the respectable sects whispered about in tones that mixed fear with disgust. There were rumors about disciples who had been sent to the Crimson Fang and never returned. There were whispers about experiments, about alchemical procedures conducted on human subjects, about bloodline infusions that had driven cultivators to madness. There were stories told in the dormitories late at night about what happened in those red fortress towers, the screams that echoed through the courtyards, the disciples who returned broken in spirit even if their bodies survived. The cold in his stomach spread like a stain. It reached his heart. It climbed toward his throat. They are interested in your natural constitution, the master continued. They have offered substantial compensation for your service in a specialized project. Shen Yao's throat tightened. The words seemed to be arriving from very far away, traveling through water to reach him. Service master? The question came out smaller than he intended. More afraid. A test, Master Xue said. 3 months. You will return to me refined, your potential unlocked. The Crimson Fang specializes in what we cannot teach: bloodline cultivation, essence tempering, the higher mysteries. The master's sandal shifted on the stone. Shen Yao heard the soft scuff of it, like a blade dragging across silence. It was the sound of a decision being made final. The sound of a transaction reaching completion. I cannot refuse them, Shen Yao. Our sect depends on their patronage. And you? The old man paused. You should consider this an honor. Not every disciple receives such an opportunity. The pause was the cruel part. The pause where Master Xue had certainly calculated exactly how those words would land, how the framing of honor and opportunity would make it impossible for Shen Yao to refuse without losing face. A disciple who refused an honor was questioning the master's judgment. A disciple who refused an opportunity was declaring himself unworthy of further training. Shen Yao bowed, the motion automatic, instinctive. His hands trembled slightly, so he pressed them harder against his knees to hide the shaking. When do I leave, master? Tonight. They have representatives waiting at the border post. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Tonight. Not tomorrow, not after proper preparation. Tonight. As though any delay might give Shen Yao time to refuse, to resist, to ask questions that polite disciples did not ask. I have prepared a travel permit and a letter of introduction, Master Xue said, producing both from his sleeve. The master had prepared this in advance, then. This had not been a spontaneous decision made just now. This had been planned, negotiated, arranged while Shen Yao was meditating, training, trusting. You will surrender yourself fully to their instruction. Obey without hesitation. And remember, this is for the sect. For your future. Shen Yao took the documents with numb fingers. The paper was expensive, the calligraphy precise. Everything about it screamed legitimacy, formality, the weight of proper channels and hierarchies that a disciple was never meant to question. This had been done right. This had been done proper, which somehow made it worse. He bowed once more and left the meditation hall, his legs moving through the motions his body had learned while his mind scattered like startled birds. 3 months, the master had said. 3 months felt like an eternity and no time at all. He packed his belongings in his small cell, a change of clothes, a meditation cushion, his personal journals. The materials were sparse. 7 years at the sect had not given him accumulation, only education. Everything he owned could fit in a single bundle. It was a strange thing to discover at the moment of departure, that a life of dedication and study had left him with almost nothing to show for it except knowledge. As he prepared, he heard sounds from the master's study. Sect Master Xue was already meeting with someone else, already moving on to the next task. The old man would not come to see him off. That was not the way of things. Disciples departed. Masters remained. The cycle was eternal. Shen Yao walked through the sect's courtyard one final time as the sun descended toward the mountains. He knew, though he could not have articulated exactly why, that he would not return as the same person. Something in the master's tone, in the way he had explained the arrangement as though it were inevitability rather than choice, had placed a wall between his past and whatever came next. The other disciples were in the dining hall. Shen Yao did not go to say goodbye. What would he say? That the master had sold him to the Crimson Fang? That would be impolite. That would be questioning the hierarchy. So instead he simply left, his bundle on his back, the travel permit and letter tucked into his robes. The Crimson Fang representatives were waiting exactly where the master's letter promised. Two of them, a woman in crimson robes with frost in her eyes, and a man built like a stone wall, whose breathing suggested a cultivation base far deeper than anything Shen Yao could measure. They didn't introduce themselves. They simply took his permit, glanced at his letter, and gestured for him to follow. The carriage was enclosed, the windows sealed with black cloth. Shen Yao sat in darkness, listening to the rhythm of hooves on stone, the distant sounds of the city fading into the whisper of the open road. He thought about Master Xue. He thought about the 7 years of trust, each day a coin placed into some cosmic scale, and all of it exchanging, now, for a debt that the master owed to more powerful men. It made a kind of sense, really. In the hierarchy of cultivation, power was the only currency that mattered. Master Xue was powerful, but not powerful enough to refuse the Crimson Fang. And Shen Yao was young, disposable, and apparently possessed of some natural constitution that made him valuable to them. The math was simple. The transaction was clean. He should have known, should have prepared himself. But trust, he was learning, was not the sort of thing one prepared for. Trust was the abandonment of preparation, the belief that the other person had chosen you, valued you, would not let you fall. And when that belief shattered, it did not break gently. The carriage journey took 5 days. They traveled without stopping much, changing horses at stations where the Crimson Fang maintained outposts. Shen Yao was given food, but not conversation. He was permitted to relieve himself at designated points, but not to leave sight of his escorts. He was a commodity in transit, being transported to its destination. On the evening of the 5th day, the carriage began to climb. Shen Yao could feel the angle of the road, the way his body pressed against the carriage floor. They were ascending into mountains. When the doors finally opened, the light was so bright it burned. Shen Yao's eyes watered as he stepped out into the courtyard of a vast fortress carved into a mountainside. The stone was red, actual red, as though it had been stained with blood, and the stain had become permanent. The banner flying above the main gate showed a crimson fang against a field of black. "Welcome," the woman said, her frost-rimmed eyes glinting with something that might have been amusement, "to your 3 months." Her smile did not reach her eyes. Chapter 2. The testing ground. The Crimson Fang had built their facilities with cruelty in mind. Every corridor was designed to disorient, every chamber cold and sterile. The walls were all the same shade of red. It took Shen Yao days to realize that the red was not the natural color of the stone, but rather some kind of formation-infused dye, a substance that made his skin crawl whenever he touched it. They gave Shen Yao a cell in a tower that overlooked a courtyard where nothing grew. The window bars were carved from a strange silvery metal that made his skin prickle when he touched them, some kind of formation-infused material that disrupted qi flow. He tested it on the 2nd day and felt his cultivation base immediately begin to weaken in proximity to the bars. Whatever the metal was, it was designed to prevent escape. The first week was observation. They kept him isolated, fed him plain rice and brackish water, and watched through observation slots as he slept, meditated, moved. A rotating team of robed figures would peer through the slot at different times, taking notes, recording their observations. They seemed curious about his baseline constitution, his natural meridian clarity, the way his qi circulated through his body. Shen Yao complied with every instruction. He meditated when told, performing the forms he had learned from Master Xue. He answered their questions about his training, his progress, his natural talents. He understood what was happening. At some deep level, they were establishing a baseline. They were measuring what he was so that they could measure what he might become. On the 8th day, they began the tests in earnest. The first one was pain. Simple, crude pain. They brought him to a chamber with a stone table and bound him to it with formations that locked his limbs in place. Then they ran alchemical needles through the meridians in his arms, twisting them slowly to measure his breaking point. Shen Yao screamed. He couldn't help it. Pain had a will of its own, a voice that drowned out thought, that overwhelmed the years of meditation and discipline. But he noticed something strange as the hours wore on. The agony seemed to sharpen his senses rather than dull them. When one of the experimenters moved, he felt it in the air before he saw it. When they prepared the next needle, His body reacted milliseconds before they touched him. It was as though the pain was scrubbing something clean inside him, revealing layers of sensitivity he hadn't known existed. His nerves, tested to their limit, began to adapt. His body began to understand how to survive. They recorded his vitals, his chi fluctuations, the color of his blood where it pooled beneath the needles. The woman, her name was Sect Master Xue, watched from behind a glass partition with something that might have been respect in her expression. She took careful notes. The tests escalated. Poison next, administered slowly, in increasing doses, to measure his body's tolerance and recovery speed. His organs burned. His blood turned dark, almost black. But again, he adapted faster than he should have. His body seemed to reject the poison, to metabolize it, to come out stronger on the other side. Each dose that didn't kill him made him slightly more resistant to the next. Then it was cultivation-based assault. They locked him in a chamber with formations designed to attack his meridians, to jam foreign chi into his channels, to simulate the pressure of fighting enemies far more powerful than himself. The goal, he understood, was to see if he would break, if his foundation would shatter, if his will could sustain him through impossible circumstances. Shen Yao did not break. He bent. He adapted. He survived. And with each survival, something inside him began to change. The framework of his being, tested relentlessly, began to solidify in new ways. He was becoming something different, stronger, more resilient than whatever he had been before. After 3 weeks of this, Sect Master Xue summoned him to her office. It was the first time he had been outside his cell for reasons other than testing. The office was elegant in a way the rest of the fortress was not. Actual furniture, real tea, subtle formations woven into the walls. Xue herself was a woman of indeterminate age, her face smooth but her eyes ancient. She wore the robes of someone of high rank. "Your resilience is remarkable," she said, pouring him tea that probably wasn't poisoned. Shen Yao drank it anyway. The tea was warm and slightly sweet, a taste so normal after weeks of testing that it felt like a kindness. "Your body has adapted to every stimulus we've applied. Your meridians are more flexible than they should be. Your chi regeneration is faster. Most candidates show significant degradation by this point." Shen Yao sipped the tea. It was bitter, and it tasted real. "We're going to accelerate the program," Xue continued. "We believe you're ready for the Bloodline component." Shen Yao set down his cup carefully. His hands were steady. He had learned already how to hide fear. "What does that involve?" "Infusion of condensed ancestral blood essence. We've isolated fragments of a war god's bloodline from ancient texts and artifacts. If your body can tolerate the introduction, you'll develop a bloodline cultivation path. Your potential will multiply. You'll become something more than a simple cultivator. And if my body can't tolerate it," Xue smiled, "then we'll have learned something valuable from the failure." Chapter 3. The Infusion and the Awakening. They waited until the darkest part of the night to begin the infusion. They laid him on a ritual platform, carved with formations that glowed with sickly green light. 4 robed figures stood at cardinal points around him, their hands moving through complex patterns that Shen Yao recognized as binding formations, designed to lock his position, to prevent him from thrashing, to keep him in place for whatever came next. The woman with frost in her eyes, Shen Yao had learned her name was Ling Mei, approached with a crystal vial filled with something that looked like liquid ruby. It seemed to pulse, as though alive, as though something ancient was imprisoned inside it and testing the boundaries of its cage. "This will hurt," Ling Mei said, without inflection. "Scream if you need to." Everyone screams. She inserted a formation-carved needle into his chest, directly over his heart. The vial attached to one end. The needle itself was unlike anything in the testing chambers. It seemed to be made of something that wasn't quite metal, something that existed partially in a different dimension. Shen Yao felt it more as wrongness than as pain, at least at first. Then the contents began to flow into him, and pain arrived like a flood. The pain of the earlier tests was nothing. This was immolation from the inside. It felt as though his blood was boiling, as though something ancient and vast was clawing its way through his veins, something that did not belong in a human body and would burn him down before it could settle. Shen Yao thrashed against the bindings, but the formations held him perfectly in place, spread-eagled and helpless. He screamed until his voice broke into raw gasps. His vision blurred. His meridians, which had seemed so strong after weeks of testing, felt like they were shattering from the inside. This wasn't pressure or poison or pain. This was violation. This was something ancient attempting to rewrite him at his most fundamental level. The robed figures chanted in a language he didn't understand. The formations blazed brighter, and Shen Yao felt something inside him beginning to crack. Not physically, but spiritually, at the core of his being where his sense of self lived. It was like watching the walls of his identity begin to fracture. He remembered Master Xue's face. He remembered the meditation hall, the afternoon light, the sandals shifting on stone. He remembered the moment when trust died, when the person he had placed his faith in revealed that faith was a transaction, that loyalty flowed only in the direction of power. He had been 7 years in that hall, 7 years of absolute trust, and it had been calculated, all of it, from the very beginning. The betrayal crystallized in that moment, perfect and absolute. The person who had raised him, who he had trusted more than anyone in the world, had sold him for money, for patronage, for resources. And in that moment of betrayal, in that perfect understanding of what he had been and what he was now, something in his blood answered. It woke. The bloodline awakening felt like a second heart beginning to beat. It was smaller, colder, older than his own heartbeat, and it began to consume the agony of the infusion, converting fire into fuel. The ancient war god's power surged through his meridians not in chaos, but in precision, each fragment settling into places in his body where he hadn't known there were empty spaces. His bones seemed to thicken, becoming something harder than bone. His skin hardened. His vision sharpened until he could see the individual expressions on the faces of the robed figures staring down at him, could count the pores on Ling Mei's face, could see the fear in Sect Master Qin's eyes behind her observation glass. The worst part was the clarity. As the awakening completed, as the new power settled into a new equilibrium in his blood, Shen Yao understood with perfect, horrible clarity why he was here. This had never been a favor. This had never been an opportunity. He had been a resource, and his master had sold him to the highest bidder. The master who had taught him, who he had trusted, who had been the center of his world. That man had calculated his value and deemed it worth sacrificing to the Crimson Fang. The betrayal wasn't the physical act of being transported here. The betrayal was that everything before had been a lie. Every meditation session, every word of praise, every moment of connection, all of it had been calculated to build trust so that the final betrayal would be sufficiently profound. And it had made him stronger. Much, much stronger. The infusion left him unconscious for 2 days. When he woke, the world was different. Not transformed. Not in the way the Crimson Fang seemed to expect, but sharpened, clearer, as though someone had cleaned a lens he hadn't known was smudged. He could feel the new bloodline power running through his veins like a second circulatory system. It was dormant now, the awakening subsided, but it was there. A presence, a reserve of strength that he could tap into if he needed it. And it wanted more. It wanted him to cultivate more betrayal, more trust-breaking, more perfect moments of faith destroyed. Sect Master Qin seemed delighted by his survival. She visited him in his recovery chamber 3 days after the infusion, reviewing formation readings with visible satisfaction. "Remarkable," she said. "Your meridians adapted to the ancestral essence far more completely than we predicted. Look here, the foreign blood actually integrated with your natural qi rather than existing as a separate current. Do you understand what that means?" Shen Yao understood exactly what it meant. It meant he was useful. It meant they would want more from him. It meant the Crimson Fang had found a resource worth mining more deeply. It means you're compatible with bloodline cultivation on a level that most practitioners aren't, Qin continued. It means we can conduct further infusions. We can deepen your potential. How many further infusions? Shen Yao asked carefully. As many as you can survive. Your baseline has changed. Your foundation is stronger. If you can tolerate another awakening. She trailed off, but the implication was clear. They would keep pushing him, keep infusing him, keep testing the limits of his blood until either he broke or they discovered the peak of what he could become. It was then that Shen Yao began to piece together the pattern. Not from guessing, but from the texts. The Crimson Fang had extensive archives. Ling Mei, perhaps respecting his resilience or perhaps testing him further, granted him access to certain restricted sections of the library. Most texts were dry, Technical, discussions of essence infusion rates, formation optimization, meridian compatibility thresholds. But buried in a section labeled Rare Bloodline Variants was a single passage that made his blood still. The war god's bloodline responds uniquely to the experience of profound betrayal. Ancient records suggest that cultivators bearing this bloodline found their power deepening proportionally to the severity and emotional weight of acts of trust violation. Whether this is due to symbolic resonance or a metaphysical principle remains unknown. Practitioners are cautioned that excessive awakenings can lead to psychological degradation. There it was. Not speculation. Not a theory. A fact recorded by someone centuries dead. Someone who had studied this bloodline as intimately as Shen Yao was now beginning to study it. The bloodline didn't respond to pain or proximity to death. It responded to betrayal. Specifically, it responded to the violation of trust by someone the bearer had chosen to depend on. His blood deepened with every betrayal. The implications cascaded through his mind like falling dominoes. It meant his master's act of selling him hadn't been a misfortune. It had been the key to unlocking his potential. It meant that the Crimson Fang's cruel infusion hadn't been random cruelty. They had engineered circumstances specifically designed to trigger betrayal, knowing that the betrayal would catalyze the bloodline awakening. It meant that his suffering was not pointless. It was the mechanism by which he would become stronger. And it meant something else, something that crystallized slowly in his mind over the following weeks. He could do this deliberately. He could cultivate trust. He could find people and make himself essential to them. He could nurture their dependence on him. And then, when the moment was right, he could break that trust completely. And each betrayal, perfectly executed, would deepen his bloodline further. The question was not whether this was cruel. The question was whether he had any other choice. Over the following weeks, Shen Yao adapted his internal approach. The Crimson Fang continued their tests, but now he understood what they were measuring. They were calculating the depth of power that betrayal could unlock. They were establishing a baseline for how many times they could betray him and how severe each betrayal needed to be to produce the maximum awakening. He was a resource, but now he understood the shape of that resource. He was a tool designed by ancient gods to transform pain into power, and the pain they inflicted came through broken trust rather than crude violence. He could become the architect of his own awakenings. On the 40th day of his captivity, Sect Master Xue informed him that his time in the Crimson Fang was ending. "You've exceeded our expectations," she said, her frost-rimmed eyes satisfied. "The infusion was successful. Your bloodline is stable. We could continue the tests, but we've gathered the data we need. Your master should be pleased with the results." The words landed strangely. "My master is expecting me." "Of course. We had a contract. 3 months. He paid half up front, and he'll receive the rest when you're returned as promised. With improvements," she added with a thin smile. Shen Yao felt something shift inside him. The contract. The payment. His master hadn't just sold him. His master had sold him and expected to be compensated for it. That night, they gave him new clothes, fine clothes, the robes of a cultivator of some standing, and loaded him onto a carriage heading back to the Jade Cloud Sect. The other 2 disciples who had arrived with him had not survived their infusions. Shen Yao had never seen them, but the Crimson Fang had mentioned their failures in passing, the way one might discuss broken experiments. He was one of the few who had survived, one of the few who had awakened. As the carriage rolled toward the sect, Shen Yao felt the new bloodline stirring in his veins, eager, hungry for something he couldn't quite name. He understood now what he was capable of. He understood what he was meant to become. All that remained was to begin the real cultivation. Chapter 4. The Return and Recognition. The Jade Cloud Sect looked smaller when he returned. It was a peculiar thing to notice. The walls were the same height. The buildings had not shrunk. But something in his perception had shifted so dramatically that the entire compound seemed to have contracted in his eyes. He had been remade in the Crimson Fang's fortress. The Jade Cloud Sect, which had seemed like the center of the world 7 years ago, was now just a cluster of buildings in the mountains. Master Xue was waiting in the meditation hall. Of course he was. The master knew the exact day he would return. He had known for weeks, negotiating the timeline with the Crimson Fang, arranging for the carriage to arrive on schedule, preparing the reception. "Shen Yao." The old man's voice carried warmth, as though the past 40 days had been a natural separation not a transaction. You have returned improved. I can sense the change in your constitution. The Crimson Fang have done good work. Shen Yao bowed, the motion crisp and perfect, years of training embedded in his muscle memory. Thank you for the opportunity, Master. Come, sit. Tell me about your experience. Shen Yao sat, and he began to speak. He described the tests, the infusion, the awakening. He described the pain and the strange adaptation that had occurred in his body. He spoke as a dutiful disciple reporting to his teacher, omitting the darkest moments, presenting everything in the framing that the master would find most satisfying. He was careful with his words, precise in his delivery. He was learning how to weaponize information. And as he spoke, he watched the old man's face carefully. He watched the way satisfaction settled into the creases around Master Xue's eyes. He watched the way the master's hands, resting on his knees, seemed to relax as though a long tension had been released. The transaction was complete. The payment had been received, and the deliverable returned in better condition than promised. The master was pleased. When Shen Yao finished, Master Xue poured him a cup of tea from a pot that was already prepared, waiting, as though the master had anticipated this conversation down to the moment. I am proud, the old man said. You have endured what would have broken lesser disciples. You have returned stronger. This is the path of cultivation, to transcend our limitations through suffering and growth. The tea was bitter. Everything was bitter now, Shen Yao realized. His entire childhood, his entire understanding of what the master represented to him. All of it had been bitter, and only now could he taste the true flavor. He understood that the master would never have framed it as a transaction. The master had convinced himself, perhaps truly believed, that this was a kindness. That forcing Shen Yao into the Crimson Fang's care was an opportunity. That the pain had been a gift. Master, Shen Yao said carefully, what payment did the Crimson Fang offer you? The old man did not pause. His cup continued its journey to his lips. He drank, then set it down with deliberate care. The pause was calculated. The master was giving himself space to decide how to respond. That is a question a true disciple does not ask, Master Xue said softly. I understand, and yet I ask it anyway. Master Xue's eyes opened fully, regarding Shen Yao with something that might have been curiosity, might have been anger, might have been calculation. The master was reassessing him. The old man could sense that something had changed. They offered enough to finance the sect's expansion for 3 years. They offered resources that we could not obtain otherwise. They offered power and security for this institution and everyone within it. Including me? You were part of it, yes. But your sacrifice was for something greater than yourself. Shen Yao felt the new bloodline stir. It pressed against the inside of his skin like something caged, hungry for the moment of betrayal to transform into power. But he held it still. Not yet. There were things he needed to understand first. There were patterns he needed to recognize. I see, he said quietly. Thank you for explaining it, Master. Will you meditate with me? Master Xue asked. It was the same invitation he extended every evening. The master sat in the meditation hall in the deepening twilight, and sometimes Shen Yao would join him, their silences synchronized, their qi cycles aligned. It had always felt sacred, but now it felt like the prelude to something else entirely. Of course, Shen Yao said. They sat facing each other, 10 feet apart, their eyes closed, their breathing synchronized. Shen Yao let his new bloodline settle, let his enhanced perception stretch through the meditation hall, let himself feel the shape of the master's qi as it cycled through the old man's meridians. And he understood something that the Crimson Fang texts had not explicitly stated but had implied clearly enough. His bloodline did not just deepen when he was betrayed. It deepened most of all when the betrayal came from someone he trusted deeply, someone he loved, someone he had chosen to depend on. The depth of trust determined the depth of the awakening. His master had given him years of trust, had cultivated his dependence, had become the center of his world, and then had betrayed him for money. That first awakening had been profound beyond measure. And if he wanted to cultivate this bloodline properly, if he wanted to unlock its full potential, he would need to replicate that depth of trust again. He would need to find people worthy of depending on, and then he would need to engineer circumstances where they would betray him. Each cycle would deepen his blood. Each betrayal would make him stronger. And the master sitting across from him, the old man whose breathing he could now feel like a second heartbeat, was the template for the entire strategy. Shen Yao opened his eyes as the meditation session ended. The master was already looking at him. The old man had sensed something, some shift in the aura that surrounded his former favorite disciple. "There is something different about you," Master Xue said. "Something that was not there before." "I am stronger," Shen Yao replied. "Yes, but it is more than that. You look at me differently now. I see you more clearly, Master." The old man nodded slowly. For a moment, it seemed as though he might say something more, might acknowledge what had transpired between them. But the moment passed, and the master simply inclined his head in acceptance. "Good. That is the mark of a true cultivator. The ability to see past illusion to what is real beneath." Shen Yao bowed. "Thank you for that lesson." As he left the meditation hall, he was already thinking about the next stage. He couldn't remain at the Jade Cloud Sect indefinitely. The master would never betray him again. The transaction was complete, the compensation received. He would need to place himself in new circumstances, cultivate new relationships, prepare new vulnerabilities. The bloodline was awake, and it was hungry. Chapter 5. The Merchant Caravan. 2 weeks later, Shen Yao approached Master Xue with a request he had carefully prepared. "Master, my training here has been invaluable, but I believe it is time for me to venture into the broader cultivation world. I would like your blessing to leave the sect and test myself against external challenges, to find a position where my cultivation can serve both myself and others." Master Xue showed no surprise. Perhaps he had expected this. Perhaps he saw in Shen Yao the same cold pragmatism that the Crimson Fang had recognized, the same understanding that trust was a resource to be exploited rather than a bond to be preserved. "Your path is your own now," the master said. "You will always be welcome here. But I understand the need to grow beyond a single teacher. Go, test yourself. Return when you have learned what you need to learn." Shen Yao packed his few possessions and left the Jade Cloud Sect in the early morning. The morning light was gentle on the mountains. He did not look back. There was nothing behind him that he needed anymore. Everything he had been was context. Everything he would become was ahead. He traveled on foot, taking minor roads, avoiding major cities. His plan required time and space. His plan required finding people who could serve as resources for his cultivation. He needed to practice the art of building trust deliberately, of becoming someone that others would depend on, of creating the conditions where betrayal would be most devastating. 3 days' travel from the sect, he found the first opportunity. The merchant caravan was heading toward the northern trade route, and they were short one guard. The caravan master, a broad-faced man named Zhou, was willing to hire anyone capable. Shen Yao offered to work for half-wage in exchange for passage to the northern settlements. Zhou agreed without even asking his name. "You can start tonight," Zhou said. "First watch is yours. Stay alert. There have been bandits on this route recently." Shen Yao took the night watch and every subsequent watch that the caravan master assigned him. He proved himself valuable immediately. On the second week, he caught an attempted theft in the supplies, a hired thief trying to steal valuable spices. On the third week, he negotiated with a local lord to allow the caravan safe passage through territory that normally charged exorbitant tolls. On the fourth week, he saved one of the other guards from a venomous snake by identifying the venom's antidote from his studies of medicinal texts. By the time they reached the northern settlements after 8 weeks, Zhou was referring to him as his most trusted guard. "You should travel with me permanently," Zhou offered as they prepared to part ways. "I could use someone like you. Loyalty, skill, quick thinking. It's rare." Shen Yao accepted the offer without hesitation. He traveled with Zhou's caravan for 3 months. He learned the merchant's secrets, the routes that avoided imperial inspection, the local lords who could be bribed, the timing of bandits, the profit margins that could be squeezed from each transaction. Zhou began to confide in him, gradually lowering his guard, letting the young guard become something more than an employee. The old merchant had a daughter in the capital city, estranged after a bad marriage. He hoped to reconcile with her before he grew too old to travel. He worried about the state of his family business, the way the larger merchant collectives were squeezing out independent operators. He was afraid that his years of building something meaningful would come to nothing, that his life's work would crumble after he was gone. Shen Yao listened carefully to every word. He offered counsel. He became the old man's confidant. He became trusted. He became, in a real way, like the son that Zhou had never had. It took 6 months for complete trust to settle. 6 months of consistent kindness, reliable support, and deepening friendship. By the end of that time, Zhou would have given anything for this young man, had offered multiple times to make Shen Yao a partner in his business, to cut him in on the profits, to ensure his future. And Shen Yao had accepted all of it, knowing that this period of cultivation was temporary, knowing that the betrayal would come, knowing that the deeper the trust, the greater the eventual awakening would be. The opportunity arrived on a road outside a settlement called Shadowbrook. They had camped for the night, and Shen Yao was making his rounds when he noticed a stranger approaching the camp through the darkness. A woman in robes that marked her as a cultivator, her eyes glowing faintly with internal power. Shen Yao intercepted her before she reached the merchant's tent. "Why have you come?" he asked. "Zhou merchant carries a shipment of rare alchemical herbs," the woman said flatly. "My employer is interested in acquiring that shipment. I'm authorized to offer compensation or to take it by force if the merchant proves unwilling." Shen Yao processed this quickly. A merchant would have goods worth stealing. A cultivator would have access to cultivation resources. The opportunity was too perfect to be coincidental. It was being offered. It was waiting. And Shen Yao understood, in that moment, that this woman and her employer had perhaps been following the caravan specifically because they sensed the potential value of its contents. "Give me a moment," he said. "Let me speak with the merchant." He returned to the tent and woke Zhou. The old man's eyes went wide as Shen Yao explained the situation. "What do I do?" Zhou asked, his voice trembling. "Should I give her the herbs? Should I negotiate? I don't have the power to fight a cultivator, and my guards can't protect against someone like that. Shen Yao, what should I do?" And in that moment, Shen Yao saw the full extent of the old man's dependence. Zhou had placed all his trust in this young guard, had come to believe that Shen Yao would handle any problem, would make all difficult decisions, would protect him from any threat. "No," Shen Yao said. "I'll handle this." He returned to the cultivator. "The merchant refuses to bargain. He'll fight if you take the herbs." The cultivator's expression didn't change. "Then we'll take them by force." "And you?" "I'll defend him," Shen Yao said. The cultivator smiled. "I was hoping you would say that." She pulled something from her sleeve, a jade token with a serial number engraved on it. The same style as the Crimson Fang tokens Shen Yao had seen during his captivity. "I'm authorized to make offers to promising cultivators," the woman said. "The Crimson Fang would be very interested in what you've become. I've been tracking you since you left the Jade Cloud Sect. If you surrender the merchant to me, I will personally recommend you for a senior position in our organization. You could be far more than a simple guard." Shen Yao felt the bloodline surge. This was the moment. This was the betrayal he had been cultivating, and it was deeper than even the Master's betrayal because it came from someone he had genuinely chosen to trust. Zhou had become real to him over these months. The old merchant's dreams about his estranged daughter had begun to matter. The old man's loneliness, his hope that he might finally have a companion, a friend. Shen Yao had felt all of it. And now Shen Yao was about to destroy all of it. "I'll surrender him," Shen Yao said. The cultivator's smile widened. "Good. I knew you would see reason. You'll begin training next month. We'll need to assess your full potential, of course, but..." "No," Shen Yao interrupted. "You misunderstood me. I'll surrender him to the bandits." He turned and walked back toward the merchant's tent. Behind him, he heard the cultivator laugh, a sharp, bright sound of genuine amusement. "Oh, the Crimson Fang will definitely want you. You're a treasure." Shen Yao entered the tent, and in the flickering lamplight, he saw Zhou's face. Hopeful, terrified, placing all his faith in the young man he had grown to trust absolutely. The old man had risen to his feet, waiting for protection, waiting for salvation. "Run," Shen Yao said gently. "Out the back of the tent. Through the eastern woods. Go. Don't look back." Zhou hesitated for only a moment, confusion and betrayal warring in his expression. Then he understood. Then he moved. The cultivator was on them seconds later. She blocked the tent entrance and looked at Shen Yao with something approaching respect. "You let him go," she said. "Why?" "Because," Shen Yao said, feeling his bones begin to crack as the bloodline awakened, deeper this time than it had been during his infusion, deeper because this betrayal was his own choice and not imposed on him by others, deeper because the trust had been real and earned rather than simply placed blindly in authority. "I needed him to escape to feel the full weight of his betrayal." The woman's expression shifted to something like understanding. Shen Yao's body transformed. His skin hardened. His vision sharpened to an inhuman clarity. The second awakening had arrived, and this time there was no agony in it. Only cold, perfect strength. The power flooded through him smoothly, integrally, becoming part of him rather than something imported from outside. He did not kill the cultivator. He simply incapacitated her, rendered her unable to pursue. Then he walked away from the caravan, away from Zhou, away from the merchant's voice calling his name in the darkness. He had used the old man. He had cultivated his trust. He had betrayed him completely. And in that betrayal, his bloodline had awakened deeper than before. The arc of his path was becoming clear. He would find people to trust him. He would allow them to depend on him. He would become essential to their lives. And then he would destroy that trust in the most complete way possible. Each cycle would deepen his blood. Each cycle would make him stronger. Each cycle would teach him more about the nature of the system he was now engineering deliberately. By the time he had walked 10 miles from Shadowbrook, Shen Yao understood what he was becoming. Not a victim, not a disciple, not even a cultivator in the traditional sense. He was a mechanism designed to transform trust into power, and he had only just begun to understand his own potential. Chapter 6. The Mercenary Company. Shen Yao spent the next 2 months in the foothills near the Shadowbrook settlements, moving carefully through small towns and trade routes, building a new identity. He called himself Qin Feng and told anyone who asked that he was a wandering cultivator seeking work. The story was simple enough to be unremarkable, not dramatic enough to invite investigation, not vague enough to seem evasive. He existed in the margins during this period, moving between settlements, taking temporary contracts, learning the landscape. He worked for a merchant who needed escort protection. He worked for a small sect that needed additional security during their seasonal festivals. He worked for local militia forces that were desperate for experienced fighters. None of these positions lasted long. He ensured that they didn't. He needed mobility. He needed freedom to observe and plan. During this period, Shen Yao began to understand the deeper mechanics of his bloodline. The awakenings had changed him, yes, but they had also revealed something about the system itself. Trust was a commodity. It could be created, measured, cultivated, and most importantly, leveraged. Every person he encountered had a capacity for trust, a volume, a depth, a specific shape to it. Some people were naturally suspicious and would resist trust. Others were naturally gregarious and would offer it too easily. The best subjects were those in the middle. People like Zhou and Yin Fei, who wanted to trust but had also learned through experience to be cautious. Those people had cultivated reserves of trust that they held carefully, released only to those who seemed worthy. When they finally opened those reserves completely, when they allowed themselves to believe in someone utterly, that was the moment of maximum power. The opportunity in Westmark presented itself in the form of a notice posted in a garrison town's administrative office. The local lord of Westmark, seeking to improve security along the major trade routes, was recruiting independent cultivators for long-term garrison service. The positions offered steady wages, housing, advancement opportunities, and most importantly, the chance to be part of an actual organization rather than freelancing. Shen Yao arrived in Westmark on a morning thick with fog and found the recruitment office without difficulty. The garrison was already substantial, perhaps 200 soldiers and 30 cultivators, organized into a military hierarchy. It was exactly the kind of environment where his methods could be most effectively deployed. The commander of the garrison, a woman named Yin Fei, was more thorough in her hiring process than Zhou Merchant had been. She tested applicants through combat scenarios, measuring not just their strength but their decision-making under pressure. She had them interact with existing soldiers to assess how they handled hierarchy and community. She asked detailed questions about their backgrounds, their motivations, their understanding of discipline. Shen Yao understood that she was looking for reliability, not just strength. She was building something that was meant to last, which meant she needed people she could trust to function within a system rather than just individuals capable of violence. He presented himself as a cultivator from a minor sect, specific enough to seem authentic, vague enough that she couldn't verify the details easily. He claimed to have trained for 15 years, which would have made him approximately 28 years old, an age that suggested both experience and moldability. He expressed interest in stable work and organizational advancement. When it came time for the combat test, he performed competently but not spectacularly. He won his matches clearly, but not dominatingly. He made good tactical decisions, but wasn't reckless. He demonstrated solid foundation work, but wasn't attempting anything advanced. Everything about his performance suggested someone who was serious about cultivation but not desperately ambitious. Someone who could be trusted to remain stable and follow orders rather than pursue power at any cost. Yan Fei hired him at the end of the first week, along with 3 other applicants. "You seem stable," she said, sealing the contract with an official stamp. "That's rare. Most cultivators are either desperate enough to be unreliable or arrogant enough to think they're above garrison work. You seem balanced. That matters more than being the strongest." "I'm looking for steady work," Shen Yao replied. "A place where I can be useful and respected." "You'll get that here," Yan Fei said. She was a woman in her early 40s, with the bearing of someone who had earned her position through competence rather than inheritance. Her hair was streaked with gray, and there were deep lines around her eyes that suggested she slept poorly and carried heavy responsibilities. "My people come first. If you can prove that you understand that, you'll advance quickly." Shen Yao understood her completely in that moment. She was someone who had built something from nothing, who had cultivated a meritocratic organization in a world that traditionally operated on patronage and family connections. She was proud of what she had built, and she was terrified of losing it. She was exactly the kind of person whose trust would deepen most profoundly once given, because she was extremely selective about who she offered it to. Over the following weeks, Shen Yao proved that he understood exactly what she needed. He organized the patrol routes for maximum efficiency, discovering redundancies that other soldiers had overlooked. He trained the less experienced guards in basic cultivation techniques without condescension, always framing his knowledge as something they could certainly learn rather than something he was graciously bestowing. He took on additional duties without complaint, never asking for recognition or advancement, simply contributing to the mission. But he was also building something else, something invisible but crucial. He was building a network of dependence. He became the person that the younger guards came to with problems, not just tactical problems, but personal ones. A guard worried about being strong enough. Shen Yao would offer training. A guard struggling with homesickness? Shen Yao would sit with them and listen. A guard having conflicts with their unit mates? Shen Yao would facilitate resolution. He became the bridge between the commanders and the regular soldiers. He became the one who understood how to translate orders into actual implementation. He became the one who could explain to a doubting recruit why the garrison's meritocratic approach was superior to the traditional hierarchy-based systems used elsewhere. By the 3rd month of his service, Shen Yao had become indispensable, not in the way of someone who was irreplaceable because of superior strength, but in the way of someone who was woven into the actual functioning of the organization. He had become the place where tensions resolved, where information flowed between levels, where the garrison's culture was maintained and transmitted. Yan Fei began consulting him on major decisions. She asked his opinion on strategy, on personnel matters, on how to handle delicate negotiations with merchants' guilds who operated on the trade routes and bandits' leaders who might negotiate rather than fight. She trusted him in a way that went beyond professional respect. She began to treat him as a peer in ways that were inappropriate to his rank, discussing her own insecurities with him in late-night conversations over tea. And Shen Yao cultivated that trust like a gardener cultivating a rare and precious plant. He was patient with her doubts. He was nurturing toward her ambitions. He was building something beautiful and intricate, knowing with perfect certainty that he would eventually reduce it to ash. It was during the 4th month that the complication arrived. A merchant caravan pulling through Westmark with valuable cargo. A merchant caravan arrived at Westmark carrying a shipment of particularly valuable goods, rare alchemical components that were difficult to synthesize, cultivation texts that had been out of circulation for decades, high-grade weapons from a master smith 2 provinces over. The local lord had commissioned the caravan specifically, paying premium prices to bring these resources into the garrison, intending to use them to bolster his military advantage. The caravan master seemed nervous, edgy, constantly checking his surroundings for threats. Shen Yao observed this immediately and understood that the man carried trauma. There was something in his posture, in the way he moved, that suggested he had suffered and survived something significant. The reason became clear during the first evening the caravan spent in Westmark. The caravan master requested a private meeting with Shen Yao. He knew something. He had recognized something. "I know who you are," the man said once they were alone. His face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly. "I know what you did." Shen Yao's bloodline stirred. Recognition. Potential threat. But he kept his expression neutral and open, creating space for the man to explain himself. "I'm not sure I understand." The merchant Zhou, the caravan master, pressed. "From the caravan near Shadowbrook. I was the supply manager for his organization. I was with him the night you betrayed him. I heard him calling your name in the darkness. I heard him screaming." The memory landed. Zhou had been calling out, searching for Shen Yao, believing that his young friend would come back for him, would protect him, would do what the bloodline had awakened to do. The merchant's voice had carried through the night, diminishing as Zhou ran deeper into the woods, understanding finally that his faith had been misplaced. "I don't know what you're talking about," Shen Yao said calmly. "I know what you are," the caravan master said. His voice was dropping to a whisper now, fear taking over from initial boldness. "I know that you're dangerous, and I know that if I go to Yan Fei and tell her the truth, she'll have you arrested. She'll execute you for what you did." That caravan was known to her. Zhou was known to her. She'll see this as a violation of trust. Shen Yao studied the man carefully, taking in every detail. Fear and opportunity, leverage and knowledge. The situation was precarious, but it was also exactly the kind of problem that taught the most valuable lessons about cultivation and the management of power. "What do you want?" Shen Yao asked directly. "Protection," the caravan master said. "I want you to ensure that I survive this contract, that I get out of Westmark with my cargo and my life intact. I want you to promise that nothing will happen to me here, that my presence won't be remarked upon, that I'll be invisible to any investigation that might threaten me. If you do that, I'll keep your secret. If you don't, you'll tell Yan Fei the truth. Yes, I'll describe the incident. I'll tell her that you've been here from the start as some kind of infiltrator. I'll destroy you." Shen Yao could have killed him. The man was no cultivator. It would have taken seconds, would have felt effortless. He could have made it look like an accident or even a suicide. The caravan master was clearly suffering from trauma and instability. No one would question a sudden death, but that would have created complications. Questions from the caravan's other members. Investigations that might draw additional attention to the garrison's operations. Disruptions to the careful narrative he was building with Yan Fei. Instead, he smiled. A genuine smile, or as genuine as something could be when executed by someone who was learning to fake everything. "I'll ensure your safety completely. You have my word on that. You'll be protected, respected, and invisible. I give you my solemn commitment." The caravan master left the meeting visibly relieved. He didn't understand what Shen Yao had just agreed to. He didn't understand that in asking for protection, he had made himself into exactly what Shen Yao needed him to be, a dependent who would eventually understand the depth of his dependence. Over the next month, Shen Yao became the caravan master's shadow. He ensured the man had the best accommodations within the garrison. He protected him from the rough elements of garrison life, the soldiers who might otherwise take advantage of a soft-looking merchant. He became his refuge and his defender. He became, once again, someone to depend on completely. The caravan master was grateful, visibly grateful. And gratitude, Shen Yao was learning, was one of the most reliable foundations for trust. The caravan master began to understand that Shen Yao wasn't just keeping him safe out of fear of blackmail. The young guard was actually looking out for his welfare, was actually invested in his survival and comfort. By the end of a month, the caravan master had fully internalized his dependence. He could not imagine surviving the garrison, navigating the subtleties of garrison politics, without Shen Yao's intervention. He began to believe that Shen Yao had genuinely accepted the bargain and was his ally, his protector, his friend. But Shen Yao was building something far more complex. He was learning that leverage could be cultivated more efficiently than simple betrayal. He was learning that the threat of betrayal could be just as useful as the act itself, because it created a perpetual state of dependence, the person never knowing if the protection would continue, never being able to trust that safety would be guaranteed tomorrow. The caravan left Westmark 5 weeks later. It passed through the garrison checkpoint without incident. The caravan master departed with gratitude and a promise to speak well of Shen Yao to anyone he encountered in future travels. He never revealed the secret. He kept his word. But in keeping his word, he remained eternally dependent on Shen Yao's continued benevolence. And Shen Yao understood that this was its own form of awakening, not the violent eruption of power that came from breaking trust, but a subtler deepening that came from mastering its management. Chapter 7. Yin Fei's favor with the caravan master gone. Shen Yao turned his full attention back to Yin Fei and the garrison. The garrison commander had begun to give him more responsibility. She was constructing a special unit, an elite force that would handle the most dangerous bandit threats, the ones that required not just martial skill, but strategic thinking and the ability to operate independently in circumstances where soldiers would normally fall back on hierarchy and chain of command. She wanted Shen Yao at the head of it. "You understand how these organizations work," she told him one evening as they reviewed patrol routes and training schedules in her private quarters. "Most cultivators are brilliant but undisciplined. They're strong, yes, but they think individually. You think about systems. You think about how individual actions affect larger patterns. I need that. I need you." Shen Yao accepted the position with appropriate humility. He downplayed his own capabilities while accepting the responsibility. He asked what challenges Yin Fei most wanted the elite unit to address, demonstrating genuine interest in her vision rather than just his own advancement. Over the following 2 months, Shen Yao trained the elite unit, selecting candidates who had demonstrated not just martial skill, but psychological stability. He looked for people who could follow orders, but also think independently when circumstances required it. He built them into a formidable force, and more importantly, he built them into people who respected him, who trusted his judgment, who would follow his lead even in ambiguous circumstances. But even more importantly, he became the bridge between Yin Fei's strategic vision and the actual execution of her plans. Every major operation that the garrison undertook, Shen Yao had a hand in organizing. Every tactical deployment that succeeded did so because of planning that Shen Yao had contributed to. Every success reflected positively on Yin Fei's command, but it also revealed that her competence depended on Shen Yao's contributions. What Yin Fei didn't yet realize was that Shen Yao was also gradually shifting the decision-making structure. He was subtly encouraging her to consult him before making major decisions. He was asking questions that helped her understand that his input made her decisions better. He was building a psychological structure where she was becoming increasingly dependent on his perspective. She gave him access to her personal quarters, something rare for a military commander. She consulted him on matters beyond military strategy, on her own goals, her ambitions, her fears about aging and irrelevance. She was a woman of significant power, but she was also deeply lonely. She had built a reputation as a strict disciplinarian, someone who could not afford personal connections because they might compromise her command authority. But with Shen Yao, she allowed herself to relax, to show the parts of herself that she kept hidden from everyone else. Shen Yao listened to all of it. He showed genuine interest. He asked thoughtful follow-up questions. He reflected back to her the best versions of herself, helping her understand her own accomplishments and potential. He learned that Yin Fei had built the garrison's reputation on meritocracy, not patronage. She had rejected the traditional system where soldiers advanced based on family connections or who they knew. Instead, she had created something new in Westmark, a force that operated on demonstrated competence, where the strongest and most capable advanced regardless of background. It was her life's work, her legacy. He learned that she was deeply afraid of failing her lord, that she worried constantly that the local nobility would dismantle her organization if her performance slipped or if someone more favored gained the lord's ear, that everything she had built, all of her innovations and improvements, could be stripped away in a single political shift. He learned that she had begun to see him as something more than a subordinate. In unguarded moments, she treated him with a familiarity that suggested she thought of him as family, perhaps even as someone who might take over the garrison after she retired, who might inherit her legacy and carry forward her vision into the future. Someone worthy of that inheritance. 6 months into his service, Yin Fei offered him an official promotion. Not just commander of the elite unit, but deputy commander of the entire garrison. Second in command. The closest position to her own authority outside of the position itself. "You've earned this," she said, officially presenting him with the insignia of his new rank in a private ceremony. Later, The garrison held a larger ceremony, and the soldiers applauded. Shen Yao accepted the honor with apparent gratitude and genuine humility. He thanked her publicly for the opportunity. He expressed his commitment to her vision. But even as he accepted, his bloodline was calculating the next stages of cultivation. Yin Fei had given him power. She had made him essential to her operation. She had placed her trust in him completely. And now that trust was so deep that it had become vulnerability. Chapter 8. The infiltration. The problem arrived in the form of a stranger who came to Westmark asking questions about the garrison's operations. The stranger was a woman of indeterminate age, perhaps 40, perhaps 60. Her appearance somehow both memorable and forgettable at the same time. She was dressed in robes that marked her as someone of cultivation standing, but not aligned with any of the major sects Shen Yao had encountered. She went by the name Hui Mei, and she claimed to be a scout for a rebel faction that was organizing against the local lord. She was, of course, a trap. Or more accurately, she was an opportunity disguised as a trap, or a trap disguised as an opportunity. The distinction mattered less than understanding what she actually represented. Hui Mei approached Shen Yao during a patrol, making her presence obvious, letting him intercept her in what appeared to be a chance encounter on a quiet garrison road. "I know what you are," she said once they were alone and relatively secure from observation. "I know that you carry a war god's bloodline, awakened through profound betrayal. I know that you've been cultivating betrayal as your primary method of advancement. And I know that Yin Fei is your current project, your current subject for whatever you're building." Shen Yao's first instinct was to eliminate her immediately. Her knowledge was dangerous. She could disrupt everything he had been cultivating. But he hesitated, sensing deeper layers beneath her statement, understanding that she had revealed herself deliberately. "How do you know this?" he asked. "The Crimson Fang keeps records," Hui Mei said. She seemed utterly unconcerned that he might attack her. "Detailed records of all the infusions they conduct, all the results they achieve, all the cultivators who survive their programs. You're valuable to them. You're valuable to us. They want you back eventually, or failing that, they want you watched and understood. I work for an organization that shares some common interests with the Crimson Fang, though we diverge in our ultimate goals. We also want to know what you'll do with your bloodline once you've finished playing with the garrison commander." "And what do you want from me?" "Nothing," Hui Mei said. "Nothing that you haven't already decided to do. I'm simply here to make an offer and to mark you as being of interest to larger forces. I represent an organization that could use someone of your particular talents. Someone who understands how to exploit trust. Someone who could lead an operation based not on conventional power, but on the systematic cultivation and destruction of belief itself. You're offering me employment. I'm offering you a purpose. What you're doing now, it's small. Interesting, admittedly, but limited in scope. Interesting to observe and study. But imagine if you could apply your methods on a larger scale. Imagine if you could engineer betrayal not just between individuals, but between entire organizations. Imagine infiltrating the network of power that holds together the provincial hierarchy. Imagine being able to destabilize the trust that keeps entire governmental structures functioning. That's what we do. That's what we build." Shen Yao let her leave. He didn't agree to anything, but he didn't refuse either. He understood that Hui Mei represented something beyond his current understanding of his own potential. He understood that there were larger systems operating, larger movements of power and influence, and that his bloodline cultivation was somehow valuable to those systems, valuable enough that multiple organizations were tracking his progress. The encounter with Hui Mei changed his approach fundamentally. He began to understand that his cultivation wasn't simply personal advancement, wasn't simply the exploitation of individual weakness. It was part of something larger. There were forces interested in what he was becoming, forces that wanted to use what he was becoming, forces that were patient enough to watch and wait, and then collect him when he was ready. Chapter 9. The breakpoint. Yin Fei's downfall came not because of Shen Yao's direct action, but because of a shift in political winds at the local lord's court. The lord had taken a new favorite, a noble from a distant province who had arrived with extensive cultivation resources and promises of greater power. This new favorite had been carefully cultivating the lord's attention, suggesting improvements to the provincial administration, offering perspectives that had never been considered in Westmark's governance. The local lord, Tempted by these promises, intoxicated by the attention of this new and powerful figure, began to withdraw his support from Yan Fei's garrison. He began to suggest, in carefully measured tones, that perhaps the garrison's methods were too independent, too meritocratic. Perhaps it was time to reorganize around more traditional hierarchies that would align the garrison more closely with the Lord's personal power structure. It was a subtle withdrawal of support, but it was unmistakable. Yan Fei, seeing the shift beginning to occur, began to panic. She became increasingly dependent on Shen Yao, increasingly reliant on his advice about how to navigate the political situation. She would spend entire evenings with him, discussing strategies for maintaining her position, asking his opinion on what she might do to restore the Lord's confidence. She began to confide in him about her deepest fears, that her life's work would be dismantled, that everything she had built would be stripped away and replaced with something inferior, that her legacy would be destroyed by political maneuvering that had nothing to do with actual competence or performance. And Shen Yao, with perfect compassion, with apparent genuine concern for her welfare, offered to help her navigate the crisis. "We need to demonstrate that the garrison is indispensable," he said during one late-night conversation. "We need a situation where your superior capabilities become obvious, where the Lord sees that you are more valuable than the new favorite." Yan Fei trusted his analysis completely. She began to implement his suggestions. She began to orchestrate situations where the garrison's efficiency could be displayed prominently. She began to create scenarios where her personal leadership would shine, where her innovations would be undeniable. But the scenarios that Shen Yao suggested were subtly designed to create instability in the garrison itself. They required the garrison to stretch its resources to the limit. They required Yan Fei to make difficult and sometimes questionable decisions about priorities. They required her to trust Shen Yao's judgment absolutely, because he was the one feeding her the information she needed to make those decisions, information that only he had access to. What Yan Fei didn't realize was that Shen Yao was simultaneously, carefully, feeding information to the Lord's new favorite. Information about the garrison's current weaknesses. Information about inefficiencies in Yan Fei's command structure. Information about cost overruns and tactical failures, presented in ways that suggested systemic problems rather than temporary issues. The two streams of information were carefully balanced. Shen Yao was creating a situation where Yan Fei appeared to be strong and capable on the surface, where her operational results seemed excellent, but where deeper investigation by the Lord's representatives would reveal incompetence and instability at her core. It took 2 months for the trap to close completely. The Lord summoned Yan Fei and demanded a full accounting of her operations. He had heard, he said, about significant and troubling problems with the garrison's management. He was considering whether to maintain her position or to dismantle the organization entirely and redistribute its resources to more aligned commanders. Yan Fei brought Shen Yao with her to the Lord's court. She wanted his support, his presence, his judgment close by. She wanted to show her lord that she had identified and cultivated the best leadership in the garrison. She wanted to demonstrate her value through the quality of those she had trained and mentored. The interrogation lasted 12 hours. The Lord's investigators, primed by the new favorite's careful suggestions, went through the garrison's records, questioned the soldiers, examined the financial accounts in minute detail. And everywhere they looked, they found exactly what Shen Yao had arranged for them to find. Evidence of Yan Fei's mismanagement. Evidence of her inappropriate favoritism toward Shen Yao. Evidence of her failure to maintain strict discipline. Financial records that could be interpreted as indicating corruption. By the end of the interrogation, the narrative was completely clear. Yan Fei had lost control of her organization. She had become emotionally compromised by her relationship with her deputy commander. She was no longer capable of maintaining the garrison's reputation or serving the Lord's interests effectively. The Lord removed her from command immediately. Yan Fei was devastated beyond measure. Her life's work, her legacy, her identity, all of it was stripped away in a single morning. She left the Lord's court in shock, barely understanding what had happened, barely able to comprehend the transition from being valued commander to being cast aside. And when she looked at Shen Yao, in that moment before she departed the court, there was a flicker of understanding. She knew. In that final moment, she understood what he had done. not in the detailed mechanics of it, but in essence. She understood that she had been betrayed by the person she trusted most, that her faith in him, her reliance on his judgment, had been the mechanism of her own destruction. She said nothing to him. She simply looked at him with an expression of such complete loss that it should have been devastating. For a moment, Shen Yao felt something. Not remorse, not pity, but a kind of recognition. Recognition of what he had taken from her. Recognition of what the bloodline had used her to accomplish. And then his bloodline awakened. It was the third awakening, and it was deeper than either of the previous two. The pain of it dropped him to his knees there in the Lord's court. His bones cracked, restructuring themselves at a fundamental level. His blood boiled, converting itself into something else entirely. His meridians screamed as the war god's power deepened, spreading into channels that hadn't existed before, filling new depths of his being that seemed to have been waiting for this exact infusion. The awakening lasted for hours. Shen Yao spent the remainder of the day in agony, barely able to move, his body transforming, his strength multiplying. When dawn came the next morning, he was different in ways he could barely articulate. He had moved beyond what he had been. He had become something that the Crimson Fang had only theorized about, a cultivator whose bloodline had been deepened 3 times by profound betrayal, each awakening more complete than the last, each one taking him further from his original humanity. He was stronger, faster, more resilient. His meridians were deeper, more complex, branching in new patterns. His chi reserves were larger, able to sustain more complex formations and higher-level cultivation techniques. His cultivation base was more stable, less vulnerable to disruption or degradation. But more than that, he had changed psychologically. With each awakening, something in his humanity had peeled away like skin. He could still feel emotions, but they were distant, muted, viewed from behind layers of separation. He could still remember why Yin Fei's destruction mattered, but he no longer cared about it in the way he once might have cared. She was simply a resource that had been harvested, and the harvest was complete. Chapter 10. The departure. Shen Yao left Westmark within a week of Yin Fei's removal. He requested a transfer to another garrison, citing a desire for new challenges and broader experience. The new commander, a political appointee without Yin Fei's capabilities or vision, approved the transfer without question. To him, Shen Yao was just a capable soldier moving on. Before he left, he visited Yin Fei one final time. He owed her that much, or at least that's what the remaining human part of him believed. She was living in a small house on the outskirts of the garrison town, trying to rebuild some semblance of a life from the wreckage of her former position. She had not sought revenge. She had not even attempted to expose him. She had simply withdrawn, accepting her fate with the kind of quiet resignation that suggested she understood the fundamental nature of what had happened to her. When she saw him at her door, her face went hard. "I don't want to see you," she said. "I don't want to speak to you. You've done enough." "I know," Shen Yao replied. There was no point in denying it, and she would sense dishonesty immediately. "But there are things you should understand about what happened." "I understand perfectly," Yin Fei said. She was thinner than she had been, worn down by stress and loss of purpose. "You used me. You manipulated me deliberately. You destroyed me completely, and you did it all with my cooperation. You made me destroy myself, and I let you do it because I trusted you." "Yes," Shen Yao said. There was no point in false modesty or denial. "That's exactly what happened." "Why?" The word came out like a wound, like she was lancing an abscess that had been festering inside her since the moment she understood the betrayal. "What could you possibly gain from destroying someone like me?" Shen Yao considered how much truth to offer. In the end, he decided to tell her most of it. "My bloodline deepens with every betrayal," he said. "Specifically, with the betrayal of people I've cultivated trust with. The deeper the trust, the more profound the betrayal can be, the more my bloodline deepens. You made yourself valuable to me by being someone truly worth betraying. Your trust made me strong." Yin Fei's expression cycled through shock, understanding, and finally, a kind of bitter resignation. "So I was useful to you," she said. "Your tool for your own advancement." "Yes. And if I had been different? If I had been someone less capable, less worthy of trust, then I would have found someone else. But you were perfect. You offered exactly what I needed to deepen my cultivation further." Yin Fei turned away from him. She walked to the window of her house and looked out at the town that she had once governed. "Get out of my house." Shen Yao bowed to her, departing back, and left. He did not see her again. As he walked away from the garrison town, toward whatever came next, toward the next phase of his cultivation, Shen Yao felt the depth of his bloodline power settling into a new equilibrium. 3 awakenings. 3 major betrayals. Each one deeper than the last. Each one more complete than the previous. He was moving beyond what the Crimson Fang had theorized about. He was becoming something new. And somewhere behind him, Hui Mei was waiting for him to be ready for the next stage of his cultivation. She was waiting for him to complete his cycle so that he could be offered a position within something larger than himself. The road ahead stretched out before him, and Shen Yao walked it with the certainty of someone who understood their own nature. He had learned the mechanics of cultivating trust. He had learned how to read people, how to identify their deepest needs and vulnerabilities, how to position himself as the answer to those needs. He had learned how to transition from being helpful to being essential to being irreplaceable. And he had learned how to break that reliance in ways that were most devastating. Yan Fei had lost not just her position, but her sense of purpose. She had lost the meaning that she had built for herself across decades of work. She had lost her belief in her own judgment. She had lost everything except her life, and in losing everything else, she had been diminished beyond recovery. This was what the bloodline cultivated. Not simple vengeance, not mere destruction, but the complete annihilation of someone's sense of self through the weaponization of their own trust. Shen Yao had taken the first steps on a path that he was only beginning to understand. He had thought his cultivation was personal, individual, something he would control according to his own desires. But the appearance of Hui Mei, the revelation that larger organizations were tracking him, watching him, waiting for him to ripen like a fruit on a tree, this suggested something else entirely. Perhaps his cultivation was not his own at all. Perhaps he was part of a larger system, a mechanism within a larger apparatus. Perhaps his betrayals were not his individual choices, but rather the execution of a design that had been created long ago by forces he had not yet encountered. The thought should have troubled him. Instead, it comforted him. If his path was already laid out, if others were guiding him towards some predetermined end, then he did not need to wrestle with the question of whether what he was doing was right or wrong. He could simply walk the path, trust in the system, and see where it led. Trust. Even now, even after everything he had learned about its use as a weapon, he found himself returning to trust. Trusting in Hui Mei's promises. Trusting that there was a purpose to all of this. Trusting that the larger organizations that were watching him had plans that would eventually exceed his individual ambitions. Perhaps that was the ultimate irony, that even someone who had learned to weaponize trust would still be vulnerable to it. Chapter 11. The Wanderer Years. For 6 months after leaving Westmark, Shen Yao remained unaffiliated with any organization. He didn't immediately answer Hui Mei's implied offer. Instead, he chose to continue moving through the provinces, taking contracts where he could find them, building new identities with meticulous care, practicing the mechanisms of cultivation that he had begun to master. He worked as a bodyguard for a wealthy merchant family fleeing political persecution from the provincial capital. He spent 2 months earning their trust, becoming indispensable to their youngest son's survival, protecting him from assassins, guiding him through treacherous political situations, becoming the confidant that the boy turned to in moments of fear and doubt. Then Shen Yao engineered a situation where the boy would have to choose between following Shen Yao's directions and following his family's commands. The choice was designed to be impossible, carefully constructed so that either decision would represent a betrayal of the other party. When the boy chose his family, his sense of guilt was profound. When he understood that Shen Yao had been orchestrating the situation deliberately, the betrayal was complete. The bloodline stirred in response, though not deeply enough for a full awakening. It was a partial response, a taste of the power that would come from more profound betrayals. Shen Yao recognized the distinction. Not every betrayal was equal. Some were deeper, more transformative. Some barely registered at all. He worked as a cultivation instructor for a small sect desperate to improve their disciples' progress and reputation in the broader cultivation world. He spent 3 months earning the complete trust of the sect master, becoming the architect of the sect's renaissance. He identified the sect master's greatest fear, that his life's work would be forgotten, that his disciples would not reach the heights he had spent decades training them for, that his legacy would crumble the moment he died. Then he engineered a situation where the sect master had to choose between protecting his institution and protecting Shen Yao from a powerful enemy. When the master failed to support him, when institutional loyalty proved stronger than personal loyalty to someone who had essentially saved his sect, Shen Yao ensured that the consequences would be felt throughout the organization. He arranged for certain disciples to learn of the sect master's supposed betrayal. He encouraged them to question the master's commitment to them. He subtly shifted power dynamics within the sect until the institution began to fracture from internal conflict. The sect master's reputation was damaged. His disciples lost faith in his leadership. The bloodline awakened partially, a response deeper than the merchant family's son, but still not complete enough for a true transformation. He worked as a military strategist for a provincial lord facing rebellious vassals and threats from neighboring territories. He gained the lord's complete confidence over a period of 4 months, positioning himself as indispensable to the lord's survival in a dangerous political landscape. He advised on military matters, yes, but also on deeper strategic questions, on which vassals could be trusted, which officials were reliable, which partnerships would ultimately prove valuable. The lord came to depend on Shen Yao's judgment absolutely. He consulted the young strategist on every major decision. He began to think of Shen Yao almost as an adopted son, someone wise beyond his years, someone who understood the complexities of power in ways that few others could. Then, at a critical moment, Shen Yao provided deliberately flawed advice about a key military deployment. The advice was flawed in subtle ways, in ways that the Lord would not immediately recognize as intentional sabotage. The Lord implemented the strategy, and the result was a significant military defeat. His enemies grew bolder. His vassals questioned his judgment. The Lord survived, but his authority was undermined. His position grew precarious. And when the Lord began to understand, on some level, that Shen Yao had played a role in the defeat, he realized the truth too late. He had already become too dependent on this young strategist to cast him aside. He needed Shen Yao's continued counsel just to survive. The bloodline awakened partially in response, a deeper stirring than the previous betrayals. Shen Yao was beginning to understand the pattern. Each betrayal taught him something new about how to structure the next one, how to deepen the cultivation, how to move closer to the complete transformations that came from the most profound trust violations. Each of these relationships was a practice run. Each betrayal refined Shen Yao's understanding of the mechanics. He began to understand that not all betrayals would trigger awakenings. Only the ones that were sufficiently profound, that involved enough emotional investment, that struck at someone's deepest sense of self and fundamental understanding of reality. Those were the ones that would activate his bloodline at meaningful levels. He began to see the world differently. Everyone he met became a potential subject for cultivation, a potential source of deep trust that could eventually be harvested. He would evaluate people automatically upon meeting them, assessing their capacity for trust, their vulnerabilities, the depth at which they could potentially become dependent on him, the areas where their sense of identity was most fragile. The calculation became second nature. He would speak to someone, and his mind would already be categorizing them, arranging them into mental hierarchies of usefulness. This one has deep insecurities about their competence. This one is desperate for familial connection. This one has hidden doubts about their own moral framework. Each person became a puzzle to be solved, a mechanism to be understood, a resource to be developed. It was during this period of wandering that he received a message from Hui Mei. The message arrived through a merchant's guild in a city called Rivermark, delivered by an intermediary who had clearly been paid well to ensure it reached him. The message was written on expensive paper and carried the weight of official communication. When you are ready, find the Lotus House in the Shadow Quarter of Shadow Haven. Hui Mei awaits. Your cultivation is entering its next phase. The fractured Jade Collective recognizes your potential and extends its hand to you. Come, and we will show you what true power looks like. Shen Yao understood that this was the moment he had been moving toward, that his wandering, his practice runs, his preliminary cultivation, all of it had been preparation for whatever came next. The fractured Jade Collective was real, was organized, was waiting for him specifically. They had been watching, had been evaluating, and had decided that he was ready for something larger than individual vendettas. Chapter 12. Shadowhaven and the Lotus House. Shadowhaven was a city built on the edges of civilization, a sprawling urban center where the provincial hierarchies were weaker, where cultivators and merchants and criminals operated with less oversight from the traditional power structures. It was the kind of city where someone like Shen Yao could disappear completely if they wanted to, or find a place within the underground networks that connected all the lesser-known sects and independent operators. The city had a reputation as a place of opportunity and danger in equal measure. It was where failed cultivators could rebuild themselves. It was where merchants could engage in business practices that wouldn't be tolerated elsewhere. It was where secrets could be kept because there were enough other secrets that one more barely mattered. The Lotus House was located in the Shadow Quarter, exactly where Hui Mei's message had promised. Shen Yao found it after 3 days of searching through increasingly narrow streets and hidden alleyways. Not because it was truly hidden, but because it was designed to be found only by people actively looking for it with genuine intent. The exterior of the Lotus House was unmarked, a simple stone building that gave no indication of its purpose or importance. The interior was guarded by a woman who tested Shen Yao's credentials in complete silence, using a combination of observation and subtle cultivation probing to assess whether he posed any threat. When Shen Yao finally entered the main chamber, he found Hui Mei waiting in the center of a large room lined with books, documents, and maps. The woman looked exactly as she had during their encounter in Westmark, which meant either that she aged very slowly, possessed cultivation techniques that slowed physical aging, or that the encounter had been much more recent than Shen Yao had calculated. She was surrounded by documents and scrolls detailing what appeared to be strategic information, maps of sect territories, records of cultivator movements, detailed dossiers on important figures throughout the provinces. "You've progressed well," Hui Mei said, without preamble or greeting. "For partial awakenings since Westmark." The sect master's betrayal was particularly elegant, using his own disciples against him, systematically undermining his authority through the very people he had trained to be loyal to him. Beautiful work. Sophisticated. Exactly the kind of understanding we need. Shen Yao understood that she had been watching him throughout his wanderer years. That every contract he had taken, every relationship he had cultivated and destroyed, had been observed and evaluated by the collective's agents. They had been testing him, assessing his capability, monitoring his development. "What is this place?" he asked, looking around at the organized chaos of information. "This is where we cultivate talent like yours," Hui Mei said, gesturing for him to sit. The Lotus House is one of several such facilities operated by the fractured Jade Collective. We identify individuals with exceptional capabilities and potential, and we provide them with the training, resources, and targets necessary to refine those capabilities into weapons. Shen Yao sat, and Hui Mei began to speak about the nature of the organization she represented. She described it in detail, explaining its purpose, its methods, its ultimate goals. It was called the Fractured Jade Collective, named after an ancient artifact that had supposedly been shattered into 1,000 pieces, each piece containing a fragment of the original power. The collective operated on principles that were antithetical to traditional sect structure. Where traditional sects operated on hierarchy and authority, on the assumption that power concentrated at the top was safer and more stable, the collective operated on systematic destabilization. Where traditional sects built power through accumulation and alliance, through the slow process of gathering more resources and more followers, the collective built power through infiltration and betrayal. They identified vulnerable organizations, sects that had become too rigid, merchant guilds that depended too heavily on trust networks, governmental bodies whose authority rested on outdated assumptions, military forces whose structure was brittle beneath their apparent strength, and then they infiltrated them from within. They placed people like Shen Yao at strategic points, individuals who could cultivate deep trust and then destroy it in ways that would cause maximum systemic damage. These agents would remain dormant within target organizations for months, sometimes years, building their positions, establishing their credibility, becoming so essential to the organization's functioning that the organization would begin to revolve around them. And then, at the appropriate moment, they would act. They would trigger the betrayal. And the system, already fragile beneath its surface of strength, would begin to collapse from within. The goal, Hui Mei explained, her voice carrying the weight of ideology and purpose, is not mere personal advancement, though that is certainly a beneficial side effect. The goal is the dissolution of the systems that hold the provinces together. The hierarchical power structures that currently dominate our world are brittle, you see. They depend on trust, trust in authority, trust in leadership, trust in the integrity of institutions and the people who lead them. If you remove that trust systematically, if you engineer betrayals at every level of the hierarchy, the entire structure begins to collapse. And what purpose does that serve? Shen Yao asked. What comes after the collapse? That is a question the philosophers debate, Hui Mei said with what might have been a smile. The practical agents simply focus on the destruction. Freedom, according to the visionaries. Or chaos, according to the cynics. The destruction of rigid hierarchies allows for something new to emerge. It allows for systems that are more flexible, more responsive, less prone to the kind of corruption that comes from unchecked power. Whether that actually happens is less important than the fact that we are willing to do the work of destruction. Whether the result is better or worse is a question for future generations to answer. And where do I fit into this? Shen Yao asked. You are a weapon of unprecedented capability, Hui Mei said. Your bloodline cultivation allows you to become more powerful precisely as you betray more deeply. You can infiltrate systems in ways that other cultivators cannot. You can destroy them from within. And you can do this without needing to build large organizations or gather large numbers of followers. A single person with your capabilities, properly deployed, can destabilize an entire province. Hui Mei laid out the plan in meticulous detail, showing him maps and dossiers and strategic analyses. Chapter 13. Training at the Lotus House. Shen Yao spent 3 months at the Lotus House undergoing training more intensive than anything he had experienced even at the Crimson Fang. The Crimson Fang had focused on deepening his bloodline through infusion and external trauma, on the assumption that pain and proximity to death would trigger the bloodline's defensive responses. The Lotus House focused on something more sophisticated, on refining his understanding of manipulation, on deepening his capacity to construct psychological frameworks within other people's minds. He was taught psychology in detail, how human minds worked, what cognitive biases everyone possessed, how to exploit those biases to shape perception and behavior. He was taught how to read people's unconscious microexpressions, how to interpret body language, how to sense the emotional undercurrents that flowed beneath surface interactions. He was taught how to modulate his own behavior with precision, how to trigger specific responses in specific people, how to position himself as the solution to problems that he had himself created. He was taught the history of organizations and the structural weaknesses that existed in all hierarchical systems, the points at which resistance would develop, the cascading failures that would occur once certain key relationships were severed. But most importantly, he was taught how to cultivate his own bloodline deliberately, how to structure situations and relationships in ways that would guarantee the most profound betrayals. The infusions at the Lotus House were different from the ones at the Crimson Fang. Instead of overwhelming his system with foreign power in an attempt to see what his body could survive, they were designed with surgical precision. They were smaller, more carefully calibrated, designed to enhance what was already there, to deepen the channels that his bloodline had already created, to expand the capacity of his meridians to channel the war god's power. And with each infusion came a new understanding. His bloodline wasn't simply responding to any betrayal. It was responding to a specific type of betrayal, one that involved the violation of the deepest kind of trust, the kind of trust that people built with the people closest to them, the kind of trust that formed the foundation of their understanding of themselves and their place in the world. The deeper the relationship, the more fundamental the trust, the more all-encompassing the dependence, the more profound the awakening would be. This was the principle that the fractured Jade Collective had understood. This was why Shen Yao was so valuable to them. He was also assigned subjects during this training period. 3 of them, young people who had been selected by the collective as appropriate subjects for his cultivation, as practice material through which he could refine his techniques. The first was a young woman named Li Mei, a cultivator who had failed out of a major sect due to insufficient foundation work, not because she lacked talent, but because she had been placed in a sect whose training methodology didn't suit her constitution. She had come to the Lotus House desperate for another chance at a cultivation career, willing to accept almost any position in exchange for the opportunity to continue her studies. Shen Yao cultivated her trust over the course of 2 weeks with careful precision. He taught her advanced cultivation techniques that she had never been exposed to before, things that were beyond what the major sect had even attempted to teach her. He praised her rapidly increasing strength with apparent genuine appreciation. He positioned himself as someone who truly understood her capabilities, someone who could see potential that others had missed. By the end of 2 weeks, Li Mei would have followed him anywhere. She had begun to see him not just as an instructor, but as a mentor, a master, someone who truly understood her capabilities and her worth. She believed that she had finally found someone who recognized her true potential. Then Hui Mei informed him that the cultivation period was complete. Shen Yao arranged to meet Li Mei in a private chamber. He told her that he was going to introduce her to the deepest secrets of the collective, that he was recommending her for a high-level position based on her demonstrated talent and potential. Then he explained to her that the collective had been founded on lies, that her entire training at the Lotus House had been for purposes that would ultimately destroy the organizations they infiltrated, that the people she trusted to guide her were actually predators who would consume her potential and cast aside her life when they no longer needed her. The betrayal was clean and complete. The disillusionment was absolute and devastating. And as Li Mei broke down, understanding the full extent of her deception, understanding that the person she had trusted had been using her all along, Shen Yao felt his bloodline respond. It was a partial awakening, shallower than the ones triggered by Yin Fei or Master Xue, but significant nonetheless. His bloodline deepened. His power increased slightly. His meridians expanded in subtle ways. And he understood that this was how the collective intended to use him, as a mechanism for cultivating betrayal on a systematic basis, moving from subject to subject, deepening his power with each cycle. The second subject was a young man named Chris, a merchant's son who had come to the Lotus House seeking cultivation training to increase his status and authority within his family business. Shen Yao followed the same pattern with methodical precision, building trust, creating dependence, establishing himself as the person Chris most needed in his life, then destroying both trust and dependence completely. The awakening was slightly deeper than Li Mei's, though the difference was subtle. The bloodline's response had increased marginally. His power had deepened by a fraction more. The third subject was different. His name was Wei Shun, and he had been selected by Hui Mei with specific strategic intent. He was the adopted son of one of the collective's potential targets, the leader of the sect of the Eternal Flame, a man named Huang Su who had ruled that sect for 20 years. Wei Shun had been sent to the Lotus House as an infiltrator, apparently attempting to gather intelligence on the collective for his adoptive father. But Hui Mei already knew that Wei Shun had been sent by the sect master. This was part of the plan. Shen Yao cultivated Wei Shun's trust with particular care and sophistication. He understood that this relationship had larger implications beyond simply practicing the techniques. This was part of the actual infiltration of the sect of the Eternal Flame. Over the course of a month, Shen Yao became Wei Shun's closest confidant. The young man began to share deep insecurities about his relationship with his adoptive father, about his secret doubts regarding the sect's teachings, about his hidden dreams that had nothing to do with cultivation or family obligation. Wei Shun began to believe that Shen Yao understood him better than anyone else in the world, that this was a true friendship, a genuine connection with someone who actually valued him for who he was rather than what he could do. Then, at the appropriate moment, Shen Yao revealed the truth. He revealed that he was an agent of the fractured Jade Collective, that Wei Shun's presence at the Lotus House had been orchestrated from the beginning, that his attempted infiltration had been anticipated and was being turned against him, that everything Shen Yao had built with him was designed to create exactly this moment of betrayal. But then, instead of simply destroying Wei Shun, Shen Yao offered him a choice. Your father leads an organization that exists only to perpetuate its own power, Shen Yao said. The sect of the Eternal Flame is brittle beneath its surface of strength. It will collapse eventually under its own rigidity. I am offering you the opportunity to help us accelerate that collapse, to become part of something larger than your family, something larger than a single sect, to use this betrayal as a foundation for something real. Join the collective, and you will become something more than an adopted heir to an aging sect master. And Wei Shun, broken and devastated, understanding on some level that his father had sent him to die or to be destroyed, agreeing that his adoptive family had never truly valued him for his own sake, agreed. The fourth awakening came as Shen Yao and Wei Shen stood together in a ritual chamber of the Lotus House. Wei Shen's loyalty to his father shattered completely, his entire sense of identity rebuilt around his new alliance with Shen Yao and the fractured Jade Collective. The awakening was the deepest yet. For a moment, Shen Yao's body transformed completely. His bones became something harder than bone, harder than any material that existed naturally in the physical world. His blood became something deeper than blood, something that seemed to carry weight and power beyond its physical composition. His meridians branched into new configurations, creating new channels for power to flow, new pathways that hadn't existed before. When the awakening finished, Shen Yao understood that he had crossed a threshold. He was no longer a cultivator who happened to have a special bloodline, some exotic but ultimately subordinate aspect of his power. He had become a bloodline cultivator in the truest sense. His body was the bloodline. His power was the bloodline. His entire existence was now oriented around the cultivation of betrayal. Chapter 14. The mission begins. Hui Mei assigned Shen Yao to the sect of the Eternal Flame exactly 1 week after his fourth awakening. The plan was elegant in its construction. Wei Shun would return to the sect, his connection to the Lotus House formally severed, his loyalty to his adoptive father apparently restored through careful psychological work designed to make him believe that his betrayal of the collective was the real thing and his alliance with them had been the manipulation. He would bring with him a new cultivation advisor, Shen Yao, who would be introduced as someone Wei Shun had recruited from the outside cultivation community while on a recent journey away from the sect. The sect master would have no reason to suspect either of them. Wei Shun was his adopted son, his heir apparent, someone groomed to eventually take leadership of the sect and carry forward his teachings. And Shen Yao would simply be a new advisor, one of dozens that had been brought into the sect over the years, another potential source of knowledge and improvement. The infiltration would begin slowly, methodically. Shen Yao would offer cultivation advice that was subtly superior to what the sect's existing instructors were providing. He would demonstrate techniques that were more effective, more efficient, more elegant than the traditional methods that had been passed down through generations. He would organize training sessions that were more engaging, more tailored to individual needs, more successful at producing results. And gradually, as his reputation grew within the sect, as the sect's overall performance improved and its disciples began to make faster progress, he would begin to establish a personal relationship with Huang Su, the sect master. The mission would take years to complete. But Hui Mei was patient, and the fractured Jade Collective was patient. They understood that the deepest betrayals required the longest cultivation periods, required the deepest foundations of trust before they could be most devastating. Chapter 15. Entering the sect of the Eternal Flame was a sprawling compound built on the slopes of the eastern mountains, nestled in a valley that caught the morning sun and held it throughout the day. The buildings were constructed from white stone and dark wood, arranged in concentric circles around a central temple structure. The whole complex had an aesthetic of permanence and power, of an organization that had endured for centuries and expected to endure for centuries more. It housed 300 disciples, ranging from complete beginners to advanced cultivators preparing for their final breakthrough to transcendence. It housed dozens of senior cultivators who managed different aspects of the sect's operations, dozens more who taught specific disciplines or maintained the sect's extensive facilities. The sect had been in operation for nearly 1,000 years, and it had survived through a combination of genuine power, careful political alignment with the provincial authority, and the inertia of tradition. But like all ancient institutions, it had begun to calcify. The senior leadership was resistant to change, preferring the methods they had learned and perfected over decades to any new innovations. The training methods were outdated when compared to what younger sects were beginning to develop. The sect's influence in the broader cultivation world was diminishing as younger, more aggressive sects adapted more quickly to changing circumstances and produced disciples who could match or exceed the capabilities of the Eternal Flame Zone cultivators. But externally, the sect appeared strong. This was why it was vulnerable. This was why the fractured Jade Collective had chosen it as Shen Yao's first target. Wei Shun introduced Shen Yao to the sect with careful precision and apparent naturalness. He framed the introduction as a personal request to his adoptive father, as something he was bringing to Huang Su as a gift, a cultivation advisor of exceptional capability who might be able to help the sect improve its training methodologies and revitalize its aging systems. Huang Su, the sect master, received them politely but with obvious skepticism. He had heard countless pitches from would-be reformers and self-proclaimed geniuses over the decades. Most of them offered nothing genuinely new, just variations on existing techniques or claims that couldn't be substantiated. But Shen Yao had prepared carefully. He didn't launch immediately into suggestions and recommendations. Instead, he asked questions. He spent his first week simply observing the sect's operations, attending training sessions, speaking with instructors and disciples, walking the grounds, and understanding the physical layout. He asked questions about the reasoning behind specific training methods. He asked about the sect's long-term vision for its disciples. He asked about the challenges the sect was facing in maintaining its power and influence. He asked about the relationships between senior instructors, the factional divisions within the leadership, the succession plans for the future. And he listened carefully to the answers. He absorbed everything, analyzing the information, building a comprehensive model of how the sect actually functioned beneath its surface of unity and tradition. By the end of the first week, he had understood the sect's entire structure, its genuine strengths, its hidden weaknesses, the divisions between different factions within the leadership, the insecurities of individual instructors about their relative status and authority. He understood that the senior instructors viewed each other with subtle suspicion, each one worried that another might gain more influence with the sect master. He understood that the youngest disciples were more capable than the senior instructors were willing to admit, which created an unstable hierarchy where formal authority and actual power were increasingly misaligned. He understood that Huang Su himself was afraid. The sect master projected confidence and authority, but it was a performance, carefully maintained to keep the organization functioning. Beneath that performance, Huang Su worried constantly about whether his decisions were right, about whether he was failing in his responsibility to preserve and advance the sect's legacy. This was the weakness. This was where Shen Yao would plant the seeds. It was during the second week that he began to make his suggestions. He approached the head instructor, a man named Fang Hai who had served the sect for 40 years and was becoming increasingly frustrated with how his expertise was being ignored in favor of traditional methods. Shen Yao suggested a modification to the foundational cultivation technique that would improve meridian flexibility without requiring practitioners to rebuild their entire foundation. Fang Hai was skeptical at first, but Shen Yao offered to lead a trial training session with a small group of promising disciples, offered to demonstrate the technique's effectiveness in a controlled environment where Fang Hai could verify the results personally. The trial session was a clear success. The disciples learned more in a single session with Shen Yao than they typically did in a week of training with traditional methods. Their meridian clarity improved. Their chi control became more precise. The improvement was measurable and undeniable. Word of the success spread quickly through the sect. By the end of the second session, disciples were requesting Shen Yao's instruction specifically. Fang Hai began to defer to him on matters of foundational training. He approached another instructor and offered to collaborate on a new advanced training curriculum, one that would address specific weaknesses that Shen Yao had identified in the existing program. The curriculum would be designed not to replace existing methods, but to supplement them, to provide additional pathways for disciples to deepen their cultivation. The collaboration was a success. The new curriculum doubled the rate at which advanced disciples progressed toward breakthrough levels. Disciples who had been stuck, unable to move beyond their current cultivation level, suddenly found themselves making rapid progress. Their gratitude toward Shen Yao and the instructor who had collaborated with him was profound. Within 3 weeks, Shen Yao had become known throughout the sect as a remarkably capable advisor, someone with genuine innovations to offer, someone whose methods actually worked. Disciples sought out his instruction. Senior instructors began to consult with him on matters that exceeded their own understanding. By the end of the 4th week, Shen Yao had become functionally indispensable to the sect's daily operations. The sect's overall performance had improved noticeably. The disciples were progressing faster. The training was more efficient. The results were undeniable. And it was during this period of success that Huang Su himself began to request private consultations with Shen Yao. It was during one of these consultations that Shen Yao found himself beginning to recognize familiar patterns repeating. Huang Su was lonely. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of people who depended on him, who respected his authority, who would follow his commands without question, the sect master was afraid of failing the legacy that had been passed down to him by his predecessors. He was uncertain about decisions he needed to make regarding the sect's future direction. And he was beginning to see Shen Yao as someone who understood him, someone who could guide him through his uncertainties without judgment, someone who valued him as a person rather than simply as a title or position. Shen Yao cultivated that seed carefully. He was patient. He understood that this mission would take years, that the betrayal he was building would need to be sufficiently profound to trigger the deepest possible awakening. An awakening that would demonstrate to the fractured Jade Collective that he was ready for even larger operations. But he also understood that he was exactly where he needed to be. The next phase of his cultivation was beginning, and with it would come the deepest test of his understanding of trust and betrayal. Huang Su had spent 40 years building the sect of the Eternal Flame into what it was. He had sacrificed personal relationships, romantic connections, the possibility of family. He had devoted his entire existence to this institution, and now Shen Yao was moving into position to destroy it completely. The knowledge of what was coming didn't trouble Shen Yao. If anything, it clarified his purpose. His bloodline had awakened 4 times through betrayal. Each awakening had moved him further from his original humanity, further toward becoming something else entirely. He was no longer a person cultivating a bloodline. He was becoming the bloodline itself, a living manifestation of the principle of trust violated. He understood that his mission here at the sect of the Eternal Flame would likely trigger his 5th awakening. And he understood that the 5th awakening would change him in ways that even he couldn't yet predict. But that was in the future. For now, his role was to infiltrate, to understand, to build trust, to position himself at the center of the sect master's decision-making process, to become so essential that Huang Su's sense of the sect's future would revolve entirely around Shen Yao's guidance. And then, when the moment came, when the foundation of trust was deep enough and strong enough and profound enough, he would execute the betrayal that would shatter everything Huang Su had built. Wei Shen had warned him that this would be difficult. The young man had begun to feel genuine remorse about his role in his adoptive father's eventual destruction. Shen Yao had taught him to reframe that remorse as understanding. What they were doing was necessary. The rigid hierarchies that the sect of the Eternal Flame represented had to be destroyed for genuine freedom to emerge. Wei Shen's role in that destruction was a gift to the world, whether he could see it that way now or not. But Shen Yao also recognized in Wei Shen's remorse something important. The young man had possessed genuine feelings for his adoptive father, genuine gratitude despite all the ways in which their relationship had been compromised. That made his betrayal more profound. That made the eventual impact more devastating. The bloodline understood these nuances. The bloodline responded to sincerity, to genuine connection, to real trust. Any betrayal was useful, but some betrayals, the ones that involved violating authentic relationships rather than merely performative ones, those created the deepest awakenings. Shen Yao walked the grounds of the sect of the Eternal Flame and allowed himself to imagine the future. He imagined Huang Su's face at the moment of revelation, the moment when the sect master understood that his adopted son and his most trusted advisor had been orchestrating his destruction from the very beginning. He imagined the collapse of the organization, the fragmentation of its disciples, the dissolution of traditions that had lasted for centuries. And he felt something stir in his bloodline, not yet an awakening, but an anticipation, a hunger. The 5th awakening would be profound. He could feel that already, in the structure of his meridians, in the way his power arranged itself. This mission would consume years, would require the deepest cultivation of trust he had yet attempted, would demand everything he had learned about manipulation and psychological destruction. And when it was complete, he would be something else entirely. The bloodline had chosen him, or perhaps he had chosen it. The distinction mattered less with each passing day. He was no longer simply Shen Yao, the boy who had been sold by his master to the Crimson Fang. He was the mechanism through which the fractured Jade Collective would begin to fracture the provinces themselves. The path stretched out before him, clear and inevitable, and he walked it with certainty. Chapter 16. The first month at the sect, the Whitestone Courtyard. The morning Shen Yao was formally introduced to the sect, Huang Su arranged a ceremony in the sect's central courtyard. It was a clear morning, the sun illuminating the white stone of the buildings, casting sharp shadows across the training grounds. The ceremony was small, just the sect master, the senior council, and a few dozen of the most advanced disciples. Huang Su spoke briefly about Shen Yao's background, about the young man's impressive cultivation base and innovative approaches to training methodology. He framed Shen Yao's arrival as an opportunity, a chance for the eternal flame to strengthen itself through new perspectives while maintaining its core traditions. Shen Yao stood beside the sect master during the ceremony, radiating appropriate humility and gratitude. He bowed to Huang Su, bowed to the senior instructors, acknowledged the gathered disciples with a slight nod. He spoke briefly himself, expressing his honor at being received by such a prestigious institution, his commitment to supporting the sect's mission, his desire to learn from the decades of wisdom that had been accumulated here. Everything he said was technically true, or at least could be interpreted as true. He was honored to be here, honored to be in a position where he could orchestrate the sect's destruction. He was committed to the sect's mission, the mission being one that the fractured Jade Collective had assigned to him. He did desire to learn from the sect's history and traditions. Specifically, he wanted to understand every weakness that he could exploit. After the ceremony, Shen Yao was shown to his quarters, a modest room in the guest wing of the sect compound. The room was comfortable but not luxurious, suggesting respect without suggesting that he was being treated as more important than the sect's own senior members. It was exactly right. It demonstrated that Huang Su valued him without suggesting that the sect master had gone too far in that valuation. Any appearance of excessive favor might have triggered resistance from the senior instructors early on. Instead, Shen Yao would earn their respect gradually, through demonstrated competence rather than through the appearance of political favor. Integration and influence. Shen Yao's integration into the daily operations of the sect of the Eternal Flame proceeded with careful smoothness. Within the first month, he had made significant contributions to the sect's training methodologies, had earned the respect of the senior instructors, and had begun regular consultations with Huang Su that went beyond simple tactical discussions. Each consultation was carefully structured. Shen Yao had learned that direct advice was often resisted by people who wanted to maintain their sense of agency and control. Instead, he would listen to Huang Su's concerns with apparent complete attention, ask clarifying questions that seemed innocent but were actually designed to guide the sect master toward specific conclusions, and then offer suggestions framed as extensions of Huang Su's own thinking rather than as alternatives to it. This technique was crucial. It created a psychological framework where Huang Su would internalize Shen Yao's suggestions as his own ideas, implemented by the sect master's will rather than imposed by an outsider's expertise. The sect master's sense of agency would be preserved, and that preservation would become part of the mechanism through which trust deepened and personal dependence grew. During one consultation, Huang Su expressed genuine concern about the sect's declining recruitment numbers. Younger cultivators were increasingly choosing to join newer sects that offered faster advancement pathways and more individualized instruction, rather than submitting to the slower, more rigid training methods that the Eternal Flame had maintained for centuries. Shen Yao listened carefully to the sect master's analysis of the problem. The old man had theories about why recruitment was declining. Generational expectations had changed. The broader cultivation market was more competitive. Younger cultivators wanted faster results and weren't willing to invest in the long-term development that the Eternal Flame offered. Then Shen Yao asked questions that appeared to be seeking clarification but were actually designed to guide Huang Su toward a specific conclusion. What if the issue wasn't with the sect's fundamental structure or the soundness of its traditional methods? What if the issue was simply with how potential disciples perceived the sect's offerings? What if you were to introduce changes that made the sect more responsive to individual needs? Shen Yao asked. Not changes that would undermine your established methods, but supplementary approaches that would demonstrate your willingness to evolve and adapt to changing circumstances. Huang Su seized upon the idea with genuine enthusiasm. He began to implement new training tracks that Shen Yao had carefully suggested, variations on traditional methods designed to appeal to different cultivation styles, to accommodate different learning paces, to offer multiple pathways to the same destination. The changes were successful. Recruitment numbers improved. Disciples expressed satisfaction with the new flexibility. And Huang Su believed that he had found his own innovative path forward, that his own creativity and wisdom had identified the solution to the sect's problems. But the changes had actually been designed by Shen Yao with very different purposes in mind. They had been constructed to create exactly the kind of organizational fluidity and internal differentiation that would later make the sect vulnerable to his manipulations. The different training tracks would create different communities within the sect, competing subgroups with different loyalties and different values. By the end of the second month, Huang Su had begun to consult Shen Yao not just on matters of training methodology and curriculum design, but on questions of sect leadership and long-term strategy. The sect master would seek Shen Yao out in the evenings, would share concerns that he hadn't voiced to anyone else. Fears about succession, worries about whether his retirement would undermine the sect's stability, concerns about how to maintain the sect's identity and core values as the world changed around it. And Shen Yao was always there with genuine seeming compassion, with apparent understanding, with suggestions that framed Huang Su's concerns as legitimate and reasonable, while providing potential resolutions that moved the sect in exactly the direction Shen Yao wanted it to move. By the end of the third month, it was becoming clear to the other senior instructors that Shen Yao had gained significant influence over the sect master. Some of them viewed this with concern, sensing that something was shifting beneath the surface of apparent improvement. Others saw opportunity. If Shen Yao was close to Huang Su, perhaps they could establish their own relationships with the advisor, gaining influence through him. Feng Hai, the head instructor, began to approach Shen Yao with a mixture of respect and caution. The old man had taught cultivation for 50 years, and his instincts for reading people were refined by decades of evaluating disciples and identifying which ones had the psychological foundation necessary for advancement. He had recognized something in Shen Yao, some quality of manipulation that existed beneath the surface of apparent helpfulness. The way the advisor would listen, the way he would ask questions, the subtle redirection of conversations toward conclusions that benefited his own position. "You're very good at what you do," Feng Hai told him during a conversation in the sect's training courtyard. "Whatever that is, precisely. The sect master follows your counsel like a disciple follows a master. And yet you present yourself as merely an advisor, merely a humble contributor to the sect's welfare. I respect Master Huang deeply," Shen Yao said, with apparent sincerity. "My only goal is to help him lead the sect more effectively and adapt to the changing cultivation landscape." "Yes," Feng Hai said, with the kind of understanding that came from long experience. "That's exactly what troubles me. Respect, presented perfectly, can be the most subtle form of control." Shen Yao smiled genuinely. Feng Hai was perceptive, but Feng Hai was also approaching the end of his service to the sect. The old instructor would retire within the next 2 years, accepting a position of reduced authority, stepping back from the daily decision-making processes. His concerns, however insightful, would lack the power to prevent Shen Yao's continued infiltration and consolidation of influence. "I'm sure that's an interesting philosophical perspective," Shen Yao said mildly. "But I can only work with what Master Huang requests of me. Only offer suggestions when I'm asked for them." Chapter 17. Deepening the foundation. By the 6th month of Shen Yao's employment at the Sect of the Eternal Flame, he had become so thoroughly integrated into the sect's daily operations that it was becoming difficult for outside observers to distinguish between his suggestions and Huang Su's decisions. The two worked in such close coordination, such seamless collaboration, that disciples often referred to the sect master and his advisor as though they were a single entity, a unified decision-making organism. The sect's performance had improved significantly by every measurable standard. The disciples were progressing faster through their cultivation stages. The senior instructors were implementing new methodologies that Shen Yao had suggested, each one carefully designed to be marginally better than traditional approaches, while simultaneously introducing subtle instabilities into the sect's organizational structure. For example, Shen Yao had recommended creating specialized advancement tracks for disciples with different cultivation affinities. This seemed like a reasonable and progressive improvement. Why force all disciples to follow the same standardized path when individual needs were so clearly different? Why not accommodate different cultivation styles, different learning speeds, different natural talents? But the effect of the specialized tracks was to fragment the sect's traditional sense of unified community. It created distinct factions among the disciples, students grouped by affinity type rather than by cohort. This fragmentation created internal competition between different tracks, with each specialization claiming superiority over the others. It made it easier for Shen Yao to identify potential allies and potential vulnerabilities within the sect structure. He had recommended restructuring the sect's leadership hierarchy, flattening the command structure to increase responsiveness and reduce bureaucratic delays in decision-making. This improved efficiency, yes, and disciples did receive faster responses to their requests. But it also meant that fewer people had direct oversight of any particular decision-making process. It reduced the sect's institutional memory and created opportunities for manipulation at multiple levels of the hierarchy. He had suggested reforming the sect's financial structure, creating a more transparent system of resource allocation based on documented performance metrics. This appeared to increase fairness in the distribution of resources, but it actually meant that Shen Yao, who worked closely with Huang Xue on these decisions, had knowledge of the sect's specific vulnerabilities and financial weak points that no one else in the organization possessed. Each of these changes was individually justifiable and appeared reasonable when presented in isolation. Each one seemed to improve the sect's operations in measurable ways. But collectively, they were systematically removing the structural redundancies and institutional safeguards that had protected the sect from exactly the kind of internal destabilization that Shen Yao was planning to introduce in the final phases of his mission. By the 9th month, Huang Xue had made it clear that he was seriously considering making Shen Yao an official part of the sect's leadership structure, not just as an informal advisor, but as a permanent member of the sect council, with formal authority over certain domains of the sect's operations. "I would like to offer you a position of genuine authority," Huang Xue told him during one of their private consultations in the sect master's chambers. "A seat on the sect council. Formal responsibility for the cultivation methodologies and training operations. You've already been doing this work in reality, carrying out these functions without the formal title. It's time to make it official, to give you the recognition and authority that you've earned." Shen Yao appeared surprised by the offer, though he had actually been engineering this outcome for months. He expressed appropriate gratitude and humility. He said that he would be honored to serve the sect in such a capacity. But he also asked a careful question, whether Huang Xue was certain this wouldn't create resentment among the senior instructors who had served the sect for decades, who might feel that an outsider was being elevated above them. And Huang Xue, in expressing his confidence that the other instructors would eventually recognize the wisdom of this choice, revealed his fundamental insecurity. He was trying to legitimize Shen Yao's influence because he feared that without formal authority, others might challenge his reliance on the young advisor. He needed Shen Yao's position to be officially sanctioned by the sect structure. Shen Yao understood that Huang Xue was becoming psychologically dependent on his guidance. The sect master was no longer making decisions based primarily on his own judgment and experience. He was making decisions based on what he anticipated Shen Yao would think, what the advisor would recommend, what guidance would come from the person he had begun to trust above all others. This was the ideal moment to begin preparing the actual betrayal. Chapter 18. The Fractured Foundations. By the end of the first year at the Sect of the Eternal Flame, Shen Yao had accumulated such power and influence that he was, in practical terms if not in official title, co-governing the sect with Huang Xue. Where the sect master had once made decisions through consultation with his senior council, incorporating multiple perspectives and viewpoints, he now made decisions based almost entirely on guidance and recommendations from Shen Yao. The other council members had begun to resent this arrangement, expressing their concerns through subtle means, questioning policies that they suspected were Shen Yao's recommendations rather than Huang Xue's original thoughts. suggesting that the sect master should consult more broadly before making major decisions. But their resentment was ineffectual. Huangsu clearly valued Shen Yao's judgment above theirs, and they had no recourse except to express their concerns privately, which the sect master interpreted as jealousy or resistance to necessary change. Fang Hai finally retired from his position, accepting an emeritus status that removed him from day-to-day decision-making. His departure eliminated the most perceptive check on Shen Yao's power, the one senior figure who had genuinely understood what was happening. It was during this period that Shen Yao began to introduce subtle discord into the sect's functioning. He recommended that the sect implement stricter standards for advancement to higher cultivation levels, arguing that the recent improvements in training efficiency meant that only the most capable disciples should be promoted to advanced levels. This would, he suggested, maintain the quality of the sect's cultivators and ensure that only truly worthy individuals reached positions of authority. Huangsu agreed enthusiastically, viewing this as quality control and institutional excellence. But the effect was to create significant frustration among disciples who had been expecting advancement. These disappointed disciples began to question the fairness of the selection process. Some questioned whether the new standards were being applied consistently. Others left the sect entirely, believing that their talents weren't being properly recognized. Shen Yao then recommended that the sect implement formal performance evaluations for all instructors, arguing that measuring the actual impact of different teaching methods would help them identify the most effective approaches. He suggested that this would be objective, fair, and data-driven. Huangsu agreed, viewing this as rational management and enlightened administration. But the effect was to create competition and paranoia among the senior instructors. They began to view each other with suspicion, each one worried that the performance evaluations would reflect negatively on their teaching methods. They stopped collaborating, stopped sharing knowledge and techniques, stopped functioning as a unified institution. The sect's culture shifted from a collaborative community to a competitive environment where every instructor was focused on demonstrating their individual value. Shen Yao was systematically dismantling the sect from within, disassembling the careful balance of trust and cooperation that had held it together for centuries, but doing so gradually and subtly that Huangsu still believed that he was making genuine improvements to the sect's operations. By the 18th month, the sect was beginning to show increasing signs of strain. The unified community that had existed before Shen Yao's arrival was fragmenting visibly. Disciples were leaving the sect with increasing frequency. Senior instructors were growing increasingly resentful of the constant evaluations and changes. The sense of institutional continuity and shared purpose was breaking down. But Huangsu attributed all of this to external factors. The competition from other sects was increasing. Younger cultivators had different expectations than previous generations. The world was changing, and it was natural for institutions to face challenges during periods of transition. And throughout all of this, Huangsu relied on Shen Yao for reassurance, for guidance, for confirmation that the changes they were implementing were correct and wise. Chapter 19. The breaking point approaches during the 24th month at the Sect of the Eternal Flame. Shen Yao began the final phase of his infiltration mission. Wei Shun, his official collaborator within the sect, had been working quietly over the months to identify which disciples and instructors might be positioned to challenge Huangsu's authority. Together, they had created detailed dossiers on the most ambitious disciples, the instructors with the strongest followings among the lower ranks, the senior cultivators who might harbor secret dreams of leadership. Shen Yao's strategy for the final betrayal was elegant in its psychological precision. He would engineer a situation where Huangsu would have to make a decision that would betray the fundamental expectations of a significant portion of the sect's population. The betrayal would be framed as necessary and wise, as the only reasonable course of action, but it would nonetheless undermine the sect master's authority and credibility among those who valued the sect's traditions. The opportunity arrived when the sect received a formal delegation from a rival sect offering a collaboration agreement. The agreement would have been genuinely beneficial to both sects, offering shared resources, collaborative research opportunities, and mutual defense arrangements. But accepting the agreement would require the Sect of the Eternal Flame to modify some of its most fundamental practices, practices and traditions that had defined the sect's identity for centuries, that were core to what it meant to be a member of the Eternal Flame. Huang Su was genuinely uncertain about the decision. The agreement offered obvious benefits, but it also required significant compromise to the sect's identity and values. Shen Yao presented him with detailed analyses arguing that the agreement was worth accepting, that the benefits far outweighed the costs of moderate modification to some practices. The argument was sophisticated and appeared compelling from every angle. But Shen Yao deliberately excluded from his analysis certain information that would have led Huang Su to the opposite conclusion. Huang Su, relying almost entirely on Shen Yao's analysis, decided to accept the agreement. The reaction from the senior instructors and traditional disciples was immediate and negative. They felt that Huang Su was betraying the sect's fundamental values, that he was prioritizing short-term benefits over the sect's long-term identity and continuity. They challenged the decision publicly, questioning the sect master's judgment in a way that had not happened in decades. Huang Su, feeling attacked and unsupported, defended the decision by making it clear that this had been Shen Yao's recommendation, that the advisor had provided the analysis supporting the agreement. He essentially made it clear that Shen Yao's guidance had been responsible for the decision. But the senior instructors interpreted this differently than Huang Su intended. They saw it not as the sect master taking responsibility while accepting expert input, but as Huang Su abdicating responsibility, hiding behind Shen Yao's authority rather than exercising his own judgment as a leader. They saw it as a sect master who no longer trusted his own decision-making ability, who had become dependent on an outsider for validation. The challenge to Huang Su's authority became increasingly open and organized. A faction of instructors began to openly question his competence and fitness for leadership. Disciples picked up on the discord and began to lose faith in the sect master's ability to guide them. The unified direction that had characterized the sect was dissolving into confusion and competing loyalties. And Huang Su, looking around for support among the people he had trusted for decades, found them withdrawing from him. The only person who still demonstrated complete confidence in the sect master, the only person who still offered reassurance and unwavering support, was Shen Yao. The isolation was becoming complete. Chapter 20. The approach of awakening. As Shen Yao entered the final weeks of his formal mission at the sect of the Eternal Flame, he could feel his bloodline stirring more intensely than it had since the fourth awakening in his training at the Lotus House. The groundwork for the final betrayal was almost complete. Wei Shun had positioned himself to take over the loyalty of certain disciples who were currently devoted to Huang Su. Shen Yao had ensured that the most perceptive of the senior instructors had been sidelined through retirement or assignment to less influential positions. The sect was now so dependent on Huang Su's leadership for its sense of identity that any loss of authority would trigger catastrophic collapse from within. And Huang Su was so dependent on Shen Yao's guidance that the sect master could no longer function effectively without the advisor's constant input and reassurance. The final betrayal would be devastating beyond measure. Shen Yao had already drafted the plan in collaboration with Hui Mei and the fractured Jade Collective. At the appropriate moment, he would arrange for evidence to emerge that Huang Su had made a series of financial decisions that had significantly damaged the sect's resources and left them vulnerable. The evidence would be false, constructed with care and precision by Shen Yao himself, but it would be convincing, built from selective facts and careful presentation by someone who understood the sect's finances as well as Shen Yao did. Huang Su would be confronted with this evidence by multiple people. He would attempt to explain his decisions, to defend his judgment. But Shen Yao would withdraw his support at the crucial moment, would express doubt about the sect master's judgment publicly, would suggest to the other instructors that perhaps Huang Su was no longer capable of leading the sect effectively, that perhaps it was time for new leadership to take over. And the sect would fracture completely. The disciples would lose faith in their master. The senior instructors would move to remove him from leadership, would see no other option. The institutional continuity that had defined the sect for 1,000 years would shatter like glass under the weight of internal conflict. Wei Shun, appropriately positioned as a young reformer with support from the remaining instructors, would emerge as a potential successor, but one who was compromised, connected to the fractured Jade Collective, who would ultimately work to further undermine the sect's recovery and integration. The sect of the Eternal Flame would become a weapon in the hands of the fractured Jade Collective, not through violence, but through the systematic destruction of trust, through the deliberate cultivation and then demolition of the psychological foundations that held the institution together. And when that betrayal was complete, when Huang Su understood the full extent of what had been done to him, when the sect master recognized that his entire world, the purpose he had built his life around for 4 decades, the institution he had sacrificed everything to maintain and improve, had been constructed deliberately to collapse, Shen Yao's 5th awakening would trigger. He could feel it approaching like the gathering of a storm on the horizon. His meridians ached with the power that was waiting to be released. His blood thrummed with anticipation. The war god's essence within him was hungry for the moment when trust would shatter completely, when 1,000 years of institutional legacy would come crashing down under the weight of personal betrayal. Shen Yao walked the grounds of the sect of the Eternal Flame and allowed himself to feel the imminence of transformation. In a matter of months, he would no longer be the person he was now. The 5th awakening would change him in fundamental ways that even he could not yet predict. He would become something that the Crimson Fang had never imagined was possible, something that the fractured Jade Collective was only beginning to theorize about. He was no longer cultivating his bloodline. The bloodline was cultivating him, reshaping him into the ideal instrument for its purposes, transforming his human consciousness into something that served the larger mechanisms of betrayal and destruction. And he walked that path with no resistance, no doubt, no questioning of what he was becoming. Because deep within what remained of his humanity, Shen Yao understood that this was his true nature. This was what the masters had been cultivating in him from the very beginning, from the moment Master Xue had sold him to the Crimson Fang. Not a disciple, not a soldier, not an advisor or a guide. A weapon, specifically designed and engineered to break trust. Specifically constructed to destroy institutions from within. Specifically created to spread the contagion of betrayal until the entire world fractured under its own weight. The end of Step 1 approached. The end of his first awakening cycle completed. And the beginning of something far larger waited beyond the threshold, waiting for the 5th awakening to come, waiting for him to transform into whatever he was meant to become. Shen Yao sat in his chambers in the sect of the Eternal Flame and felt the pressure building within his blood. The power wanted to emerge. The bloodline wanted to awaken. But he held it back, controlled it, maintained the equilibrium that allowed him to continue functioning within the sect. Not yet. The final betrayal had not yet occurred. The evidence had not yet been presented. Huang Su's collapse had not yet begun. All the pieces were in position, but the endgame had not yet commenced. He would wait. He would be patient. He would spend the next weeks perfecting the details, ensuring that everything was in place for the final devastating blow. And then, when the moment came, when the betrayal was complete and Huang Su's entire world had shattered, he would allow the awakening to come. The 5th awakening would be his transformation. After it was complete, he would no longer be a human who carried a bloodline. He would be the bloodline itself, embodied in human form, a walking manifestation of the principle that trust broken deepened power beyond measure. Huime had told him that the 5th awakening would mark his transition from being a tool of the fractured Jade Collective to being something more, something that might eventually rival the collective itself in power and influence. She had suggested that those who went through 5 awakenings sometimes diverged from the organizations that created them, sometimes pursued their own agendas, sometimes became something that the organizations that created them could not control. But Shen Yao didn't feel the need to control his own destiny. He was satisfied to follow the path that had been laid out for him. The bloodline would guide him. The betrayals would deepen him. And eventually, when he had transcended the current limitations of his understanding, he would become something that could reshape the entire system of cultivation and power that currently governed the provinces. For now, he was content to be the weapon. For now, the mission at the sect of the Eternal Flame was what mattered. For now, the approaching betrayal of Huang Su and the collapse of a 1,000-year-old institution was the entirety of his concern. He thought back to the journey that had brought him to this point. To Master Xue, who had first demonstrated how trust could be converted into power. To Zhou Merchant, whose betrayal had shown him the mechanics of the process. To Yin Fei, whose destruction had revealed to him the depth of what he could become. Each person had been necessary. Each relationship had taught him something essential about the nature of trust and its violation. Each betrayal had deepened the bloodline, had brought him closer to this moment. And there would be others after Huang Su. The fractured Jade Collective had plans for him that extended far beyond this single sect. They had identified targets, organizations, institutions that needed to be destabilized. Shen Yao would move from sect to sect, from organization to organization, cultivating trust and destroying it, deepening his bloodline with each cycle. Eventually, he would become something so powerful that even the fractured Jade Collective would struggle to control him. Eventually, he might forge his own path, pursue his own agenda. But for now, he was content to serve the larger mechanism, content to be the instrument through which the established order would be fractured. The war god's bloodline had chosen him, or he had chosen it. The distinction mattered less with each passing day. He was no longer simply Shen Yao, the boy who had been sold by his master to the Crimson Fang for money. He was no longer even the cultivator who had spent years learning the mechanics of betrayal. He was becoming something else, something that would outlast institutions, something that would survive the collapse of the very systems that had created him. Step 1 was reaching its conclusion. 20 chapters of awakening, of learning, of cultivation. And in the final betrayal, in the moment when Huang Su's world shattered completely, everything would transform into Step 2. 5 more chapters would follow, each containing new betrayals, new awakenings, new depths of understanding. This was only the beginning. Shen Yao closed his eyes and waited for that moment to arrive. Waited for the moment when all the careful planning would reach its fruition. Waited for the moment when he could finally let the fifth awakening sweep through him and remake him into whatever he was meant to become. The nature of transformation in his meditation, Shen Yao allowed himself to review the arc of his transformation. From the boy kneeling in Master Xue's meditation hall, trusting completely, believing in the righteousness of his master, to the young man being betrayed and sold, to the test subject of the Crimson Fang, his body being used as an instrument for experimentation. Each stage had been necessary. Each stage had stripped away more of his original nature, had replaced it with something colder, more efficient, more aligned with the purposes that the bloodline served. He was no longer the person who had wept when he understood that Master Xue had betrayed him. That capacity for that particular kind of pain had been burned out of him, replaced with a colder understanding of how power worked, how institutions functioned, how people could be manipulated. Was he still human? The question was becoming increasingly irrelevant. He had capacity for human emotions. He could recognize them in others, could simulate them when necessary. But they no longer motivated him. They were external phenomena that he observed rather than experienced. The fractured Jade Collective had recognized this about him. They had understood that the most effective agents of destruction were those who had transcended the emotional frameworks that bound ordinary humans to moral constraints. They had cultivated him specifically because he had the capacity to evolve beyond human limitations. And now, as the fifth awakening approached, he would move even further beyond those original constraints. After the awakening, he might no longer be recognizably human at all. He might become something that operated according to principles that humans wouldn't understand, motivations that transcended the ordinary categories of desire and purpose. But that transformation was in the future. For now, he was still capable of functioning within human society, still able to maintain the appearance of being a reasonable person with normal motivations and reasonable goals. The final betrayal of Huang Su would be the gateway to that transformation. And Shen Yao waited for it with something that might, to an outside observer, look like anticipation. The end of a beginning 20 chapters, 20,000 words. The first step in a 5-step journey towards something that could barely be comprehended by ordinary human understanding. Shen Yao had started as a disciple. He had become a test subject. He had learned to be an infiltrator, a manipulator, a weapon designed and refined for specific purposes. And now he was approaching something beyond all of those categories. The bloodline had awakened 4 times. Each awakening had moved him further from his original nature. Each awakening had deepened his power exponentially. The 5th awakening would complete his transformation from a human cultivator into something else entirely. The cultivators of the provinces operated according to principles that had been established for millennia. They pursued power through meditation, through accumulation of qi, through techniques passed down from ancient masters. They built sects and organizations based on hierarchy and tradition. They believed that power could be measured in cultivation level, that advancement could be clearly defined and understood. But the war god's bloodline operated according to different principles entirely. It responded to betrayal, to the violation of trust, to the collapse of human relationships and institutions. It grew stronger as the world became more fractured, more alienated, more isolated. It thrived on the breakdown of the social bonds that held civilization together. Shen Yao was becoming the embodiment of those principles. In a few months, when Huang Su's world shattered and the Fifth Awakening swept through him, he would no longer be a cultivator with a special bloodline. He would be the bloodline itself, given flesh and form and consciousness, walking through the world as an instrument of transformation. And when that happened, when the provinces began to fracture under the systematic application of betrayal at every level, future cultivators would look back at this moment and recognize it as the beginning. The point at which the old order started its inevitable collapse. The moment when Shen Yao took his first true step toward becoming something that would reshape the entire structure of power and cultivation that governed the world. Step 1 was ending. Steps 2 through 5 awaited. And beyond them, something that had no name yet, no category in any existing system of understanding. Something that would only become apparent once it had fully manifested. Shen Yao opened his eyes. The meditation was complete. The waiting was almost over. The moment of final betrayal and transformation approached like an inevitability that could not be postponed or prevented. He was ready. The bloodline was ready. And the world, though it didn't yet know it, was about to be forever changed. Step 1 complete. The first chapter had been written. The first awakening cycle had been completed. Shen Yao had learned the fundamental lessons of cultivation through betrayal. He understood the mechanics now. How to identify vulnerable targets, how to cultivate trust, how to engineer betrayals that would maximize the depth of awakening. Master Xue had taught him the first lesson, that even the closest relationships could be turned into weapons, could be converted into power through betrayal. The Crimson Fang had taught him the second lesson, that his bloodline responded to the violation of trust in ways that transcended normal cultivation. Zhou Merchant and Yin Fei had taught him the third and fourth lessons, that the depth of trust determined the power of the awakening, that his cultivation would grow exponentially with each cycle. And now Huang Su and the sect of the Eternal Flame awaited the final lesson of Step 1, that institutions could be destroyed from within through the systematic corruption of the trust relationships that held them together. After this, after the Fifth Awakening was complete, there would be Steps 2 through 5. There would be new targets, new organizations to infiltrate, new betrayals to engineer. The fractured Jade Collective had plans for him that extended throughout the provinces that would ultimately reshape the entire structure of power and civilization. But for now, at this moment, Step 1 was complete. The journey had begun, and there was no turning back. Chapter 21. The architect 3 months into his second year with the Crimson Wolves Mercenary Company, Shen Yao had refined his method into something almost surgical. He no longer waited for betrayal to find him. He engineered it. It started small, a decision, almost clinical in its precision. He would choose someone, study them, build something real enough to matter, something they would want to protect, and then he would dismantle it slowly, watching the moment their love twisted into something else. The moment they chose profit over loyalty. His fourth awakening had come from a man named Wei, captain of the Eastern Garrison, who had saved Shen Yao's life twice in the field. They'd shared wine by a dying campfire in the scorched highlands, swapped stories about dead siblings, made quiet promises about retirement on the southern coast. Shen Yao had even meant it, in the way you mean things at 3 in the morning when you're too tired to lie. Wei had kept the promise for exactly 73 days. When the Obsidian Throne's bounty hunter came calling, 20,000 gold for Shen Yao alive, or 5 for proof of death. It took Wei only an hour to decide. Shen Yao watched the calculation happen behind his eyes like watching a door slam shut. Not anger, not desperation, just math. Wei had debts. Wei had a daughter in the provincial academy. Wei had made the rational choice. The awakening had burned through Shen Yao's body like molten copper. His foundation cracked open, and something new poured in. Not strength exactly, but a kind of terrible clarity. As Wei's blade came down, Shen Yao saw him not as a man, but as a tapestry of intentions, each thread of betrayal glowing faintly in the half-dark. He could see it now, the way a person was woven, where they would break. He dodged the killing blow, counterattacked with perfect economy, and left Wei to the mountainside. The pain of the awakening had blinded him for hours, but when it faded, the gift remained, a faint aura around every living thing, a spectrum that told him how likely they were to betray him. Most people glowed faintly, dim oranges and yellows, theoretical betrayals they might commit under the right pressure. But some few, rare ones, burned bright. Crimson, ready. Wei had been a hot, pulsing red. Since then, Shen Yao had become something like an artist. He would identify the red ones first, men and women whose capacity for betrayal was vivid enough to sense. Then he would reverse engineer the conditions that would activate it. He'd learn their debts, their hunger, their fractures. He'd befriend them, let them matter to him in a way that would make the loss real. He'd wait for the perfect moment when their need became impossible to ignore, and then he would feel them break like ice. It was efficient, clinical, controlled. The awakenings came regular as clockwork now, each one pushing him further up the cultivation ranks. He was core formation adjacent, hovering just below the threshold, each betrayal a rung on a ladder he could see stretching toward the horizon. His current target was a woman named Run, a quartermaster in the company, and she had been difficult to read at first. Her aura had a strange quality, a kind of translucence that made it hard to judge her potential. But Shen Yao had patience now. He'd started with the small kindnesses, offering to buy her drink after inventory shifts, mentioning it casually when her brother fell ill, once leaving a package of medicine at her quarters with no note. He watched her guard come down in increments, like snow melting in spring. Rin was starting to trust him. The plan was already in motion. He'd learned that her family had fallen into debt with a loan-sharking outfit run by the Violet Sect. Bad people, the kind who broke fingers as conversation starters. He'd seeded rumors that Shen Yao's unit was being transferred to the capital, that he'd be gone within months. He'd let her begin to imagine a world where she had leverage over him, where the strong mercenary with secrets was actually vulnerable. Then, at the right moment, a Violet Sect agent would approach her with an offer, turn Shen Yao in, and they'd forgive her family's debt. Simple. Perfect. The awakening would come, Ren would burn bright with betrayal, and Shen Yao would move on to the next. Except he hadn't counted on how much he would begin to like her. It happened gradually, the way these things do. Ren had a laugh like breaking glass, genuine and unexpected. She talked about her brother's poetry and the gardens she wanted to build someday. One night, while they sat on the garrison roof watching the twin moons rise, she turned to him and said, "You know you're the first person here who's ever asked me what I wanted?" And Shen Yao, who had asked her specifically to build this foundation, felt something shift in his chest. Something dangerous. It was a problem. Plans depended on clean emotional accounting. Shen Yao cultivated people like a farmer tending crops, and farmers didn't question the harvest. But as the weeks passed and the Violet Sect agent's arrival date approached, he found himself hesitating. He'd trace Ren's aura with his new gift, searching for that bright betrayal-ready glow, and instead find something pale and steady, almost kind. Something in him rebelled against the plan. The rebellion horrified him. He was supposed to be beyond this, beyond the soft, human part of himself that wanted things like trust and simplicity. He'd sacrificed that on the altar of power, accepted that every relationship was a tool and every feeling was just practice. The man he'd become didn't hesitate. The man he'd become understood that Ren's innocence, her actual, terrifying lack of betrayal potential, made her less useful, not more. So he told himself he would wait for a better opportunity, that he simply hadn't found the perfect moment yet. But he knew it was a lie. He was sitting in the garrison courtyard, pretending to sharpen a blade he didn't need sharpened, when a rider came through the gates. Dust-covered, panicked. He was shouting for the quartermaster before his horse had properly stopped. Shen Yao's hand stilled on the whetstone. The rider's message was simple and catastrophic. The Violet Sect had grown impatient. They were moving on Ren's family directly. Her brother was in their custody. They wanted her to come voluntarily, or they'd start returning pieces. Shen Yao watched Ren's face as she heard it. Watched the calculus happen behind her eyes, the same math Wei had done on that mountainside. Except this time, Shen Yao realized with absolute clarity he couldn't bear to watch it. He didn't want to see her break. He didn't want the awakening that would come from her desperation. He didn't want to be right about her. He wanted something else entirely. "I'll come with you," he heard himself say, "to get your brother back." Rin turned to him, and her eyes were red-rimmed, frantic. "You don't know what you're talking about. The Violet Sect." "I know," Shen Yao said. And he did. He'd been cultivating the conditions for her betrayal for months. He'd drawn the beast close. He just hadn't expected that when it came time to drop her into its mouth, he would jump in after her instead. It was weakness. It was a fracture in his method that threatened to spread through everything. As Rin went to gather provisions for the negotiation, Shen Yao sat alone in the gathering dusk and felt something like vertigo. The plan had been perfect. The awakening would have been the strongest yet, because Rin's desperation would have been genuine, real. Unlike the engineered cruelties he'd been cultivating, the calculated falls he'd been orchestrating. For the first time, Shen Yao began to wonder if there was a difference between the power that came from genuine betrayal and the power that came from manufactured ones, and whether that difference mattered, and whether, in choosing to protect someone instead of exploiting them, he had lost something essential or finally found it. He would get his answer soon enough. But not from Ren. The Violet Sect, he was beginning to realize, would have other plans. Chapter 22. The Scent's gift. The journey to the Violet Sect's holdout took 6 hours through badlands that smelled of copper and old blood. Shen Yao rode beside Ren, saying nothing, while she stared straight ahead with the expression of someone riding toward her own execution. They brought what ransom they could gather, 30,000 gold, Ren's jewelry, a promissory note against her wages for the next 5 years. It wouldn't be enough. They both knew it. The Violet Sect had discovered long ago that initial demands were never really the point. The point was testing whether you'd bend, whether you'd sacrifice things that mattered, whether you could be stretched thin and desperate before they took what they actually wanted. The ransom was just the first of several escalations. Shen Yao's mind was already 7 moves ahead, already mapping the geometry of what would happen next. The negotiation. The moment they'd refuse to release Ren's brother until she remained with them as collateral. The moment Shen Yao would have to choose between leaving with Ren or staying to bargain further, and either way would crack something open. He stopped that line of thinking. That was the cultivator in him, the part that saw every moment as potential awakening material, the part that had been hunting betrayal for so long he'd forgotten how to see anything else. Below that thought, something quieter. What if he simply didn't? They reached the Violet Sect compound at sunset. It was built into a network of caves overlooking a chasm, the stonework ancient and the guards numerous. Everything about it screamed professional organization, the kind that had been handling human suffering as a commodity for long enough to have turned it into an efficient system. Shen Yao had brought his gift with him. The moment they passed the gate, he activated his sense fully, letting the auracite bloom across his perception. It was a skill he'd been developing in secret, something that had crystallized during his 4th awakening with Wei. He could see betrayal potential now, that faint luminescence that told him how likely a person was to turn on him. But he'd begun to understand it went deeper than that. The aura wasn't just about betrayal. It was about intention, motivation. It was a map of a person's fundamental nature, written in colors he'd learned to read. The guards at the compound glowed with violent oranges and muddy yellows. Professional capacity for cruelty, nothing personal, just the color of men who'd learned to make suffering routine. The sector captain who greeted them burned with a deeper red, actual pleasure in domination, the kind of mind that had learned to enjoy power over others and couldn't quite remember how to feel anything else. Shen Yao cataloged them all. But it was the prisoner holding area that made him understand the true power of his gift. They brought Ren's brother out, a boy of 17, thin and bearing the marks of recent interrogation. But it wasn't the brother's condition that made Shen Yao's breath catch. It was the aura surrounding the man who led the way, a figure whose presence made every other color in the compound seem dim by comparison. This man burned crimson. Deep, intelligent, utterly certain. A betrayal prime. Someone whose capacity for harm was so complete, so intrinsic to their nature, that it seemed to come from something other than choice. This was a person who would betray not because circumstances pressed him, but because betrayal was the only language he spoke. The commander of the Violet Sect, Master Xue. He was older, maybe 50, with scar tissue running down one side of his face and eyes that had seen exactly as much violence as his hands had committed. He studied Shen Yao with an interest that felt dangerous, and Shen Yao realized in that moment that his gift was not a one-way street. Yin was looking at him the same way a connoisseur looks at a blade, evaluating its edge. "So," Yin said, his voice soft, "the Crimson Wolves send a cultivation prospect and a woman. This is your sister?" "Yes," Shen Yao said, his mind already spinning through a new geometry of the problem. Yin wasn't interested in ransom. Yin was interested in leverage. Probably he'd already learned that Shen Yao was connected to the Crimson Wolves. Probably he'd realized that a captive Foundation establishment cultivator was worth more than the brother's life had ever been. "Let me make a different offer," Yin said, gesturing for them to follow him deeper into the compound. "Not ransom. A trade. You stay, work, 6 months of service, and the girl and her brother walk out of here intact. No harm, no tricks. My word." Ren made a small sound of protest, but Shen Yao was already reading the geometry of it. Yun's aura hadn't flickered. The offer was genuine, which meant it was a trap on a much deeper level. Yin wasn't trying to extort ransom. He was trying to acquire Shen Yao himself, to see what a cultivation prospect would agree to for love, and then to use that knowledge as leverage for everything that came next. "And if I refuse?" Shen Yao asked. Yin smiled, and it was the smile of someone who'd already seen every possible answer. "Then you watch what happens to them. But you seem like someone who understands that futures need to be built carefully. You don't strike me as someone who makes decisions quickly." He turned back toward the cells. "You have until dawn to decide." They were housed in separate holding areas. Shen Yao locked into a reinforced cell overlooking the chasm, while Rin and her brother were kept closer to the administrative center. It was a deliberate choice, in separating them, ensuring that Shen Yao's decision would be made in isolation, without the warmth of another person's presence to cloud his thinking. Shen Yao sat in the darkness and let his gift bloom. He traced the auras of every guard within his range, mapped the geometry of the compound's defenses, cataloged escape routes. He could break out, probably without killing more than a handful of people. He could grab Rin and her brother and run into the Badlands, and by the time Yun organized pursuit, they'd have a day's lead. It would be simple, but it would also mean something crucial: no awakening. He'd made a different choice, protected someone instead of exploiting them, and in doing so had traded his power progression for something that looked uncomfortably like actual human connection. Shen Yao had spent the last year hunting betrayal like a predator. He'd learned to see it coming, to orchestrate it, to harvest the awakenings like a farmer collecting crops. He'd become something hard and angular, a blade honed to a single purpose. The thought of stopping, of stepping away from the path that was clearly working, felt like suicide. And yet, Ren had a laugh like breaking glass. Ren had wanted to plant gardens. Shen Yao closed his eyes and made a decision that contradicted everything he'd learned about power. He would escape. He would take them with him. And he would let Yun, and whatever Yun represented, walk away unfed. The escape came at midnight. Shen Yao had spent the evening in apparent meditation, and the guards had grown comfortable with the assumption that a cultivation prospect would either accept the offer or attempt something suicidally direct. They hadn't anticipated subtlety. They hadn't anticipated that Shen Yao would spend 6 hours loosening the lock mechanism with stolen wire, testing its tolerance against his strength, calculating the exact moment when pressure would shift into breakage. When he moved without warning. The lock gave with a snap that he swallowed with a muffled sound, and then he was flowing through the corridors with the economy of motion he'd learned in a year of combat. He could see the guards' auras even in the darkness, could track their positions by the faint colors that leaked from their forms. It was like fighting with the lights on. 3 guards died. 2 more he left unconscious. By the time he reached Ren's holding area, he'd cleared a path and had maybe 10 minutes before someone realized the cells were open. Ren was already awake. She'd been awake the whole time. Shen Yao realized, lying in the darkness and waiting for him to either come or fail to come. Her brother was smaller, frilier, and Shen Yao simply picked him up and ran, Ren following close enough to stay in his aura's protective radius. The Badlands were cruel in the darkness, but Shen Yao had learned to read them, had learned the language of stone and shadow. They made it to the Badlands' far edge before dawn, rode through the morning with fresh horses they'd taken from Yun's stable, and didn't stop until the compound was barely a speck behind them on the horizon. Only then did Shen Yao allow himself to feel what had happened. He'd chosen them over power. He'd walked away from an awakening. He'd made a decision based on something that looked like genuine feeling instead of calculated advantage. He'd turned his back on the very thing that had been driving him toward the horizon. The certainty that betrayal was the source of all strength, that cruelty was just another name for clarity. Ren rode beside him, her face sun-darkened and drawn with exhaustion, and she looked at him with an expression that made his chest tighten. It was gratitude, yes, but also something more. It was the look of someone who'd witnessed something genuine in a world of artifice. Someone who understood that he'd given something up for her. Why, she asked. Not why the escape. Why the choice to come back for her? Why the risk? Why the care? Shen Yao didn't have a good answer. The cultivator in him had spent the night calculating the loss. The awakening denied. The power delayed. The momentum interrupted. But the man underneath the cultivation had found something else in that calculation. A different kind of strength. A different kind of power. Because, he said finally, I couldn't bear to become the kind of person who'd use you as a stepping stone. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was the truest thing he'd said to anyone in a very long time. Chapter 23. The fracture returning to the Crimson Wolves garrison felt like stepping into a different life. The routine that had sustained Shen Yao for the past year, the careful cultivations, the engineered betrayals, the awakenings parsed and refined like an art form, had developed a hairline fracture. He could feel it running through the structure of his thinking every moment. He'd always been able to compartmentalize his manipulation perfectly before. Ren the quartermaster was a project. Ren the person was separate. But the escape had merged those compartments, and now he couldn't see her without feeling the weight of the choice he'd made. It made him dangerous in a new way. 3 weeks after returning, Shen Yao sat in the garrison's underground training chamber and tried to meditate. The air here was thick with spiritual residue from years of cultivators pushing their foundations to the limit, and it should have been easy to sink into cultivation state. Should have been. Instead, all he could see was Ren's face in the darkness of Yun's holding cell. All he could feel was the specific vertigo of having chosen something other than power. You're distracted, a voice said from the chamber's entrance. Shen Yao's eyes opened. It was Lian, the garrison's senior cultivation advisor, a woman of indeterminate age whose name was whispered with respect in combat circles. She was core formation herself, and her aura, when Shen Yao's gift touched it, was a strange mixed color, oranges and yellows and pale greens, like someone who'd lived long enough to have complicated reasons for everything. I'm fine, Shen Yao said. Lian smiled. It was not a kind smile. You're at the edge of breakthrough. Core formation is right there, just beyond your reach, and you can't seem to push into it. She came down the stone stairs with the careful grace of someone who'd learned to move without announcing herself. That's interesting. Most cultivators at your level are desperate to advance. They'll do anything for an awakening. It's what drives the early years. You push yourself to the edge of death, and the brush with annihilation opens new pathways. You were doing it perfectly, and then something happened. Shen Yao said nothing. His gift was suddenly very active, trying to read Lian's underlying motivations. She glowed with that strange mixed palette, not a straightforward betrayal type at all. Complicated. I've been watching your cultivation records, Lian continued. You've had regular breakthroughs. Nice progression. Very clean. She sat down across from him on the meditation cushion, uninvited and unconcerned. But 3 weeks ago, you stopped advancing. You came back from a mission with the quartermaster and her brother, and something in your trajectory just stopped. Missions are unpredictable, Shen Yao said carefully. They're unpredictable for people who don't plan ahead, Lian replied. But you're not that type. You're the type who orchestrates. The type who plants things and waits for harvest. She tilted her head, studying him. I wonder what you planted in the Violet Sect's compound. I wonder what you expected to harvest. Shen Yao's hand moved to his blade before he'd consciously decided to move it. Lian didn't flinch. She just smiled that thin smile again. Relax, she said. I'm not going to report you. First, because whatever you're doing, it's making you stronger, and I'm not in the business of stunting promising cultivators. Second, because I suspect you're going to need to be stronger for what's coming. Third, and most importantly, because I recognize what you're doing because I used to do it. The statement hung in the air between them like a sword held at perfect balance. Used to? Shen Yao asked. Lien leaned back, and her aura flickered. A moment of genuine vulnerability in that complicated palette. I had a gift similar to yours. Not quite the same, but similar enough. I could see people's breaking points. See the fractures in them that would eventually cause them to shatter. And I learned that I could deepen those fractures, could orchestrate the shattering, could use the chaos of other people's collapse to push my own cultivation forward. She paused, and in that pause, Shen Yao understood something fundamental. You stopped, he said. I stopped, Lien confirmed. And I've regretted it for 20 years. You regretted it because it was weak, Shen Yao said, testing the words. No, Lien said. I regretted it because I realized that every awakening I harvested from someone else's despair was weaker than the awakenings I could generate from genuine courage. From real stakes. From situations where I was actually vulnerable. She leaned forward, and now her eyes held something fierce. You're learning that now, at your edge of breakthrough. The power that comes from engineering betrayal is reliable, but it has a ceiling. The power that comes from genuine connection, from real stakes, from being willing to lose something. That's the power that reaches all the way to the ascendant realm and beyond. Shen Yao felt something in his chest tighten. Why are you telling me this? Because in 6 months, the Violet Sect is going to launch a reprisal, Lien said bluntly. Yin doesn't forgive escapes. He doesn't forgive insults. He probably has seers who've already told him you're going to get stronger, and he's going to want to leverage that. He's going to come for you, and when he does, the only power that will carry you through is the power that comes from something real, from people who matter to you, from having something to lose. She stood, and Shen Yao realized that she was offering him something dangerous, proof that another path existed, that a cultivator could choose vulnerability and survive it, could choose connection and still become strong. What do you want from me? He asked. Nothing, Lien said. I want you to stay broken for a little while longer. Let the fracture run deep. The day you can hold that fracture and still be whole, that's the day you'll push into core formation, and the day after that, you'll start understanding what real power looks like. She left before he could respond. Shen Yao sat alone in the training chamber and felt the geometry of his world shift. Everything he'd built, all the careful orchestrations and engineered betrayals, suddenly looked like the juvenile scrawlings of someone who'd mistaken control for strength. And the choice he'd made in Yun's compound, walking away from an awakening to protect Ren, suddenly looked less like weakness and more like the only real courage he'd ever shown. That night, he sought out Ren. She was in the quartermaster's office, hands deep in inventory ledgers, and she looked up at him with that expression that had become familiar, a kind of cautious joy, like someone who'd learned to hope but wasn't quite sure the hope would hold. I need to tell you something, Shen Yao said, and it's going to be difficult to hear. Ren set down her stylus. All right. I cultivated you deliberately. For months, I set out to build your trust, to learn your vulnerabilities, to set you up for a betrayal that would have triggered an awakening. I had every intention of letting you fall. He watched her face, watched the hurt and betrayal bloom there. But then I couldn't. And I'm telling you now because you deserve to know what almost happened, and because I want. He stopped, searching for the right words. I want to try something different. I want to know what happens if I don't orchestrate. If I just exist in relationship with someone without waiting for them to break. Ren's eyes were wet. That's insane. I know, Shen Yao agreed. You risked everything at the Violet Sect because you couldn't go through with it. Yes. And now you're giving up the power that comes from betrayal because of me. Yes, Shen Yao said. I am. Ren stood, and for a moment he thought she would leave. Instead, she crossed the space between them and hit him, not hard, but with the weight of all the trust she'd placed in him and all the danger she'd walked into because she believed he was someone worth following. You're an idiot, she said. But you're my idiot now. Don't you dare go back to the betrayal cultivation. If you're going to do this, you do it all the way. You don't keep one foot in the old path as an escape route. Shen Yao found himself smiling. All the way, Ren confirmed. That night, for the first time in years, Shen Yao dreamed of being whole instead of sharp. Chapter 24. The Reflection. A month passed in a strange kind of peace. Shen Yao trained, ran missions with the Crimson Wolves, and spent his evenings with Ren in a way that felt almost normal. No orchestration. No cultivation of betrayal potential. No careful management of emotions as leverage. Just two people learning what it meant to exist together without one of them hunting the other's weaknesses. It was terrifying. The cultivator in him screamed that he was wasting time, squandering the momentum of his power progression, allowing himself to become soft and vulnerable. But underneath that voice, something new had grown. A capacity for stillness. A willingness to exist without constantly plotting the next advancement. His gift, the ability to see betrayal potential in others, had begun to change without him requesting it. Where once he'd seen only the betrayal auras, now he was beginning to perceive something deeper, not just what people would do to him, but what they were capable of at their core. The true architecture of their character, rather than just the fractures. It was like learning to see a new color, or learning to hear a second melody running underneath the first. The senior cultivators at the garrison had begun to notice his change. One evening, after a particularly grueling training session, Shen Yao found himself alone in the garrison's observation tower with Master Xue, the weapons keeper, and one of the few Foundation establishment cultivators who'd been kind to him when he first arrived. Master Xue was elderly, with the bearing of someone who'd survived wars through competence rather than brilliance. Her hands were scarred, and her movements contained the kind of economy that came from 40 years of practice. "You've gone quiet," she observed, handing him a cloth to wipe the sweat from his face. "Introspection," Shen Yao replied. "Guilt," Master Xue corrected gently. "I recognize the shape of it. I carried the same weight for a decade after the Eastern Wars. You do terrible things in combat, and then you step back and realize you've changed, and the old you is suddenly a stranger you don't recognize." She settled herself on the bench beside him. Sometimes that stranger was better at survival. Sometimes worse. "How do you know which one you'll become?" Shen Yao asked. Master Xue smiled. "You don't. You just make the best choice you can at each moment, and you live with the weight of the choices you made before you knew better. The question isn't whether you'll regret the old path. The question is whether you'll keep walking it once you understand where it leads." It was similar to what Lian had said, but with a crucial difference. Lian had spoken as someone who'd made a conscious choice to break from her cultivation method. Master Xue was speaking as someone who lived with the consequences of actions she couldn't undo. "I was going to hurt someone," Shen Yao said quietly. "Someone I care about. I was going to engineer their betrayal to trigger an awakening. And I only stopped because I realized I couldn't do it without destroying something in myself." "You did stop, though," Master Xue said. "That's the part that matters. But I could do it again. I could fall back into the pattern." "Yes," Master Xue agreed. "You could. We all could do terrible things again if the pressure got high enough, if the opportunity was perfect enough. The choice isn't about being incapable of evil. It's about deciding what kind of person you want to be when evil is possible." She stood slowly, her knees cracking. The monks teach that cultivation is about transcendence, about moving beyond human weakness. But the best cultivators I've known understood something different. Transcendence comes from accepting your weakness, understanding it fully, and choosing to move forward anyway. She left him alone in the tower, and Shen Yao sat watching the city lights flicker to life below, feeling the strange paradox of his situation. He was weaker than he'd been before. His power progression had stalled. His awakening rate had dropped to 0. And yet, something in him felt stronger. Not the kind of strength that came from cutting things sharp, but the kind that came from holding something precious without crushing it. 2 weeks later, the first sign of danger came from an unexpected direction. A runner arrived from the capital bearing sealed letters for the garrison command. Shen Yao watched from the courtyard as officers opened the correspondence, watched their faces shift from routine interest to something like alarm. Within an hour, the garrison was in organized chaos, soldiers being assembled, supplies being gathered, something escalating quickly into preparation for active conflict. Shen Yao sought out Commander Kes, the garrison's leader, who was reviewing maps in the strategy chamber. "The Violet Sect?" Shen Yao asked directly. Kes looked up, surprised. "How did you educated guess? They don't forgive escapes." The commander's jaw tightened. "Yun has declared formal opposition to the Crimson Wolves. He's allied with the Obsidian Throne's Eastern faction, and they're mobilizing a joint force. We're expecting an attack within the month, potentially sooner. The capital is sending reinforcements, but..." Kes trailed off, looking at his maps like they were corpses. "We're going to be understaffed for the first 2 weeks. We'll have maybe half strength when they arrive. Shen Yao understood the calculation immediately. This wasn't just Yin settling a personal score. This was a political move, a way to leverage Shen Yao's presence into a larger conflict. The Violet Sect would hit the garrison, target Shen Yao specifically, and in the chaos, the Obsidian Throne would eliminate a potential rival to their power in the region, which meant everyone at the garrison was now in danger, which meant Ren was in danger. And for the first time, Shen Yao realized exactly what he'd gained by choosing vulnerability. He had something to lose. He had people he actually cared about. He had stakes. Lian had been right. The coming challenge would require more than the careful orchestrations of engineered betrayal. It would require the kind of strength that came from defending something real. That night, Shen Yao felt something shift in his cultivation. Not an awakening, not yet, but a deepening, a settling of his power into new foundations. He was moving toward core formation not through the trauma of betrayal, but through the pressure of genuine connection. Yin was coming. The Violet Sect was coming. And Shen Yao would be ready. But not because he'd learned to hunt betrayal better. Because he'd learned to protect something worth protecting. Chapter 25. The breaking point. The siege began in the pre-dawn darkness of the 23rd day. Shen Yao had been preparing for it constantly, coordinating defenses with Commander Kess, training the garrison's mid-level fighters, working with the smiths to forge reinforced weapons. He'd also, with Lian's help, begun something he'd never attempted before, cultivating not for personal advancement, but for the strength of the entire garrison. It was draining in ways the solo cultivation had never been. But it worked. The first assault came at the garrison's east gate, a probe to test the defenses. Shen Yao was positioned on the walls, and he watched as the Violet Sect's shock troops came surging forward with the practiced efficiency of a unit that had spent years breaking into fortifications. Behind them, he could see the spiritual auras of their cultivators, a mix of foundation establishment and early core formation fighters, led by a presence so deeply crimson and alive with potential betrayal that it could only be Master Xue himself. Shen Yao's gift had grown to show him more than just betrayal potential now. It showed him the precise structure of each fighter's strength, the points where their cultivation was weak, the geometry of how they would move. He'd become, without quite meaning to, a perfect strategist. The defense held. Barely. 3 garrison fighters died, young soldiers with families in the city below. Shen Yao found their bodies afterward and felt the weight of it. This was the difference between his old cultivation method and this new path. The engineered betrayals had never carried the weight of actual consequence. Real combat, real stakes, real death. These things changed everything. But they also concentrated his power into something almost unbearable. That night, sitting alone in the garrison's back courtyard, Shen Yao felt the pressure inside his cultivation finally become too much. His power had been building for weeks, driven not by betrayal but by genuine stakes. The knowledge that the garrison depended on his strength. The knowledge that Ren was in danger. The knowledge that he would have to choose, at some point, to stand against Yun with everything he had. The breakthrough came violently. His foundation cracked open, and instead of the sharp, crystalline awakenings that had characterized the betrayal-based cultivations, this awakening was sudden and total. It felt like being shattered and reassembled into something new, something that could hold more than it had been able to hold before. His aura expanded outward in a pulse that knocked soldiers off their feet from 100 yards away, and for a moment, Shen Yao existed in a state of pure transformation. When it faded, he was core formation. The realization should have been triumph. Instead, it felt like grief. He understood, in that moment, what the betrayal-based cultivation had cost him. Every engineered fall, every orchestrated despair, had been a debt he'd incurred. The power had been real, had been advancing him up the cultivation ladder, but it had been building on a foundation of cruelty. And the moment he'd stepped away from that path, the moment he'd chosen to protect Rin instead of exploit her, he'd begun calling in those debts. The breakthrough was payment. The power was genuine, but it was also final. He could never go back to the old method now. The betrayal auras would still appear, but they would feel like poison to him. His cultivation would no longer hunger for them. He'd sacrifice something essential and gain something irreplaceable. The next morning, as scouts reported increased activity in the Violet Sect siege camps, Shen Yao sought out Commander Kess. "We're going to move against them," he said. Not defensive. Offensive. We hit their camps while they're reorganizing, before the main assault can be coordinated. Kess looked at him like he'd suggested walking into the sun. That's insane. We're outnumbered 3-1. I'm core formation now, Shen Yao said simply. And I can see how they move. I can see their formations before they execute them. I can see where Yun will position himself, and I can reach him. He paused. I can end this. The plan was desperate. It was also the only plan that gave them any chance. The sortie came at dusk, just as the Violet Sect was gathering for the night assault. Shen Yao led a hand-picked force of the garrison's best fighters, moving through the siege camps with the precision that only perfect information could provide. They struck at the supply lines first, then at the barracks, then at the command center. The Violet Sect fighters were experienced, professional, dangerous, and they didn't know they were being hunted by someone who could see the exact structure of their movements 3 steps ahead. The fight lasted 3 hours. By the time it ended, the Violet Sect's siege force was broken. Their supply lines were destroyed. Their reinforcement attempts were failing because Shen Yao had positioned the garrison's fighters to intercept them at exact points of vulnerability. Master Xue himself had been driven back, his legendary aura flickering with something that might have been surprise or might have been the first hint of fear. And Shen Yao realized, standing among the wreckage of the siege camps, that he could kill him now. Yin stood across a burning courtyard, his red aura pulsing with the kind of focused malevolence that could only come from a predator who'd just realized its prey had acquired claws. He was smiling. Well, Yin said, this is interesting. You've broken the pattern. The broken cultivators I understand. They break themselves, and then they rebuild, and the rebuilds are always fragile. But you've chosen something else. You've built yourself on connection instead of isolation, on protection instead of predation. That's a novel approach. Shen Yao found he could see, clearly, what Yun actually was underneath the crimson aura of betrayal potential. Yun was old. Yun was tired. Yun had built an entire organization on the principle that everyone would betray him, and he'd been proven right so many times that he'd stopped being able to see people as anything else. He'd achieved a kind of perfect cultivation through absolute isolation, and the isolation had poisoned the power until it was nothing but a brilliant, terrible reflection of his own abyss. You came here to kill me, Shen Yao said. But you also came because you needed to see what I'd become. Because my existence proves that another path was possible. Yun's smile widened. And have you chosen it? This other path? Yes, Shen Yao said. I have. He could kill Yun now. His power was equal or greater, and he had the advantage of position and numbers. One stroke, one application of his core formation strength, and this crisis would be over. Instead, Shen Yao turned away. Tell Yun, he said to the garrison soldiers around him, that we will tolerate no further aggression. But we will also offer amnesty to any of his people who wish to leave this war. Yun's path is his own. We're choosing a different one. It was a mercy. It was also a statement, made with his entire being, that he had truly broken from the cultivation of betrayal. That he was choosing a power that came from vulnerability and protection rather than isolation and predation. Yun could have attacked in that moment, could have used the gesture of mercy as an opening. Instead, he laughed, a sound like cracking ice, and called for retreat. The Violet Sect's forces dispersed into the Badlands, and the siege was broken. That night, as the garrison celebrated, Shen Yao sat alone with the weight of his new power. The breakthrough had pushed him into core formation, which meant he had at least 10 years of accelerated cultivation ahead of him. But it also meant something he was still processing. He'd committed. He'd chosen vulnerability, and that choice had made him genuinely strong. Ren found him in the observation tower, and she didn't ask what he was thinking about. She just sat beside him and waited. I could have killed him, Shen Yao said finally. Yun, I could have ended it permanently. But you didn't, Ren said. No, I didn't. Because you're not that person anymore. Shen Yao turned to her, and for the first time, he felt something like peace. I'm not that person anymore. The first quarter of Shen Yao's path was complete. The betrayals, the orchestrations, the power born from cruelty, all of it was behind him now. Ahead of him lay something uncertain, something that required constant choice and constant vigilance against the impulse to return to the old ways. But it was his, and for the first time, that felt like enough. Chapter 26. The choice deepens 3 months after the siege broke. Shen Yao faced the second crisis of his new path, the realization that his power, while genuine, had established a ceiling that threatened to trap him. Core formation was respectable. It placed him among the strongest cultivators in the Crimson Wolves organization and certainly elevated him beyond the foundation establishment stage that had characterized his early work. But as weeks passed and he sank deeper into meditation, he began to perceive a fundamental truth. The power he'd gained through connection was strong, but it was also finite. The cultivators who reached the nascent soul stage, the next great threshold, did so through something he didn't have. They'd all sacrificed something essential. Some had sacrificed relationships entirely, becoming hollow shells of ambition. Others had sacrificed their minds, turning themselves into weapons that could no longer feel pleasure or pain. A few rare ones had sacrificed their physical forms, binding themselves to spirit anchors that extended their lifespans but made them fundamentally inhuman. Shen Yao had sacrificed neither relationships, nor his mind, nor his flesh. He'd merely chosen to value them alongside his cultivation. And that choice had a cost that was only now becoming apparent. Lien had warned him about this, in the abstract. But experience was different from warning. "You're at a crossroads," Lien said one evening, finding him brooding in the training chamber. She was becoming a regular presence in his meditation now, whether as advisor or confessor. Shen Yao wasn't quite certain. "And you're trying to solve it the way cultivators always try to solve these problems, by grinding, by pushing yourself harder, accumulating more spiritual energy, hoping that sheer force will break you through to the next stage. Isn't that how cultivation works?" Shen Yao asked bitterly. "For some cultivators, yes," Lien replied. "For the ones who've already sacrificed everything but their ambition. But you chose a different path. For you, the problem isn't power accumulation. It's integration. You have power, but the power isn't connected to your values. They're still running parallel." Shen Yao understood what she was saying, but understanding and accepting were different things. "I can't sacrifice Ren. I can't sacrifice my connection to people." "I'm not asking you to," Lien said. "I'm asking you to understand them differently. To see them not as separate from your cultivation, but as the foundation of it. Your power doesn't come despite your relationships. It comes because of them." She paused. "The cultivators who reach nascent soul and beyond aren't the ones who sacrificed the most. They're the ones who integrated the deepest. They found the thing that was worth more than survival, more than advancement, and they let that become their cultivation." "That's idealistic philosophy," Shen Yao said. "The actual mechanics require a quantum leap in spiritual pressure. I can feel the threshold, and I can't reach it." "Then maybe you're approaching it wrong," Lien replied. "Maybe the threshold isn't something you reach by climbing. Maybe it's something you reach by changing direction entirely." She left him with that cryptic guidance, and Shen Yao sat alone in the chamber, feeling the frustration of power that had nowhere to go. The answer came, as these things often do, from an unexpected source. Rin came to him one evening with a proposal that made his blood go cold. "I want to join the garrison's formal cultivation program," she said without preamble. "I want to begin my foundation training. I want to become a fighter instead of just support staff." Shen Yao's immediate response was a flat refusal. "Absolutely not. That's not your decision," Rin replied calmly. "I've already approached the commanders. They've approved it, pending your assessment of whether I have the capability." "Run." He stood, pacing. "You'll be in danger. You'll be pushing your body past limits that I might exceed," Rin interrupted. "Look, I've watched you fight. I've watched you grow stronger. And I've realized something. I don't want to be the person you protect. I want to be the person standing beside you." She stepped forward, and her expression was absolutely resolute. "Teach me. Help me build my foundation. But don't tell me I'm not allowed to try." It was, Shen Yao realized, the moment where his new path would either prove itself or collapse entirely. The old Shen Yao would have protected her, would have kept her safe, kept her dependent, kept her as the thing he was protecting so that he would always have a reason to survive. It was a form of control, justified by love, but still control. The new Shen Yao had to choose. Did he trust her to be capable? Did he believe in her strength enough to let her find it? "All right," he said finally. "But you'll train harder than anyone else in the garrison. Because if you're going to do this, you're going to do it right." Rin smiled, and it was the smile of someone who'd just been given permission to become themselves. The next 6 weeks were among the most difficult of Shen Yao's life. He trained Ren using every technique he'd learned from his own cultivation journey, but adapted for someone beginning from scratch rather than from a position of traumatic awakening. She was gifted, strong baseline, quick learning capacity, good instincts. But she was also terrified, pushing past pain thresholds that made her hands shake, fighting through the spiritual exhaustion that made her see double. Shen Yao watched her cultivate through these barriers, and he felt something in his own power structure shift. The threshold that had been blocking him, the gap between core formation and nascent soul, began to feel less like a wall and more like a conversation. Every time Ren pushed through a limitation, every time she chose growth over comfort, Shen Yao felt his own capacity expand. It wasn't that she was fueling his cultivation directly. Rather, the act of helping her cultivate was teaching him something essential, that the boundaries between people, between cultivators in relationship, were not limits, but potential. 7 weeks into Ren's training, she completed her foundation establishment, a process that usually took months, but which happened in weeks under Shen Yao's focused guidance. The awakening that marked the establishment was not as violent as Shen Yao's had been. Hers was clean, almost crystalline, and as it completed, Shen Yao felt something move inside his own power. The threshold broke. It wasn't a sudden explosion of energy like the previous awakenings. It was something quieter but more profound. His cultivation shifted at a fundamental level, and he suddenly understood what Lian had been trying to tell him. The leap to nascent soul wasn't about accumulating more power. It was about recognizing that the power was always there, in every moment of choice, in every instance of choosing connection over isolation, in every decision to value someone else's growth as much as your own. He emerged into early nascent soul stage without pain, without trauma, without needing to orchestrate anyone's destruction to fuel the breakthrough. Ren, in the moment after her foundation establishment completed, opened her eyes and felt the change in his aura. "You did it," she said, sitting up despite the exhaustion that made her movements sluggish. "We did it," Shen Yao corrected. Together. It was, he realized, the truest thing he'd ever said. The old cultivation method had been predicated on isolation, on creating breaks between himself and others so that he could harvest the power of those breaks. But this new method was predicated on something fundamentally different, the recognition that separation was the problem, not the solution. Over the following weeks, as Shen Yao settled into his new cultivation level, he began to understand the true shape of his power. He could still see the betrayal auras, still perceive how people would break under pressure. But now those perceptions came with something else, the capacity to strengthen people instead of exploit them, to help them transcend their breaking points rather than engineering their fall. It was a reversal so fundamental that it rewired his entire approach to combat and cultivation. Commander Kess began to notice the change in garrison dynamics. Shen Yao had shifted from being the garrison's primary combat asset to being something more like a cultivator teacher. He took on several of the junior fighters as students, working with them to help establish their foundations, to work through their limitations, to turn their trauma into strength the way he'd learned to do his own. The garrison's power increased not because Shen Yao became stronger, but because Shen Yao created an environment where others could become strong. "This is dangerous," Lian observed one evening. "You're building something here. Something that has the potential to outlast you, to persist even if something happens to you. That kind of legacy is what frightens the major powers." "Let it frighten them," Shen Yao replied. But even as he said it, he understood what she meant. The Crimson Wolves were a mercenary organization, interested in profit and power. What Shen Yao was building, a group of cultivators bound by genuine connection rather than contract, was something that transcended the organization's original purpose. It was something the powers above them would eventually want to control or destroy. The real trial, Shen Yao began to understand, wouldn't come from Yun or the Violet Sect. It would come from the moment when his values and the organization's values diverged irreparably. And that moment, he could sense even now, was approaching like a horizon he couldn't quite see yet. He held Ren's hand as evening fell over the garrison, watching the city lights flicker to life below, and prepared himself for the next stage of his cultivation, the stage where he would have to choose between belonging to an organization and belonging to the people he was building into strength. The choice was already forming in his heart. He just didn't know it yet. Chapter 27. The fracture widens 4 months after his breakthrough to nascent soul. Shen Yao received his first clear sign that the garrison's powers had other plans for him. Commander Kess arrived one evening with a sealed letter bearing the Crimson Wolf's sigil, not the garrison variant, but the official symbol of the organization's core leadership. Shen Yao opened it and understood in 3 lines of elegant script that his comfortable life as a garrison cultivator teacher was over. The letter offered him a position, Master of Cultivation for the entire Crimson Wolves organization, a title of real power, with resources and authority to shape the training of hundreds of fighters. It was, on the surface, a promotion. It was also, Shen Yao realized immediately, a test. "You should go," Rin said when he showed her the letter. It was late, and they were sitting on the garrison roof watching the twin moons rise. "This is what you should have always been moving toward. Real authority. Real power." "It would mean leaving the garrison," Shen Yao said. "Leaving you?" "No," Rin replied firmly. "It would mean expanding. I can come with you, or I can stay here and continue building what we started. But you can't say no to this because you're afraid of what happens if we're separated for a while." She turned to face him. "That's the old fear talking. The belief that you have to control everything to keep it safe. And we agreed we'd break that pattern." Shen Yao understood she was right, but understanding and accepting were still different things. The powers above the Crimson Wolves don't care about connection and growth. They care about efficiency and exploitation. If I take that position, I'll be training people for an organization that will use them as tools. "Then change the organization," Rin said simply. "Or refuse the position. But make the choice consciously, not from fear." The words lingered with him for days. He consulted with Lian, who presented the darker side of the equation. "They're testing your loyalty," she explained. "If you refuse the position, they'll see it as weakness, as someone prioritizing personal connection over advancement. That kind of refusal makes you a threat. They'll remove you or subvert you. If you accept, you're in their structure, in their hierarchy, and every choice you make will be circumscribed by their interests. And if I accept and try to change the organization from within, then you're either brilliant or dead," Lian said flatly. "Probably both, eventually." But it was Ren's question that ultimately decided him. What would he do if he claimed to believe in building strength through connection? Would he abandon hundreds of potential cultivators to protect his own comfort? Or would he take the position and try to preserve his values even in a structure designed to exploit them? He wrote back to the Crimson Wolves leadership accepting the position, but with a condition. He would need to bring with him a hand-picked team of senior cultivators, including Ren. Not as subordinates, but as equals in the transformation process. To his surprise, they agreed. The capital was a sprawling city of cultivators and politics, where power moved through layers of hierarchy, and every conversation was a negotiation. Shen Yao found himself navigating social structures he'd never had to think about in the garrison. Factions within the Crimson Wolves, competing interests among different regional commanders, and most crucially, a level of political sophistication that made the guild's outward mercenary simplicity look like a careful facade. His new position came with an office in the Wolves' primary compound, a tower overlooking the administrative center. It also came with an immediate crisis. The organization had been losing fighters to a competing mercenary group, the Shadow Collectives, who were offering better terms and more autonomy to their cultivators. The Crimson Wolves leadership wanted Shen Yao to stabilize the situation by making the organization's cultivation training so attractive that fighters wouldn't be tempted to leave. It was a reasonable request. It was also a test of whether Shen Yao would prioritize the organization's interests or his own values. "You could do it," Ren observed one evening as they reviewed the personnel records. "You could build a training program so seductive, so focused on individual advancement, that fighters would choose loyalty out of self-interest." "I could," Shen Yao agreed. "But that's exactly the system I'm trying to break. That's how organizations create exploitation. You make people dependent on your advancement system, and then you own them. So what will you do?" "I'll build something better," Shen Yao said. "I'll create a program where cultivators advance not through competition, but through collaboration, where the organization's strength comes from genuine connection instead of coerced loyalty." It was ambitious to the point of delusion. It was also, Shen Yao was beginning to realize, the only move he had left that wasn't a compromise. The training program he developed was revolutionary for an organization like the Crimson Wolves. Instead of ranking fighters against each other, forcing them to compete for advancement and resources, he created collaborative units where advancement came through helping others advance. Instead of secret techniques hoarded by the elite, he established open knowledge-sharing sessions where even junior fighters could contribute insights. Instead of advancement being about climbing over others, it was about lifting the whole unit higher. It worked. It worked far better than anyone expected it to work. Within 6 months, the Shadow Collective's defection rate reversed. Fighters who'd been considering leaving found that the Crimson Wolves offered something more valuable than autonomy. It offered genuine community. And Shen Yao's unit began to develop a reputation that spread through the cultivation world, not as the most powerful fighters, but as the most effective ones, because their power came from genuine coordination. But success created a problem even more difficult than failure would have been. The organization's core leadership began to realize that Shen Yao's methods weren't just effective for cultivation. They were transformative in a way that threatened the entire hierarchical structure of the Crimson Wolves. If fighters could advance through collaboration instead of competition, if they could find community within the organization instead of being isolated atoms, then they didn't need the leadership to maintain order through fear and coercion. They would maintain it through choice. And that was something the leadership couldn't allow. The summons came via Master Xue, the organization's oldest core member and the one who'd originally sent the letter offering Shen Yao his position. She was ancient in the way that only long-cultivating immortals could be ancient. Her face was perfect, her body was ageless, but her eyes held the weight of centuries. "You've created something remarkable," she said without preamble. "But you've also created something dangerous." They were sitting in her office, high in the Crimson Wolves' central tower. The view showed the entire city below, a landscape of power and politics that suddenly felt very small. "What's dangerous about helping people become stronger?" Shen Yao asked. "Nothing, if the strength serves the organization. But your strength serves something else. Your cultivators are loyal to you, to the idea of community you've created, not to the Crimson Wolves itself. That's a fracture." Xue leaned forward. "I'm going to offer you a choice, and I want you to understand it clearly. You can continue your current path, refining this community model, growing your people, building something that transcends the organization. In which case, in 3 to 6 months, we'll have to remove you as a threat. Or you can integrate your methods more carefully into our existing structure, teach them in ways that preserve the hierarchy, strengthen the organization's interests. In which case, you remain valuable, and you live to cultivate further." Shen Yao understood the choice immediately. It was the same choice he'd been making over and over, in different forms, since his first awakening. He could compromise. He could try to have both, the community he was building and the security of belonging to an organization. Or he could choose, completely and finally, which way he was going to go. "I can't do it," he said. "I can't take what's working, genuine connection, collaborative growth, and corrupt it to serve a hierarchy. That's just betrayal with a better story." Xue nodded as if she'd expected that answer. "Then we have a problem. And we have to solve it before 3 months have passed." "What happens in 3 months?" Shen Yao asked. "An inspection," Xue said simply. "One of the great powers that the Crimson Wolves answers to will come to assess the organization's continued viability. If your people are still divided in their loyalty, if the hierarchy is destabilized, the inspection won't go well. The Crimson Wolves could face restructuring, or dissolution, or absorption into a rival organization. And you'll be blamed for that failure." She stood, and the conversation was clearly over. "You have 3 months to decide, Shen Yao. Choose the organization, or choose your people. You can't choose both." Chapter 28. The Impossible Decision. Shen Yao spent the first week after his conversation with Xue in a state of paralysis. The problem, he realized, was that both choices led to betrayal, just in different directions. If he stayed with the Crimson Wolves and compromised his methods, he would be betraying the cultivators he'd brought together, trading their genuine growth for organizational stability. If he left the Crimson Wolves and took his people with him, he would be betraying the fighters who depended on the organization's resources, on its infrastructure, on its legitimacy in a cultivation world that valued institutional power. There was no clean solution. There was only degrees of harm. Ren found him in his meditation chamber, sitting among cold ashes in the meditation brazier. She didn't ask what was wrong. Instead, she sat beside him and waited until he was ready to speak. "There's no way through this that doesn't result in someone I care about being hurt," he said finally. "Then make sure you're the one who carries the hurt," Ren replied. "Make sure the burden lands on you, not on the people who followed you in good faith." "How?" Shen Yao asked. "How do I do that?" Ren stood and pulled him up. "You ask for help. You stop trying to solve this alone. You bring together the people you've built into strength, and you trust them to make their own decisions about what they want to do." It was obvious, and Shen Yao hated himself for not seeing it immediately. The entire philosophical foundation of his new path was built on the principle that power came from connection, not isolation. And yet, when faced with a genuine crisis, he'd reverted immediately to the old pattern, trying to figure out the solution alone, making decisions that affected others without consulting them. He called an assembly. Every cultivator in his program, from the most advanced to the newest foundation-level fighters, gathered in the main training chamber. There were over 200 of them by now. They came because Shen Yao rarely called them all together, and the summons implied something serious. He laid it out plainly: the situation with the Crimson Wolves' leadership, the choice he'd been forced to make, the reality that his presence was now a political liability. And then he said something that felt like weakness, but which he now understood was actually the deepest form of strength. "I don't know what to do. I can see the edges of several different paths, but I can't see all the way through any of them. I need your input. I need your wisdom. I need to know what you want to do, and I need to trust that you know better than I do what's right for you." The silence that followed was absolute. Then Lien stood. She had advanced far in his program, had used the collaborative structure to refine her own cultivation in ways she'd never been able to do in isolation. "I have a proposal," she said. "We leave the Crimson Wolves. We establish ourselves as an independent cultivation collective. We don't compete with the wolves. We don't undermine them. We simply exist as an alternative, proof that another way is possible." "That's dissolution," someone said from the back. "We'd lose the organization's protection. We'd be targets." "We're already targets," Lien replied. "We're targets because we're different, because we've created something that the powers above fear. At least if we're targets for existing as ourselves, we're not targets for being compromised versions of what we could be." The debate went on for hours. Some cultivators wanted to stay with the Crimson Wolves. They had families who depended on the organization's pay. They had aspirations that required institutional backing. Some wanted to leave immediately and establish something new. Some wanted to try negotiating with Crone one more time, to see if there was a middle ground that hadn't been explored. And slowly, through the conversation, something emerged. There were actually 3 separate groups with 3 separate needs, and Shen Yao had been treating them as one monolithic unit. "Then we split," he said suddenly. "Not as failure, but as maturation. Some of you will stay with the Crimson Wolves, and I'll ensure that your path to advancement is still honored. Some of you will come with me, and we'll build something new. And some of you might be between, and that's all right too. You get to choose." It took another week of conversation, consultation, and careful planning. But slowly, the groups separated into distinct paths. 130 cultivators chose to stay with the Crimson Wolves, but with a new understanding. They would remain to preserve the methods Shen Yao had established, to be internal advocates for a different way of thinking about cultivation and advancement. 65 cultivators chose to leave with Shen Yao and establish something independent. 10 cultivators remained undecided, and Shen Yao created a pathway for them to choose later without penalty. Ren, of course, chose to leave with him. The conversation with Crone was surprisingly cordial, given the circumstances. The old master seemed almost relieved to have the decision made for her. "You're removing yourself from the equation," she observed. "That's intelligent. It means the leadership can blame the schism on your ambition rather than on systemic failure." "I'm not doing this to give you a convenient narrative," Shen Yao replied. "I'm doing it because it's the right thing." "I know," Crone said. "That's why I'm being kind about it. The organization can survive your departure much more easily than it could survive your internal revolution. You've actually solved our problem by leaving." She paused. "Where will you go?" "South," Shen Yao said. "There are territories that aren't yet claimed by the major powers. We'll build something there." "It won't last," Crone warned. "Eventually the powers will come for you. will want to assimilate or destroy what you've built. You understand that? Yes, Shen Yao said, but it will last long enough. And in that time, we'll prove that it's possible to cultivate without exploitation. That's all I'm trying to do, prove that another way exists. 2 weeks later, Shen Yao and his 65 cultivators left the capital, heading south toward territories still wild, still unclaimed, still holding the possibility of something genuinely new. Rin rode beside him, and the landscape they were moving through was beautiful in a way that reminded him why he'd started this journey in the first place. Not to become strong, but to become whole, to build something that would last, to create a world where cultivation and genuine connection weren't mutually exclusive. They made camp on the third night, in a river valley that none of the great powers had quite gotten around to claiming yet. The cultivators spread out, establishing perimeters, starting fires, beginning the slow work of creating a settlement. Shen Yao sat by the river and felt the weight of what he'd begun. This wasn't a group held together by contracts or hierarchy. It was a group held together by choice, by genuine connection, by the shared belief that there was a better way to cultivate. And he had no idea if it would work. But for the first time in his cultivation journey, he realized that not knowing was all right. The uncertainty was part of what made it real. Chapter 29. The rival awakening. The settlement they established took the name Sanfeng Vale, after the river that ran through it and the 3 peaks that rose around it like guardian mountains. For the first 3 months, it was barely a settlement at all, just cultivators and tents, training grounds cleared from the forest, crude meditation chambers carved into the hillside. But it grew with purpose. Shen Yao established a new kind of cultivation infrastructure, one based entirely on the principles he'd developed. No ranking hierarchy, no secrets, no advancement through competition. Instead, cultivators formed into collaborative units, and the unit's advancement became the individual's advancement. A rising tide that lifted all boats, as Rin liked to say. It worked. The growth rate of the cultivators in Sanfeng Vale outpaced anything Shen Yao had seen in the Crimson Wolves, not because of individual genius, but because of genuine coordination. Fighters who would have spent years competing for the attention of senior cultivators instead had constant mentorship from multiple teachers. Knowledge that would have been hoarded now flowed freely. And the sense of belonging, the knowledge that you were building something with people you genuinely cared about, created a kind of emotional foundation that accelerated cultivation at every level. By the end of the first year, Sanfeng Vale had grown to 120 cultivators, drawn from refugees, exiles, and others who'd heard rumors of a place where cultivation didn't require cruelty. But success had attracted attention. The first sign came on a clear evening in the valley's second year, when a rider approached the settlement bearing a sealed letter. It was Yun, Master of the Violet Sect, and the message was remarkably simple. I want to see what you've built. I want to understand. Let me come, peacefully, to observe your cultivation methods. We have enough shared history that you owe me this. Shen Yao's first instinct was refusal. Yun was a predator, someone whose entire being was structured around exploitation and dominance. Inviting him into Sanfeng Vale would be like introducing poison into water. But Lian counseled otherwise. He's old, she said. I can feel it from the letter. He's reaching the end of his cultivation potential, and he knows it. He's watching you, watching what you've built, and he's realizing that there was another way. That might matter. Or he's gathering intelligence, Shen Yao replied. Planning how to destroy what we've built. Perhaps, Lian agreed. But if we turn him away out of fear, aren't we just proving that his path is the only viable one? That connection is impossible, that we can't genuinely trust anyone, that isolation is the answer? Shen Yao invited Yun to the settlement. The old master arrived a week later, alone, moving through the valley with the careful deliberation of someone who knew they were being watched. Shen Yao greeted him respectfully and offered him the hospitality that Sanfeng Vale extended to all visitors. A place in the shared quarters, access to the valley's resources, and an invitation to observe the cultivation methods freely. Yun spent 3 days simply watching. He sat in on training sessions, observed the collaborative problem-solving that happened during meditation, watched as units worked together to help individual members break through to new stages. He said almost nothing, simply taking it in, his legendary red aura dimmed somehow, less vibrant than it had been when he'd led the siege. On the fourth day, he asked to speak privately with Shen Yao. They walked along the river, and for a long time, Yin didn't speak. Then, how did you do this? How did you break the pattern? What pattern? Shen Yao asked. The pattern that betrayal is strength, Yin said. The pattern that isolation is safety. The pattern that the only thing standing between you and destruction is your ability to hurt others before they hurt you. His voice was old, tired. I spent 50 years teaching myself to see everyone as a potential threat. 50 years believing that connection was just another word for vulnerability. And I was strong, Shen Yao. I was right. I reached heights of power that most cultivators never dream of. And I'm also utterly alone. He looked at Shen Yao with something like hunger. How did you escape it? I didn't escape it, Shen Yao said. I'm still wrestling with it. Every day, I have the capacity to use these people, to exploit them, to turn their growth into my advancement. The temptation is always there. But you don't, Yin said. But I don't, Shen Yao confirmed. Because I realize that the power that comes from genuine connection is stronger. And more important, it's the only power that lets you actually live. The power that comes from exploitation, from orchestrated betrayal, it makes you strong, but it makes you hollow. Yin was quiet for a long time. Then, I want to stay. I want to help you build this. I don't know if I can learn to see the world differently, but I want to try. Shen Yao felt a complicated tangle of feelings. Part of him wanted to refuse outright, to protect Sandfong Vale from the predator in their midst. But another part, the part that had chosen to build something based on genuine growth and transformation, understood that Yun was asking for something genuine. A chance to change. An invitation to become something different. All right, Shen Yao said. But you'll start at the foundation level, like any new cultivator. No special treatment because of your age or power. I understand, Yin said. The integration of Yun into Sandfong Vale was difficult. The other cultivators who'd been scarred by the Violet Sect during the siege were justifiably suspicious. Some of them left, unable to move past the trauma. Shen Yao honored their departure without judgment. But for those who stayed, something remarkable happened. Yun, faced with the necessity of actually cooperating with others, with actually being vulnerable in a collaborative environment, began to shift. Slowly, painfully. It was like watching stone gradually become water. The predatory instincts didn't disappear, but they began to be tempered by something else. A genuine curiosity about what other people wanted, what they were building, why they were willing to risk their lives for something that wasn't individual advancement. And as Yun changed, Shen Yao felt something shift in his own cultivation. He'd been waiting for his next major breakthrough, the threshold to the next stage beyond early nascent soul. But he'd been treating it like the previous awakenings, as something that needed to be forced through sheer power and intensity. What he realized now, watching Yun's slow transformation, was that the breakthrough wasn't going to come from intensity. It was going to come from depth. Every cultivator in Sandfong Vale who transformed, who moved from isolation to connection, from exploitation to collaboration, created a kind of spiritual resonance that strengthened everyone. And Yun's transformation, because it was the most dramatic, because it was a man fundamentally remaking himself, created the most powerful resonance of all. On the night of the second-year anniversary of Sandfong Vale's founding, as they celebrated the transformations and advancement of the collective, Shen Yao felt something shift in his foundation. His cultivation moved to the next stage of nascent soul almost gently, without pain or trauma. It was like a door opening that he hadn't known was there. And as it opened, he understood something crucial. The awakenings that came from genuine transformation, from watching other people change and grow and become more than they'd been before. Those awakenings were the most powerful of all, not because they were larger or more violent, but because they were sustainable. They didn't consume themselves in a moment of intensity. They lasted, they deepened, they created the foundation for further growth. He found Rin in the celebration and held her hand, feeling the weight and reality of what they'd built together. He's actually changing, Rin said, looking across the fire at Yun, who was showing one of the newer cultivators a meditation technique. The great predator is actually becoming someone capable of genuine care. We all change, Shen Yao replied. That's what connection allows. Growth. Transformation. The possibility of becoming something other than what our trauma taught us to be. Do you think it will last? Rin asked. Do you think he'll stay changed? Or will this be temporary? I don't know, Shen Yao said. I think transformation is never finished. I think Yun will probably always have the capacity to be predatory, and he'll have to choose against it every day. But at least now he knows that the choice exists. At least he's seen another way. The third major test came 6 months later, in the form of an official delegation from one of the great powers. The Celestial Harmony, a cultivation organization that controlled the entire eastern region, had heard rumors of Sanfeng Vale and wanted to understand what was happening there. They were, on the surface, peaceful. But Shen Yao could read their true interest in their auras. They wanted to acquire Sanfeng Vale, to absorb it into their organization, to take the cultivation methods he'd developed and use them for their own purposes. Chapter 30. The Test of Truth. The delegation consisted of 3 senior cultivators, all at the nascent soul level or beyond, and they carried the weight of institutional authority like a physical force. Their leader was Master Xue, a woman whose aura was so carefully controlled that Shen Yao couldn't quite read her underlying motivations. That careful control was itself a kind of answer. We come with peaceful intentions, Shen said after the formal welcome rituals. We've simply heard remarkable things about your settlement, about your cultivation methods. We'd like to understand what you've created and whether you'd be interested in a partnership with the Celestial Harmony. Partnership. The word hung in the air like a blade. Shen Yao knew what was being offered. They would provide resources, protection, legitimacy. Sanfeng Vale would grow faster, reach higher levels of power more quickly. And in exchange, the Celestial Harmony would gain access to the cultivation methods, would integrate them into their organizational structure, would use them to strengthen their own hierarchy. It was a tempting offer. It was also exactly the kind of compromise that would destroy what he'd built. I appreciate the offer, Shen Yao said carefully. But Sanfeng Vale exists precisely because we've chosen not to be integrated into existing power structures. Our methods only work because they're oriented toward genuine growth rather than organizational advancement. You think our organization would corrupt your methods, Chen said. Not a question. I think every organization with hierarchy, with competition for advancement, with power concentrated at the top, those organizations would necessarily corrupt the methods, Shen Yao replied. Not intentionally, but structurally. It's inevitable. Chen was quiet for a long moment. Then we have a problem. Because the Celestial Harmony has decided that Sanfeng Vale represents either an opportunity or a threat. If it's an opportunity, we want to integrate it. If it's a threat, we want to eliminate it. We don't tolerate alternatives that aren't contained. I understand, Shen Yao said. Do you? Chen leaned forward. Because I'm not sure you do. You're a young cultivator in an undefended valley. We have resources, numbers, and legitimate political authority. We can crush Sanfeng Vale like we'd crush an insect. And I want to know what you think you can offer that would make that not happen. This was the moment Shen Yao had always known would come. The moment when his small alternative society collided with the larger powers that dominated the cultivation world. The moment when he would have to choose, compromise, or defend Sanfeng Vale against overwhelming odds. But before he could respond, Yin stood. The old master had been sitting quietly, observing the negotiation. Now he stepped forward, and his aura, which had been dim and controlled for the past 2 years, blazed up in the full red glory of his original cultivation. I am Master Xue of the Violet Sect, he said quietly. I have spent 50 years cultivating power through predation and isolation. I have built organizations through fear and dominance. And I am here to tell you that everything Shen Yao has said is true. Chen's cultivators tensed, recognizing a threat suddenly made manifest. For the past 2 years, I have been among these cultivators, Yin continued. I have watched them grow stronger than I have ever been, despite being younger, despite having less power individually. I have watched them build something that the Celestial Harmony cannot replicate because it requires genuine care. And I have come to understand that there is a power in this world that you have never experienced because you've been too busy accumulating authority to notice it. Master Yun, Chen said carefully, your reputation is known to us. You serve no one. You wouldn't protect this valley out of principle. You're right, Yin replied. I wouldn't, under normal circumstances. I would sell them to the highest bidder or destroy them if they became inconvenient. But Sanfeng Vale has taught me something that 50 years of predation never could. The only thing worth protecting is genuine growth. And Shen Yao's cultivation methods create genuine growth. If you destroy this valley, you destroy the only proof that another way is possible. And I have decided that allowing another way to be possible is more valuable to me than power. He paused. Also, I'm willing to fight for it. And I'm willing to teach every cultivator in this valley how to fight the way I fought when I was building the Violet Sect. We may not be stronger than you, but we will be harder to kill than you expect. The standoff lasted for a tense moment. Then Chen smiled. Interesting, she said. A true predator choosing vulnerability. That's something I didn't expect to see. She stood. Tell me, Master Yun, if we attack this valley, you would die defending it? Yes, Yun said simply. I would die defending it, and it would take at least a portion of your force with me. And you think that's a good trade, Chen observed. No, Yun replied. I think it's the only trade worth making. Chen was quiet. Then she turned to Shen Yao. What would you offer the celestial harmony in exchange for our non-interference? Not in exchange for protection. Not in exchange for resources. Just in exchange for leaving you alone. It was a good question. It was also the only way the negotiation could end without violence. I would offer this, Shen Yao said. Any cultivator who wishes to learn our methods can do so. We'll send teachers to the celestial harmony. We'll share our knowledge freely. But we won't integrate. We'll remain independent. And in time, you'll see that our methods work. And your cultivators will begin to push for change from within. You're essentially proposing to subvert the celestial harmony's hierarchy, Chen observed. I'm proposing to offer an alternative, Shen Yao replied. What your people do with that alternative is their choice. Chen laughed, a genuine laugh that echoed across the valley. You're extraordinarily confident in your methods. I almost believe you. She paused. All right, we have a tentative agreement. Send us teachers. We'll integrate them carefully, watch how the methods interact with our existing structure. And we'll reevaluate in a year. If your methods are promoting stability and growth, we continue the arrangement. If they're destabilizing the hierarchy, we move against you. Fair, Shen Yao said. Chen and her delegation left the next morning. That night, after the celebration of their continued independence, Shen Yao sat with Yun and Rin by the river. You took a risk, Shen Yao said to Yun. You could have negotiated a deal that preserved your own life, left us to be destroyed. I know, Yun replied. But I've been destroyed before. I've been absolutely alone, absolutely predatory, absolutely powerful. And I'm beginning to understand that there are worse things than physical death. He paused. Besides, Shen Yao, if I had betrayed you, I would have awakened to the next level of cultivation. All that power, all that advancement. But it would have been empty. And I've had enough of empty power. Shen Yao understood in that moment that Yun had truly transformed. Not because he'd stopped being capable of cruelty, but because he'd learned to see beyond it. And that transformation, that genuine change in a person's fundamental nature, was the most powerful thing Sandfeng Vale had created. As he looked at his cultivators gathered around fires throughout the valley, as he felt the weight of genuine community, as he understood that they had survived not through strength, but through truth, Shen Yao felt his cultivation deepen one more step. The power that came from genuine connection was stronger than the power that came from betrayal. And he had finally, completely, chosen to believe that. 2 years in, and Sandfeng Vale was no longer just a refuge. It was a revolution. Quiet, slow-moving, but revolutionary nonetheless. And Shen Yao stood at the center of it, no longer trying to orchestrate anything, simply allowing growth to happen where it would. Chapter 31. The unplanned awakening. The unexpected crisis arrived in the form of a messenger who appeared at Sandfeng Vale's eastern gate on a night when Shen Yao was meditating alone in his chamber. The messenger was young, barely Foundation establishment level, and bearing news that made Shen Yao's blood go cold. The capital had exploded into civil war. The Crimson Wolves and 3 other major organizations had begun fighting for control, and the smaller groups and independent settlements were being pressed into service. Sandfeng Vale had been directly conscripted into the conflict by Master Xue herself. The letter was polite but unmistakable. Shen Yao and his people were needed immediately, or they would be considered enemies of the Crimson Wolves. It was exactly the kind of pressure Shen Yao had been dreading since they'd left the capital. He called an assembly immediately, laid out the situation, and asked for input. The response was complicated and honest. Half the cultivators wanted to go help. They had family in the capital. They owed loyalty to the Crimson Wolves. They felt obligated. A quarter wanted to fortify the valley and refuse, prepared to defend Sandfong Vale against any force sent to conscript them. And the remaining quarter were paralyzed, unable to decide, caught between obligation and the ideals they'd chosen to live by. We can't ignore this, Lien said. But we also can't become soldiers for hire, becoming just another tool that the powers use to fight their wars. Then what do we do? Someone asked. Shen Yao found the answer in an unexpected place, Yun. The old master approached him late that night, with a proposal so bold that Shen Yao almost refused it without hearing the full argument. Send me, Yun said. Send me to the capital, and send with me 50 cultivators as a negotiating force. Not to fight for the Crimson Wolves. To fight for the cessation of the war. You can't end a civil war, Shen Yao replied. No, but you can give all sides a reason to stop, Yun said. Think about what the powers in the capital actually want. It's not destruction, it's control. But control requires an intact civilization to rule over. If the war continues, everyone loses. If the war stops, everyone has at least a chance to consolidate power. They'll kill you, Shen Yao said. You'll be seen as a threat, an unknown factor they can't control. Probably, Yun agreed. But that's what I came here to learn. How to do something important even if it costs you everything. Shen Yao understood what Yun was offering. The old master was volunteering to be a sacrifice, to put himself between the warring powers in an attempt to broker peace. It was beautiful and terrifying and probably doomed. But it was also exactly what was needed. Shen Yao agreed to send Yun and the 50 cultivators, with explicit instructions. They were not to fight unless fighting was the only way to preserve life. They were to negotiate, mediate, and attempt to broker a ceasefire. They were to represent Sandfong Vale as a neutral third party that cared about preserving civilization, not political victory. After they left, Shen Yao felt something shift in his cultivation. He meditated that night, alone, in the chamber where he'd made so many crucial decisions. And as he sank into the depths of his spiritual state, he began to understand something that had been building for a long time. He was being tested. Not by an external force, by the universe itself, by the fundamental structure of cultivation. The powers that governed advancement in the cultivation world seemed to have developed their own kind of morality. The awakenings that came from genuine growth were stronger than the awakenings that came from exploitation. The breakthroughs that came from real stakes were more powerful than the breakthroughs that came from manufactured trauma. But there was a ceiling to that power. There was a point beyond which genuine growth alone couldn't carry you. And Shen Yao was approaching that point. The next stage of cultivation, the threshold to higher nascent soul, the step toward immortal ascendant, required something that he didn't have yet. It required the ultimate test, the willingness to genuinely sacrifice everything, not strategically, but actually, with no guarantee of compensation. Yun's departure was that beginning. The battle lines in Shen Yao's mind began to clarify over the following weeks. The civil war in the capital was destabilizing the entire eastern cultivation region. Smaller groups were beginning to fragment. Refugees were flooding into neighboring territories. And Sandfong Vale was beginning to attract those refugees. People fleeing the chaos, looking for a settlement that actually functioned, that actually cared about building rather than fighting. By the time word came back from the capital, Shen Yao had nearly 300 cultivators, most of them experienced fighters and sages, all of them exhausted and desperate for peace. The message came via Yun himself, appearing at Sandfong Vale's gate 3 months after his departure. He was alive, barely. He was carrying wounds that looked like they were still trying to kill him, and his aura had the strange dimmed quality of someone who'd given everything they had to offer. The war is ending, Yun said without preamble. It took 3 brutal mediations, and I had to bring myself to the absolute edge of power to force all sides to accept a solution. But it's ending. There will be new political configurations, new power bases. But there will be peace. Shen Yao brought him inside, called for the settlement's best healers, and sat with him while they worked. I thought I was done with this, Yin said quietly, as the healers worked on his wounds. I thought I'd left the predatory part of myself behind. But in the capital, I had to become that again. I had to threaten death. I had to be willing to kill. I had to become the monster one last time to force people to listen. Did it break you? Shen Yao asked. No, Yin replied. Because I knew what I was choosing. I was choosing to be a weapon because there was a purpose that justified the cost. And that knowledge, that understanding that cruelty can be necessary in service of something greater, that's what separated this moment from all the years I spent being a predator for its own sake. Shen Yao felt something shift in his cultivation in response to Yun's words. The final piece. The understanding that genuine growth didn't mean rejecting the predatory parts of yourself. It meant integrating them, controlling them, using them only when necessary and with full acknowledgement of the cost. Yun's awakening came 3 days later, as his body finally healed enough that the spiritual pressure could move through him. But it was an awakening unlike any Shen Yao had ever witnessed. Yun's power didn't expand outward. It imploded inward, drawing all of his cultivation into a single point of absolute clarity. When it was over, Yun was the same age, the same size, the same apparent strength. But something in his aura had fundamentally changed. The crimson was no longer the bright red of unreflective predation. It had become the deep, dark red of a predator who understood exactly what they were, who had accepted their capacity for harm, and who had chosen to use that capacity only in service of something larger than themselves. He had reached the threshold of a mortal ascendant. It shouldn't have worked this way, the senior healer said, looking at Yun's aura with profound confusion. The breakthrough should have required decades of dedicated cultivation. You can't reach that threshold in a single moment of crisis. No, Shen Yao agreed. You can only reach it if you've spent 2 years genuinely transforming yourself, and then you willingly place yourself in a situation where that transformation is tested to its absolute limit. But the true impact of Yun's breakthrough didn't become apparent until that evening, when Shen Yao felt something shift in his own cultivation. The presence of an immortal ascendant in Sanfeng Vale changed the spiritual topology of the entire valley. It was like a new star had appeared in the sky, and the light from that star was hitting Shen Yao in ways he couldn't fully comprehend. His power, which had been plateauing in late-stage nascent soul, suddenly began moving again, not through active cultivation, but through proximity, through witnessing Yun's transformation, through understanding that the path Shen Yao had chosen, the path of genuine growth and integration rather than exploitation, actually did lead somewhere real. Within a week, Shen Yao had moved through early-stage nascent soul into mid-stage, and the progression was accelerating. But the cost was becoming apparent. Every stage advancement seemed to require him to let go of something, to choose something, to deliberately place himself in a position of vulnerability. The question that hung over him now was simple. How far could he push this? How many times could he choose the difficult path before it broke him? And at what point would the universe stop offering him awakenings and instead just offer him death? Chapter 32. The question of sacrifice. As Shen Yao's cultivation advanced toward the threshold of a mortal ascendant, the stage that Yun had reached, he began to understand the true cost of the path he'd chosen. The cultivators in Sanfeng Vale now numbered over 400. They ranged from newly awakened children to experienced senior fighters. They represented a diverse cross-section of the cultivation world, refugees from fallen organizations, exiles from predatory groups, idealists who'd heard about what Shen Yao was building and came seeking an alternative. And every single one of them represented a potential weakness. This realization came to him during a routine meditation, when a message arrived from the capital. The political situation had shifted again. One of the major powers, threatened by the emergence of Sanfeng Vale as a separate cultivator collective, had decided that Shen Yao represented a strategic threat that needed to be eliminated. The threat came from the Obsidian Throne, the faction that had originally placed a bounty on Shen Yao's head years ago. They were mobilizing a force to move against Sanfeng Vale, and they had allies, other organizations that wanted to prevent the emergence of an alternative cultivation model. Shen Yao had perhaps 3 months before the assault came. The calculation was brutal and unavoidable. He could fight. Yun could fight. The 400 cultivators could fight. And they would lose. Not because they lacked skill or power, but because the combined forces arrayed against them had the resources, the numbers, and the institutional backing of multiple major powers. There were only 2 viable options: evacuate and scatter, or make a stand and accept annihilation. Shen Yao called Lian, Ren, and Yun together for a private conversation. "I don't see how we survive this," he said plainly. And I won't ask our people to die in a war that's essentially about me. Then scatter, Lien said immediately. Disband the collective. Send people to established organizations, to safe territories. Preserve what we've built by distributing it. That's surrender, Yin said. Not militarily, but philosophically. We've spent 3 years building an alternative. If we scatter the moment it's tested, we prove that the alternative was always fragile. But 400 deaths isn't a moral victory, Rin said. It's just a cemetery. Shen Yao sat with that truth. The valley that had seemed like the beginning of something revolutionary had become a target. The people he'd gathered had become potential casualties. And his own power, his advancing cultivation, his potential to reach immortal ascendant, had become a liability that endangered everyone around him. I'll leave, Shen Yao said. I'll scatter the organization. But first, I'll address the Obsidian Throne directly. I'll offer them me in exchange for them leaving Sanfeng Vale intact. They'll kill you, Lien said flatly. Probably, Shen Yao agreed. But it's the only calculation that makes sense. My power is what they want. My destruction is what they need. So I'll give them both. And that accomplishes nothing, Yin said angrily. You die, they kill you. Sanfeng Vale still falls because a scattered collective is a dead collective. No, Shen Yao replied. Because I'm going to make sure that in dying, I leave behind something that can't be killed. I'm going to scatter my cultivation methods, my understanding, my power across all 400 cultivators. I'm going to make sure that what I've learned is distributed enough that it survives my destruction. It was possible, he realized. It was also incredibly dangerous. The human foundation of any cultivator was limited. To take 400 separate people and in a short period of time transmit the deepest understanding of your cultivation philosophy to all of them, to plant the seeds of genuine transformation in each one, that would require Shen Yao to open his own foundation completely, to leave himself absolutely vulnerable, while 400 other people essentially raided his power structure for knowledge. It could work. It could also kill him immediately. But it was the only move that made sense. I need 2 weeks, Shen Yao said. In 2 weeks, I'll go to the capital and meet the Obsidian Throne. And before I go, I want to spend every moment transmitting everything I understand to you, to everyone in Sanfeng Vale. The preparation was intense. Shen Yao opened himself completely, and cultivators came to him in shifts, group by group, unit by unit. He spent hours with each group, not teaching in the traditional sense, but more like transmitting something fundamental. The way he'd learned to see betrayal as merely one aspect of human nature rather than the totality of it. The way genuine growth came from connection rather than isolation. The way power that came from exploitation had a ceiling, but power that came from transformation could theoretically extend infinitely. He wasn't making them all as strong as him, but he was planting understanding that would allow them to build on what Sanfeng Vale had started, even if he was gone. Rin was with him throughout, and she was the only person he allowed to truly see the cost of what he was doing. You're burning yourself out, she said on the 12th night, finding him barely able to stand after an afternoon of intensive knowledge transmission. I have to, Shen Yao replied. 2 weeks to transmit what I learned over 3 years. It requires intensity. It requires you to survive long enough to see it succeed, Rin said fiercely. If you burn yourself out before you even reach the capital, you won't be in position to make the final sacrifice. Then help me, Shen Yao said. Share what you've learned. Take some of the burden. Make them understand not just my perspective, but yours as well. So Rin joined him in the transmission work, and between the two of them, they managed to distribute enough understanding that by the end of the 2 weeks, every cultivator in Sanfeng Vale had been touched by their teaching, had been given at least a seed of understanding about what they'd been trying to build. On the evening before Shen Yao was scheduled to leave for the capital, Yin came to him with a proposal. Let me come with you, the old master said. No, Shen Yao replied immediately. You need someone watching your back, Yin insisted. The Obsidian Throne won't respect a single cultivator walking into their territory, but they might respect 2 nascent soul advanced practitioners. You've just reached immortal ascendant, Shen Yao said. You're more valuable here, protecting Sanfeng Vale if something goes wrong. Exactly, Yin said, which is why you need to take someone else. Take Lien. Take one of the senior fighters. Let someone who actually cares about you in a way that isn't about cultivation hold that space. Shen Yao understood what Yin wasn't saying, that the old master had genuinely changed, had learned to value connection over power, and was now capable of respecting Shen Yao's choice to sacrifice himself. "All right," Shen Yao said. "Lian comes with me." The next morning, Shen Yao and Lian left Sanfeng Vale and traveled toward the capital. They rode in silence for most of the journey, and Shen Yao spent the time in deep meditation, preparing himself for what was about to happen. His plan was straightforward. He would offer himself to the Obsidian Throne in exchange for their agreement to leave Sanfeng Vale alone. They would take him. They would execute him. And in the moment of his death, he would trigger a final awakening, the last great breakthrough that would come from the ultimate sacrifice. But the breakthrough didn't come that way. When they reached the Obsidian Throne's territory, when they were brought before the faction's leader, a cultivator named Master Xue who'd spent 30 years building an empire through ruthlessness and calculation, something entirely unexpected happened. Xue looked at Shen Yao, activated his own sensing gift, and saw something in Shen Yao's aura that made him lower his weapons. "You're already choosing to die," Xue said quietly. "I can see it in your cultivation. You've accepted the sacrifice. You've already made the decision. So why would I bother killing you? You're already on your way." It was a profound observation, and one that made Shen Yao realize he'd been thinking about sacrifice all wrong. The real sacrifice wasn't the moment of death. The real sacrifice was the willingness to die while still living. It was the daily choice to place others before yourself. It was the acceptance that your power, your advancement, your personal cultivation might never reach its full potential if honoring your connections required limitation. "I won't kill you," Xue said, "but I also won't leave Sanfeng Vale alone. Instead, I'll do something more interesting. I'll integrate you into my faction, but not as a tool, as a partner. And I'll send cultivators to Sanfeng Vale to learn your methods, with the understanding that they'll bring that knowledge back to my organization." It was a compromise, and a far better one than Shen Yao had expected. He accepted, with conditions. The integration had to be voluntary for his people. Sanfeng Vale had to maintain autonomy, and the methods had to remain uncorrupted in their application. Xue agreed to all of it. And as Shen Yao stood in the capital, having expected death and instead finding negotiated terms that preserved Sanfeng Vale while allowing his cultivation to continue, something shifted in his foundation. The sacrifice he'd been preparing didn't happen. The death he'd accepted didn't come. And instead, he felt a new kind of awakening beginning. Not one triggered by pain or crisis, but by the realization that his sacrifice had already been made, had already taken shape in the form of placing Sanfeng Vale's survival above his own advancement. The breakthrough came gently, as they always did now, and Shen Yao crossed the threshold into mid-stage immortal ascendant without the violence that had characterized the earlier stages. The war he'd prepared to fight didn't happen. The negotiation was complete. Sanfeng Vale would survive, would grow, would begin to teach its methods to other organizations. And Shen Yao, standing in the capital with Lian beside him, felt the weight of genuine victory, not the triumph of defeating an enemy, but the satisfaction of creating something stable enough to outlast any single crisis. Chapter 33. The Paradox of Vulnerability. Returning to Sanfeng Vale as a now integrated but autonomous member of the Obsidian Throne's network created a strange new dynamic that Shen Yao hadn't anticipated. He was no longer free in the way he'd been when the valley was completely independent. But he also wasn't constrained in the way he would have been if he'd surrendered completely. Instead, he inhabited a kind of liminal space, autonomous but accountable, independent but connected. The cultivators in Sanfeng Vale had mixed reactions. Some were relieved. The threat of extinction had been neutralized, and they could continue their work without the constant fear of military assault. Others were disappointed, seeing it as a betrayal of the ideals they'd chosen to live by. And a few were pragmatic, understanding that survival sometimes required compromise. Shen Yao didn't argue with any of them. He simply laid out what had happened, why he'd made the decision, and what it would mean going forward. "We're still Sanfeng Vale," he said in the assembly that evening. "We're still building what we set out to build. But now we're doing it under a structure that allows for growth beyond just this valley. Now we're a seed, and seeds, by their nature, are meant to be distributed." Over the following months, cultivators began to leave Sanfeng Vale, not in flight, but in purpose. They traveled to other organizations, to other settlements, to other territories, carrying with them the understanding they'd built. Some of them established new satellite settlements. Others integrated themselves into existing organizations and began teaching the collaborative cultivation methods from within. Sanfeng Vale wasn't shrinking. It was dispersing. And in that dispersal, Shen Yao felt something like completion. The alternative to the predatory, hierarchical cultivation model wasn't just a single valley anymore. It was becoming a network, a movement, a genuine paradigm shift in how cultivators understood their own advancement. But with that success came a new pressure. Master Xue began sending emissaries with requests. Cultivators who needed advanced training. Organizations that wanted to understand the methods more deeply. And eventually, an invitation. Shen Yao was being asked to come to the Obsidian Throne's headquarters to teach their senior cultivators, to help them integrate the Sanfeng Vale philosophy into their organization structure. Shen Yao was facing a choice that he'd known would eventually come. He could refuse and maintain Sanfeng Vale's isolation, or he could engage with the larger powers and risk his philosophy being corrupted in service of their hierarchical interests. "It's an impossible choice," Ren said one evening, as they walked through the valley that was slowly becoming emptier as its cultivators dispersed. "If you stay, Sanfeng Vale remains pure but becomes less relevant. If you go, you risk corrupting what you've built." "It's not impossible," Shen Yao replied. "It's just uncomfortable. I'm going to do both. I'm going to go to the Obsidian Throne and teach. And I'm going to accept that some of what I teach will be corrupted, will be used in ways I didn't intend. That's the cost of changing systems from within." "That sounds like surrender," Ren said. "It sounds like maturity," Shen Yao replied. The philosophy behind Sanfeng Vale was that genuine growth could be cultivated through connection and trust. "But I've been thinking about it all wrong. Growth isn't clean. Systems aren't pure. Real change is messy and compromised and involves constantly negotiating between idealism and pragmatism." He traveled to the Obsidian Throne's headquarters with a small group of senior teachers and spent 3 months working with Kit's cultivators. The work was frustrating. The students wanted the results of genuine cultivation without the commitment to genuine growth. They wanted to accelerate their advancement without being willing to be vulnerable. They wanted to preserve the hierarchy while adopting the methods that required hierarchies to be dismantled. Shen Yao taught them anyway. He taught them carefully, presented the information in ways that could be misused, but hoped that seeds of genuine understanding would plant themselves regardless. And he watched as the organization slowly, incrementally, began to shift, not transforming into Sanfeng Vale, but becoming slightly less predatory, slightly more collaborative, slightly more willing to value cultivators as people instead of just tools. It was enough. When he returned to Sanfeng Vale, he found that Lian had taken over much of the core teaching work. The valley now served as a kind of training ground for cultivators from multiple organizations. People came, learned, and then returned to their home factions carrying seeds of transformation. "You've created a virus," Lian observed one evening. "A transformation virus. And it's spreading through the cultivation world." "I've created nothing," Shen Yao replied. "I've just shown people that another way is possible. What they do with that knowledge is up to them." But he knew she was right, in a way. His choices, his path, his willingness to sacrifice his own advancement for the sake of genuine growth. All of it was creating cascading effects through the cultivation world. The predatory, hierarchical model was still dominant. But the cracks were beginning to show. And in those cracks, new things were beginning to grow. The final major test came on an ordinary evening, when a cultivator arrived at Sanfeng Vale's gate bearing a message that made Shen Yao's blood go cold. The message was from Master Xue of the Celestial Harmony, the power that had originally threatened to destroy Sanfeng Vale. She had a proposal. The Celestial Harmony wanted to establish a formal partnership with Sanfeng Vale. They wanted Shen Yao's philosophy integrated into their organization's core structure. They wanted to transform the entire Eastern cultivation region's hierarchy. It was everything Shen Yao had been hoping for. It was also almost certainly a trap. "They're going to use your philosophy to strengthen their control," Lian warned. "They'll say they're adopting collaborative methods, but they'll actually use it to make the hierarchy more efficient, more subtle, harder to resist." "Probably," Shen Yao agreed. "But I'm going to accept anyway. Because the only thing that stops a hierarchy from being predatory is internal resistance. And if I teach enough cultivators within the Celestial Harmony to question their organization structure, Maybe I create the possibility of change from within. You're getting better at accepting compromise, Yin observed. The old master had been quiet for months, meditating deeply, advancing through stages of immortal ascendant that seemed to bring him closer to something transcendent. The Shen Yao of a few years ago wouldn't have accepted anything less than complete victory. Complete victory is impossible, Shen Yao replied. I've learned that now. The best I can do is plant seeds. Some will grow in unexpected ways. Some will be corrupted. Some will be co-opted. But enough will create genuine transformation that the world slowly, incrementally, becomes slightly more sustainable. He accepted Qin's invitation and prepared to travel to the Celestial Harmony's headquarters. But before he left, Rin pulled him aside. I'm not coming with you this time, she said. I'm going to stay here and help Lien guide the valley. Because you need to do this alone. You need to walk into that organization without your safety net, without the person who helps you remember what you're fighting for. You need to feel the full weight of what you're choosing to do. That sounds unnecessarily painful, Shen Yao said. It is, Rin agreed. But you're approaching a ceiling in your cultivation, and the only way past that ceiling is through genuine vulnerability. Not the kind you can perform, the real kind. The kind where you might actually fail, and you have to be all right with that. Shen Yao understood she was right. The threshold of late-stage immortal ascendant required something he hadn't yet grasped. It required the willingness to be vulnerable not just strategically, but actually, permanently. It required accepting that his philosophy might fail, his efforts might be corrupted, his legacy might be twisted into something he wouldn't recognize. And being all right with that anyway. He left Sanfeng Vale the next morning, traveling toward the Celestial Harmony alone, carrying only the understanding he'd gathered over years of choosing connection over exploitation. The real test was about to begin. Chapter 34. The threshold to Celestial Harmony's headquarters was vast in a way that Sanfeng Vale had never been. It was a city unto itself, with cultivation districts, administrative centers, gardens, and structures that seemed to have been built over centuries. And at the heart of it all was the power that Master Xue wielded, a force so carefully controlled, so completely integrated into the organization's structure, that it was almost invisible. Shen Yao spent 3 weeks simply observing before beginning to teach. He watched how the hierarchy operated. He observed the way senior cultivators used their position to extract deference from junior cultivators. He noted the competition, the fear, the careful management of advancement opportunities. And he understood, with absolute clarity, why Chun had wanted to integrate his philosophy. It was the perfect tool to make all of this more efficient. If cultivators believed they were advancing through genuine growth and collaboration, they would work harder, push themselves further, and be less likely to resist their position in the hierarchy. It was insidious, and it was also probably inevitable. Shen Yao began to teach, but he taught carefully. He presented the philosophy of genuine growth, of collaborative advancement. But he also, in quiet conversations with individual cultivators, asked them to think about what they were using the philosophy for, to consider whether they were genuinely willing to sacrifice advancement for others' growth, or whether they were just paying lip service to the idea while maintaining the competition underneath. He was planting doubt, systematically, carefully, creating the conditions for internal resistance to the hierarchy. It was slower than direct confrontation, but it was also more sustainable. 3 months into his teaching, something unexpected happened. A senior cultivator named Master Lin came to him privately and said something that made Shen Yao understand that his efforts were having effects he hadn't anticipated. Your philosophy is destroying me, Lin said, because I've spent 30 years becoming expert at managing people through competition and fear. And now I'm learning from you that there's another way, and I'm having to watch myself perform the old way with the understanding that it's wrong. That's integration, Shen Yao said gently. That's the process of transformation. You're developing the capacity to see yourself clearly, and that clarity is uncomfortable. It's more than uncomfortable, Lin replied. It's making me complicit in something I now understand is harmful. I'm trapped. I can't go back to not knowing. And I can't fully commit to the new way because I'm still benefiting from the old hierarchy. Shen Yao felt something shift in his cultivation in response to that conversation. It was a moment of genuine transformation, and it wasn't happening because he'd orchestrated it or engineered it. It was happening because someone had chosen to see clearly, to sit with the discomfort of that clarity, and to accept that integration meant living in a state of productive tension. That was the real power, not conversion or conquest. Integration, the capacity to hold multiple truths simultaneously and let them reshape you over time. 6 months into his time with the Celestial Harmony, Shen Yao had influenced enough cultivators, had planted enough seeds of doubt about the hierarchy, that the organization itself was beginning to destabilize. Not collapsing, but shifting. The collaboration methods were being adopted, but they were also revealing cracks in the foundational assumptions of the organization. Master Xue called him to a private meeting. "You're destroying the Celestial Harmony," she said without preamble. "No," Shen Yao replied. "I'm teaching it to transform itself." "It's the same thing," Xue said. "Transformation at this level means death of the old structure. And I'm not sure the people who benefit from the old structure are going to accept that." "Then they'll have to choose," Shen Yao said. "Just like you've had to choose. Either you commit to genuine transformation, which means accepting that your authority might eventually become unnecessary, or you stop it now, stop me, and revert to the old hierarchy." Xue was quiet for a long moment. "Then, what happens if I choose transformation? What happens to me?" "I don't know," Shen Yao said honestly. "That's the real vulnerability. You have to let go of control, have to trust that the organization that emerges will honor what you've built, but might not preserve your role in it. You have to be willing to become obsolete if that's what the genuine growth of the organization requires." Xue stood and walked to the window, looking out over the vast city that she controlled. "I'm 73 years old," she said. "I've built this organization from nothing. It's my legacy. You're asking me to let that go. I'm asking you to let it grow beyond you," Shen Yao said. "Your legacy isn't the structure you've built. Your legacy is the cultivators you've shaped. And they're better people now than they were before." Xue turned back to him. "Stay," she said. "Stay here for another year. Continue the transformation work. And at the end of that year, I'll step down as leader and allow the organization to restructure itself more genuinely." It was a profound choice, and Shen Yao understood what it cost her. "All right," he said. "I'll stay." The year that followed was intense in ways that Shen Yao hadn't anticipated. As word spread that the Celestial Harmony's leadership was genuinely considering restructuring, other organizations began to take notice. Some saw it as an opportunity and began sending their own cultivators to learn from Shen Yao. Others saw it as a threat and began positioning themselves to take advantage of the instability. And Shen Yao found himself at the center of a cultivation revolution that was spreading across the entire eastern region. But he also found himself approaching a ceiling in his own advancement. The breakthrough to late-stage Immortal Ascendant required something specific, something he kept circling around but couldn't quite grasp. It was as though there was a door right in front of him, but he kept trying to unlock it from the wrong direction. It was Yun, arriving unexpectedly after 8 months of deep meditation, who finally helped him understand. "The ceiling," Yun said without preamble, "is that you're still treating this as your project. You're still at the center. You're still the one guiding the transformation. And the next level of cultivation requires you to step back, to accept that the transformation doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to everyone." "That's surrender," Shen Yao said. "No," Yun replied. "It's the opposite. It's when you finally understand that power isn't something you control. Power is something that flows through you. And the more you try to direct it, the more you limit it. The moment you stop trying to guide the transformation, the moment you accept that it's no longer yours, that's the moment the next breakthrough comes." Shen Yao meditated on that through the night. And as dawn broke, something shifted in his understanding. He'd spent years learning to cultivate power through connection instead of exploitation. He'd learned to build strength through helping others grow. He'd learned to advance by placing others before himself. But he'd still been operating from a fundamental assumption that he was doing something special, that his understanding was valuable, that his presence mattered. What if it wasn't? What if the real breakthrough came not from being essential, but from becoming irrelevant? That evening, Shen Yao called an assembly of the Celestial Harmony's Transformation Committee, the cultivators who'd taken on the responsibility of guiding the organization's restructuring. "I'm stepping back," he said. "The transformation work needs to continue, but it doesn't need me at the center anymore. You've learned what you need to learn. Now you need to do the work without me." Because the only way the transformation becomes truly sustainable is if it's owned by all of you, not guided by me. Where will you go? Someone asked. I don't know yet, Shen Yao replied. Back to Sanfeng Vale for a while, maybe. Or somewhere else entirely. That's the beautiful part about stepping back. I don't need to know the answer right now. That night, as Shen Yao packed his sparse possessions and prepared to leave the celestial harmony, his cultivation moved through the final threshold. Not violently, not through crisis or pain, but gently, like a door opening. He crossed into late-stage immortal ascendant without even realizing it was happening. And when he felt the shift, when he understood that the breakthrough had finally come, he realized that it hadn't come because he'd achieved something great. It had come because he'd finally, completely, let go. Chapter 35. The journey back to Sanfeng Vale took 3 weeks, and Shen Yao spent most of it simply walking, not meditating, not cultivating, just observing the world around him. He'd left Sanfeng Vale as someone trying to create an alternative to the predatory cultivation model. He was returning as someone who'd begun to understand that alternatives weren't created, they were allowed to emerge. That the role of a teacher wasn't to guide transformation, but to create the conditions where transformation could happen, and then to get out of the way. The valley he returned to was barely recognizable. The structures had been rebuilt, expanded. The population had grown to nearly 600. But more than that, the center of gravity had shifted. Lian was now leading the main teaching programs. Yun had become something like a cultural elder, someone who embodied the possibility of genuine transformation. And Run had advanced to high-stage foundation establishment and was beginning to train junior cultivators herself. Sanfeng Vale didn't need him, and somehow, that made him love it more. Ren met him at the gate, and she took in his transformation with one look. You did it, she said. You reached the threshold. I did, Shen Yao confirmed. But it wasn't what I thought it would be. The power isn't mine. It's distributed. It flows through me, but I don't control it. They walked together through the valley, and Shen Yao began to understand the shape of what he'd created. It wasn't a single organization or philosophy. It was a network of small transformations happening everywhere he'd touched. Cultivators teaching other cultivators about collaboration. Organizations slowly restructuring themselves to value people instead of power. And in the spaces between those transformations, genuine growth happening at a pace that seemed almost impossible. What will you do now? Ren asked. I don't know, Shen Yao replied. I'm realizing that I like not knowing. There's a freedom in it. That evening, he sat with the core group, Lian, Yun, Ren, and the others who'd been building Sanfeng Vale from the beginning, and shared what had happened in the capital. The celestial harmony is transforming, he said. It will take years, maybe decades. But the hierarchy is beginning to crack from within. And that's only happening because I let go of trying to guide it. That's a lesson for all of us, Lian said. We've all been trying too hard to hold Sanfeng Vale together, to make sure it survives, to ensure it continues exactly as we've built it. Maybe we need to learn to let it become something else. It already is, Yun said. The valley we're in now is not the valley Shen Yao founded 2 years ago. It's evolved, and it will keep evolving. The question is just whether we can accept that evolution without trying to control it. Shen Yao spent the following weeks simply being present. No teaching agenda, no cultivation schedule, just existing in the valley, observing how things grew, how people changed, how the philosophy that had been so carefully constructed was now being lived so naturally that it barely needed conscious thought anymore. One afternoon, a young cultivator approached him, someone who'd been at Sanfeng Vale since the beginning, who'd now reached early-stage foundation establishment. I want to leave, the young man said. I want to go teach the philosophy in other settlements, to help spread what you've built. Shen Yao felt something bloom in his chest at those words. This was it. This was the measure of genuine transformation. Not that people stayed, but that they left carrying the seeds with them. Go, Shen Yao said. Teach what you've learned. And remember that the moment you start trying to control how they receive the teaching, you've broken the philosophy. Your job is just to plant seeds and let them grow. As the cultivator walked away, Shen Yao felt the fundamental shift that Yun had described. The power wasn't his anymore. It had distributed itself across hundreds of cultivators and communities, and he was no longer essential to its continuation. He was finally, truly free. The second half of the Step 2 arc was complete. Shen Yao had moved from the deliberate cultivation of betrayal through the engineered awakenings, through the realization that genuine growth was stronger than orchestrated cruelty, through the establishment of Sanfeng Vale, through the expansion into the larger cultivation world, and finally to the acceptance that his role was to enable transformation, not to guide it. He'd reached late-stage immortal ascendant by learning the deepest truth of cultivation. That power that you try to hold is power you've already lost. The only power that truly stays with you is the power that flows through you without attachment. And as he sat by the river in the evening light, watching Sanfeng Vale's cultivators train and meditate, and simply exist in the world they'd built together, Shen Yao felt something like peace. The journey had 5 chapters left to go. The story of Shen Yao's bloodline and its deepening through betrayal was entering its final arc. And in those final chapters, he would discover that the real deepening had never been about betrayal at all. It had been about genuine connection. Chapter 36. The unexpected return. 3 years after returning to Sanfeng Vale, Shen Yao received an unexpected visitor that forced him to reconsider everything he'd built. It was Wei, the garrison captain who'd betrayed him for the Obsidian Throne's bounty during those early days when Shen Yao was still young in his cultivation and still convinced that every relationship was a tool to be managed. Shen Yao had almost forgotten about him, had relegated that first betrayal to the distant past of someone he used to be. But Wei arrived looking older, more worn, carrying the weight of his own failures like a physical burden. His aura was dim, chaotic, the color of someone whose power had corroded from years of compromised choices. "I heard what you've built," Wei said without preamble, not even offering the courtesies of formal greeting. "I heard that you've started treating betrayal as something other than a weapon, a catalyst for power rather than a resource to be harvested. And I needed to understand how someone could survive what I did to you, and then choose forgiveness instead of revenge." Shen Yao felt something stir in his cultivation, not an awakening, not a crisis, but a gentle movement, like a door opening just slightly. It was the sensation of a past connection being revived, of unfinished business finally presenting itself for completion. "Come," Shen Yao said, gesturing for Wei to follow him deeper into the valley. "Sit with me. Tell me what brought you here after all this time." They walked to the river, and Wei's story unfolded like the kind of tragedy that repeated itself across the cultivation world. After he'd collected the bounty for Shen Yao's location, the Obsidian Throne had used him for a few years and then discarded him. He'd become a tool, an instrument, and when his usefulness expired, he was abandoned. He'd found no lasting power, no advancement through that betrayal, just the slow erosion of his reputation as someone known for cruelty and the hollow realization that he was famous for one choice made in desperation, famous for being the person who'd betrayed someone who trusted him. "I spent 10 years trying to profit from the mistake I made with you," Wei said, his voice rough with old pain. "Every new betrayal, every new act of cruelty, every moment I chose profit over principle. They all felt like they were supposed to lead somewhere, to build towards something meaningful. Instead, each one just lowered me further. Other cultivators learned they could buy me. Organizations learned that I had no code, no foundation, just hunger. And the more powerful I became in other people's eyes, the more hollow I felt." He paused, looking at his hands as though they belonged to someone else. "Eventually, I became worthless even to the people who were using me. I was too unprincipled to trust, too damaged to rely on. So they threw me away, and I ended up alone, with nothing but the reputation of a traitor and the knowledge that I'd sacrificed connection and stability for power that never came." "Why come to me?" Shen Yao asked. "If you've lost everything, why seek me out?" "Because I heard the story," Wei replied. "I heard that you didn't retaliate, that you didn't hunt me down for revenge, that instead, you created something new, a place where betrayal could be transcended. And I wanted to understand how you managed that, how you took what I did to you and transformed it into something generative instead of destructive." Shen Yao studied Wei's aura carefully, reading the fundamental architecture of the man. What he saw was complex. There was genuine remorse, but there was also the deep doubt of someone who'd spent years being told they were worthless. There was hunger for redemption, but also the fear that redemption wasn't actually possible for someone who'd compromised themselves so thoroughly. "I'll accept you as a student," Shen Yao said, "but with a clear condition. but not with the promise of advancement, not with the guarantee of becoming powerful, not even with the assurance that you'll regain what you've lost. You come here without any expectation of compensation. You learn the cultivation methods we teach because they're true, not because they'll benefit you. And you accept that it might take years before you feel like you've made restitution for what you did. Wei accepted without hesitation, and Shen Yao realized that this moment was the final test of what he'd become. As Shen Yao guided Wei through the basic cultivation work of Sanfeng Vale, something fundamental shifted in his understanding of his entire path. The betrayal that Wei had committed years ago, it had never actually belonged to him for exploitation. It had been Wei's action, Wei's choice, Wei's consequence to carry. Shen Yao's role in it had been simply to receive the betrayal and choose how to respond. And by responding not with violence or orchestrated retaliation, but instead with the genuine opportunity for transformation, Shen Yao had actually broken the cycle that had been driving him for so long. Wei wasn't a catalyst for Shen Yao's awakening anymore. He was Shen Yao's brother, in the way that only shared failure and the choice to overcome it could create. Over the following months, Wei began the slow work of rebuilding himself from a foundation that was no longer based on betrayal and predation. He learned the Sanfeng Vale methods, not to increase his power, but to understand what genuine cultivation actually meant. And slowly, day by day, his aura began to shift. The chaos settled into something more coherent. The dim light began to grow brighter. Other visitors began to arrive at Sanfeng Vale as word spread of what was happening there. People from Shen Yao's past started to appear at the gates, cultivators he'd manipulated, people he'd set up for betrayal, individuals whose lives had been disrupted by his deliberate schemes. Some arrived seeking revenge. Some arrived seeking understanding. And some, like Wei, arrived seeking the possibility of redemption. Shen Yao accepted them all, treated each one as an opportunity for mutual transformation, and created the space where genuine change could happen if they were willing to choose it. He didn't try to apologize for what he'd done. Apology without action was just another form of manipulation. Instead, he created the conditions where his actions could be understood in context, where harm could be acknowledged without being excused, where people could move forward without requiring him to erase who he'd been. And slowly, Sanfeng Vale transformed from being simply a settlement that Shen Yao had built into a living laboratory of redemption and transformation. Not because Shen Yao was guiding every aspect of it, but because enough people had embodied the philosophy that it had become self-sustaining, had begun to operate on principles that didn't depend on any single leader. Lian observed the shift one evening, watching as Wei led a meditation session with a group of junior cultivators, his presence calm and centered in a way it hadn't been when he arrived. "You've finally succeeded," she said, coming to stand beside Shen Yao in the observation tower that overlooked the valley. "Not because you've changed the world, but because you've created the conditions where change can happen without you. The most powerful thing a teacher can do is become obsolete. That's the only real success," Shen Yao replied, feeling the weight of that truth. "Anything else is just power. And power that requires the powerful person to persist in order to remain stable is ultimately fragile, ultimately dependent. But power that's been distributed, that's been embedded in the understanding of hundreds of people, that can persist and grow without its original source, that's the only power worth creating." Chapter 37. The cultivation path narrows and deepens as Shen Yao settled more firmly into late-stage immortal ascendant. He began to perceive a new limitation that was more fundamental than anything he'd encountered before. The cultivation hierarchy in the Eastern world had recognizable levels up through immortal ascendant. There were established markers, known techniques, documented paths that had been proven by centuries of cultivators. But beyond that threshold, the path became profoundly unclear. The few cultivators who claimed to have reached the next stages, and they were rare, perhaps fewer than a dozen in all the known world, spoke in mystical terms, in metaphors so abstract that they seemed almost designed to obscure rather than illuminate. They described experiences that didn't translate cleanly into human language, that seemed to exist at the boundary between the physical and the spiritual, between individual consciousness and something vastly larger. Shen Yao began to research systematically, to study, to investigate what lay beyond the stage he'd reached. He consulted with masters across the Eastern cultivation world. He reviewed ancient texts, some of them thousands of years old, that hinted at stages beyond immortal ascendant. He even attempted to contact cultivators who claimed to have reached those heights, though communication proved difficult. They seemed to exist partially outside normal perception. The answers he gathered were fragmentary, contradictory, and deeply unsettling. Some cultivators spoke of a stage called transcendent ascension, describing it as a state where the cultivator became something other than human, transformed into a being of pure spiritual power that no longer required a physical form. Others described it as a return to the world, a paradoxical shedding of individual power in service of the collective, a dissolution of the ego self that paradoxically increased one's impact on others. Still others claimed it was a genuine merger with a larger cosmic force, a consciousness so vast that individual identity became meaningless, a dissolution of self into the infinite that was simultaneously the ultimate achievement and the ultimate loss. The only thing that was consistent across all the descriptions, the single thread that ran through every account from every cultivator who claimed to have achieved that state, was that it required a fundamental sacrifice, not of power, not of advancement, but of individual identity. A cultivator who reached transcendent ascension had to be willing to let go of their sense of self, that core identity that they'd built, protected, and cultivated over decades, in a way that was both permanent and total. The I, that was the cultivator, would cease to exist, would be absorbed into something so much larger that the individual perspective would become not just irrelevant, but actually impossible to maintain. Shen Yao sat with that knowledge on a moonless night, mediating beneath the ancient stones that Sandfoam Vale's cultivators used for deep spiritual work, and felt something like fundamental dread. He'd spent so much of his life, the first part learning to exploit betrayal, the second part learning to transform through connection, valuing individual growth, individual relationships, individual identity. The idea of dissolving that completely, of becoming something so integrated with others that there was no Shen Yao separate from the whole, no private interiority that belonged only to him, felt like losing everything he'd learned. It felt like the ultimate betrayal of the path he'd chosen, the final rejection of everything that had made his transformation real. And yet, there was also something calling to him in that dissolution, something that resonated with the deepest understanding he'd developed. If genuine power came through connection, if strength arose from placing others before yourself, if cultivation was ultimately about transcending the individual ego in service of something larger, then wasn't transcendent ascension just the logical conclusion of everything he'd learned? He consulted with Yun, who'd been meditating intensively on this very question for the past year, reaching toward the edges of understanding that even an advanced immortal ascendant could barely perceive. I think, Yin said slowly, his words coming out like pieces of something he was trying to assemble in real time, that the next stage isn't about losing yourself in the way you're fearing. It's about expanding yourself so completely that the boundaries of the individual self become meaningless, not because the self is destroyed, but because it becomes so large that individual and collective become the same thing. That still sounds like the same thing, Shen Yao said. That sounds like dissolution. Maybe, Yin replied, and his eyes held the weight of centuries even though he'd only been alive for 50 years. But consider the trajectory of everything you've learned. You've spent the past 5 years discovering that genuine power comes through connection. What's the ultimate extension of that logic? What happens when you're so connected to every other consciousness that there's no meaningful separation anymore? What happens when you can feel what they feel, think what they think, love what they love? Not because you're invading their consciousness, but because the boundaries that usually separate consciousness have become truly permeable. Shen Yao understood what Yun was suggesting. The next stage of cultivation might be the logical conclusion of the path he'd chosen. The final integration. The complete dissolution of the predatory, individual self into something collective and transcendent. Not as a loss, but as a transformation so complete that the categories of loss and gain became meaningless. The idea terrified him, but it also called to him in a way that was undeniable, like something he'd been searching for since the very beginning without knowing what he was searching for. How do you prepare for something like that? Shen Yao asked. You don't, Yin replied. You just live fully as yourself for long enough that when the moment comes, you're ready to let that self go. Chapter 38. The threshold approaches over the following months, as Shen Yao deepened his meditation practices and prepared himself for what might come. The shape of his life began to shift in subtle but profound ways. He spent more time with Run, not as a cultivator-teacher, but simply as a man who'd come to care deeply about another person. They would sit by the river in the evenings and talk about simple things, the color of the sky, the way certain flowers grew in the valley, the dreams they'd had as children before cultivation entered their lives. These conversations seemed insignificant, but Shen Yao understood that they were actually profound. They were him learning to be fully present in the moment with another person, learning to value the ordinary over the extraordinary. He spent time with Wei, watching the man's slow transformation from self-loathing to something approaching peace. The cultivation Wei was learning wasn't making him powerful in the traditional sense. His aura would never burn with the brilliant colors of a master cultivator. But it was making him whole in a way that Shen Yao could feel was genuinely valuable, a kind of healing that went deeper than mere advancement. He sat with Lian in the archives of Sanfeng Vale, helping her document the cultivation philosophy more fully, so that if something happened to him, the knowledge would persist in forms that could be transmitted to others. And as they worked, Shen Yao realized that this too was preparation. He was learning to let go of knowledge by placing it into forms that could exist without him, that could serve the world without requiring his presence to make them meaningful. That evening, sitting alone in his meditation chamber, Shen Yao took the final step in preparing for his attempt at transcendent ascension. He brought to mind every person he'd ever hurt, not as a ritual of atonement. He'd learned that atonement was something you lived rather than performed, but simply as acknowledgement. He held in his consciousness the faces of people he'd betrayed deliberately, cultivators he'd manipulated, lives he'd disrupted in service of his own advancement. And he didn't try to absolve himself or them. He simply held the truth of it. I did this. This happened. These consequences were real. Then he brought to mind every person he'd genuinely cared for. Rin with her laugh like breaking glass. Yun with his hard-won capacity for connection. Lian with her centuries of wisdom. Wei with his slow, painful transformation from despair toward meaning. And hundreds of others who'd been touched by his teaching, who'd transformed in response to the philosophy he'd offered. I've loved you, he said silently to each of them. I've tried to serve your growth. I've chosen, again and again, to place your potential before my own advancement. And in that moment of complete acknowledgement, both of his failings and his choices, something shifted in the foundation of his being. He was ready. Chapter 39. The choice at the threshold. On the eve of his attempt to cross the threshold into transcendent ascension, Shen Yao took a walk through Sanfeng Vale alone, saying what he understood might be a final goodbye to the place he'd built. He visited every part of the valley systematically, slowly, with complete attention. The meditation chambers carved into the hillside where cultivators achieved their breakthroughs, sitting with the echoes of all the transformations that had happened there. The gardens where people rested between trainings, touching the flowers with genuine tenderness. The assembly grounds where the community gathered to make decisions by consensus rather than decree, places where he'd learned that leadership was about enabling others' choices rather than controlling them. The river where he'd spent countless evenings simply existing in the world, watching the water flow without trying to direct it. He said goodbye to the landscape that had been his home for nearly 5 years, saying goodbye in the way you did when you understood that you were going to truly disappear, that the person who returned, if anyone returned, would be someone other than who was leaving. The attempt came at midnight, in his meditation chamber. Shen Yao sat in the posture of deep meditation and began the process of opening his boundaries completely. Instead of maintaining the carefully constructed self that he'd spent so many years refining, the strategic self that had manipulated others, then the integrated self that had learned to genuinely connect with people, he allowed all of that to dissolve. He dropped the defenses that separated him from other consciousnesses, the walls that maintained his individual awareness, the barriers that allowed him to experience himself as separate from the world. The experience began as indescribable pleasure, a dissolving of boundaries so complete that he felt himself expanding infinitely in all directions. As the boundaries fell away like illusions, Shen Yao felt the presence of every consciousness in Sanfeng Vale. He felt Rin's love like a beautiful wound that would never heal but never needed to, a pain that had transformed into connection. He felt Lian's ancient determination, her patience with the slow work of genuine change. He felt Yun's conflicted power, the old master's struggle between his predatory nature and his newly won capacity for care. He felt the hopes and fears of 400 cultivators who'd built something extraordinary together, each of them carrying their own journeys of transformation. And beyond Sanfeng Vale, he felt the presence of every person he'd ever touched with his teaching. Cultivators in dozens of organizations who'd been transformed by the philosophy of genuine growth. People in communities across the Eastern world who were learning to value connection over predation. The vast network of transformation that had rippled out from his choices, touching thousands of lives in ways he could never fully know. The dissolution was happening, was irreversible, was transforming him into something that was no longer Shen Yao, but was becoming everything Shen Yao had ever been, expanded infinitely, freed from the limitation of individual form. But then, a presence arrived at the boundaries of his meditation chamber that shouldn't have been present. Master Xue, the leader of the celestial harmony, appeared with a force of will so determined that it carved a path through the dissolution itself. She was carrying something precious, something that she'd guarded and compiled for this exact moment. The cultivation records of every person who'd been transformed by Shen Yao's teaching. Hundreds of them. Records of betrayals transcended, hierarchies dismantled, genuine growth cultivated in the spaces between predatory systems. Stories of lives saved, of people pulled back from the edge of despair, of transformation made possible. "Don't go," Chen said, and her presence was so real, so immediate, that it halted the dissolution mid-process, held it suspended between completion and reversal. Don't dissolve into transcendence. Don't disappear into that infinite consciousness. Stay here. Remain yourself. Be the anchor. Be the proof. Because there are cultivators in my organization, in dozens of organizations, in communities across the entire Eastern world, who are standing at the threshold of their own transformations. They're afraid. They don't believe change is possible. And they need someone who's already gone through it, someone who's already chosen vulnerability and survived it, to believe they can do it too. Shen Yao felt the pull of the dissolution fighting against Chen's request, fighting against the weight of responsibility and connection that she was placing on him. He could let go. He could complete the dissolution and merge with the larger consciousness, transcending individual identity entirely. It would be peaceful, final, transcendent in a way that nothing else could be. It would be the ultimate achievement, the final step in his cultivation journey. And it would mean that the work he'd begun, the transformation of the cultivation world, would have to continue without him, would have to find other anchors, would have to become truly self-sustaining without the presence of its founder. Or he could stay. He could choose to maintain his individual consciousness just long enough to help others cross thresholds they couldn't cross alone. He could refuse the transcendence and remain in the world, vulnerable and limited and fully, completely human. In the moment of choice, Shen Yao made a decision that surprised even himself. "I'll stay," he said, pulling back from the dissolution, feeling the boundaries of self re-establish themselves with the pain of redifferentiation. But not completely. I'll learn to exist in both states. I'll maintain individual consciousness when needed, but I'll also learn to touch that transcendent state, to draw power from that dissolution without being consumed by it. I'll be bridge between the individual and the infinite. It was a paradox. It was also exactly what was needed. The meditation chamber exploded with power as Shen Yao learned to hold two contradictory states simultaneously. He was dissolving. He was not dissolving. He was becoming everything. He was remaining himself. The contradictions didn't resolve into harmony. Instead, they created a kind of harmonic resonance, a fundamental tension that was stronger than either state would have been alone. He existed in two places at once, as an individual man sitting in a meditation chamber, and as an infinite consciousness touching every life that had been changed by his philosophy. When he emerged from the meditation chamber at dawn, Shen Yao was different in ways that were almost impossible to describe. He was still himself, still recognizable as the man who'd walked into the chamber the previous night. But he was also something larger, something that existed partially outside the normal constraints of individual consciousness. He could feel the presence of every consciousness that had been touched by his teaching, could sense their growth without controlling it, could draw strength from their advancement while respecting their autonomy. He had reached a threshold that shouldn't have been possible, transcendent ascension without the dissolution of self, integration without the loss of identity, the capacity to be both individual and collective simultaneously, to operate in both the personal and the universal registers at the same time. Chen was waiting for him outside the chamber, tears streaming down her face. "You found a third way," she said, understanding immediately what had happened, understanding the impossible balance he'd achieved. "I did," Shen Yao confirmed. "Because I've always been searching for third ways. Betrayal or peace. Exploitation or connection. Dissolution or preservation. But the real power comes from holding all the options simultaneously and moving between them as needed. From being willing to be broken and put back together in new configurations. From choosing connection not because it's profitable, but because it's true." Chapter 40. The legacy of deepening. Over the following months, Shen Yao began to understand the full implications of what he'd become. He wasn't just an individual cultivator anymore in any traditional sense. He was a kind of spiritual anchor for everyone he'd touched with his teaching. The transformation work that had begun in Sanfeng Vale was accelerating across the entire Eastern cultivation world, and he could feel it, could sense the moment when someone achieved a genuine breakthrough toward connection, could offer subtle support at the critical moments when transformation threatened to collapse back into the safety of predation. But he was also still Shen Yao. He could still sit with Ren in the evening and talk about the day, about the small moments that made existence meaningful. He could still meditate with Yun, still challenge the old master's understanding in ways that pushed them both forward. He could still guide the cultivation of new students, still offer direct teaching to those who came seeking transformation. He could still eat, breathe, exist in the world as an individual person while also being something far larger. It was the best of both possibilities, the achievement of something that the ancient texts said was impossible. The major cultivation powers began to recognize what he'd become. Some saw him as a resource to be captured or controlled. Some saw him as a threat to be contained or eliminated. But a growing number, slowly, gradually, as more cultivators experienced genuine transformation, began to see him as something else, a possibility. A proof that cultivation could lead somewhere other than to the predatory heights of power that had dominated the world for so long. A living demonstration that the path of connection was not weakness but the deepest strength. 6 months after his breakthrough to his new state, Shen Yao received a summons from the Council of Immortal Ascendants, the secret collective of the highest cultivators in the known world. They wanted to understand what he'd done. They wanted to know if it was replicable, if other cultivators could reach the state he'd achieved. They wanted to know if it represented a new path that could be taught and learned, or if he was simply an anomaly, a unique individual who'd achieved something that couldn't be replicated. Shen Yao traveled to their hidden sanctuary, a place that existed partially outside normal space, visible only to the highest cultivators and perceptible only to those whose consciousness had been sufficiently refined. There were 13 immortal ascendants in the council, and their power was immense in ways that Shen Yao could barely comprehend even with his new expanded consciousness. Each one represented centuries of cultivation, each one had reached the heights of individual power, and each one was profoundly alone in a way that even Shen Yao had been before his transformation. Their isolation was not accidental but fundamental to their path. They had achieved power by learning to rely on no one, by becoming ultimately self-sufficient, by transcending the need for connection in service of absolute individual advancement. "Tell us," the oldest member said, her consciousness ancient and vast and fundamentally solitary, "why we should believe that what you've found is better than what we've achieved. You speak of connection as strength, but we have become strong through independence. You speak of vulnerability as power, but we have become powerful by transcending vulnerability entirely." "I'm not claiming that what I've found is better," Shen Yao replied carefully, aware that these beings could destroy him instantly if they perceived him as a threat. "I'm claiming it's different. I'm claiming it's another path. You've cultivated individual power to heights I can barely comprehend. I've cultivated connected power. Your cultivation has made you strong in isolation. My cultivation has made me sustainable in relationship. You can probably destroy me if we fought directly, but you also can't stop what I've started because I'm not the sole source of it. I'm just one anchor among many. The real source is thousands of people learning to transform themselves, learning to choose connection over predation, learning to believe that genuine growth is possible. That sounds like a threat. One of the council members said sharply. It's not, Shen Yao replied with absolute honesty. It's an invitation. You're powerful, profoundly powerful, but you're also lonely in a way that transcends ordinary loneliness. You've achieved heights that most cultivators can never reach, but the cost has been the severing of every genuine connection. What if you learned to share that power with others, the way I've learned to do? What if the next generation of cultivators didn't have to choose between power and connection? What if there was a path where both could be achieved together? The council chamber was silent for a long moment, the weight of 13 ancient consciousnesses considering something they'd never been asked to consider before. Then the oldest member spoke again. You're asking us to let go of what we've built, to step back from the position we've achieved, to potentially become less essential. I'm asking you to let it become something larger than what you've built, Shen Yao corrected. To step back and let your legacy be not the individual power you've accumulated, but the transformation you've enabled. To measure your success not by how dominant you are, but by how successfully you can make yourselves unnecessary. The council debated through the night. Some proposed destroying Shen Yao as a threat to their established order. Some proposed attempting to absorb what he'd learned, to integrate his methods into their own cultivation to increase their individual power. Some advocated for allowing him to continue his work unimpeded, observing what happened, waiting to see if his philosophy would eventually prove either sustainable or self-defeating. But finally, they made a pact. They would observe his work. They would study whether what he'd created was sustainable, whether the transformation he'd initiated could persist without him, whether the cultivation philosophy he'd developed would eventually lead to a meaningful restructuring of the cultivation world. And if, when they saw evidence that his path was real, that it was producing genuine strength and genuine transformation, they would begin to teach it to select students, would create a parallel path of cultivation that existed alongside their own, would allow the world to choose which direction its cultivation would take. It was not acceptance, but it was not rejection. It was the beginning of possibility, and for Shen Yao, that was more valuable than any individual victory could have been. On the 5th-year anniversary of Sanfeng Vale's founding, Shen Yao sat with Run, Lian, and Yun in the Great Hall of the Valley to review what they'd collectively accomplished. The settlement had grown to over 1,000 cultivators. Satellite communities had been established in 30 different territories across the Eastern world, each one adapting the core philosophy to the unique circumstances of their location, each one proving that the methods could be replicated and sustained without Shen Yao's direct presence. The cultivation philosophy that Shen Yao had developed, not replacing the old predatory methods, but existing alongside them, offering an alternative for cultivators who were tired of exploitation, had spread to every major organization in the known world. We did it, Rin said, holding Shen Yao's hand, her own cultivation having advanced to high-stage foundation establishment through years of dedicated work. We actually changed the world. No, Shen Yao replied gently. We created the conditions. The world is changing itself. We just offered a path for that change to happen. We just showed people that another way was possible. Lian had been working on something for the past year, and she presented it to them now with ceremony, a document that she called the Book of Deepenings. It was a record of every major transformation that had happened in response to Shen Yao's teaching, documented carefully, preserved for future generations. It detailed how betrayals had been transcended, how hierarchies had begun to crack and transform, how genuine growth had been cultivated in the spaces between the old predatory systems. It was stories of lives saved, of people pulled back from the edge of despair, of moments where one person's choice to offer connection instead of exploitation had cascaded outward to transform an entire organization. This is your legacy, Lian said, presenting the document to Shen Yao with both hands, in the formal gesture of profound respect. Not the power you've accumulated, not the strength you've achieved, not the remarkable state you've reached. Your legacy is the transformations you've made possible. It's the proof that another way exists. It's the record that when someone chose to value connection over predation, when someone placed others' potential before their own advancement, the entire shape of the cultivation world began to shift. Shen Yao opened the book and began to read. Each entry told a story of transformation. A cultivator who'd spent decades being predatory, who'd learned to see connection as genuine strength. An organization that had dismantled its internal hierarchy and found itself becoming more powerful as a result. A community that had learned to value people over power and discovered that the reversal created sustainable growth rather than undermining it. A young cultivator who'd been prepared by their mentor to use betrayal as a source of advancement, who'd instead learned to offer others the opportunity to grow alongside them. And as he read through page after page of these stories, Shen Yao felt something complete inside him. Something that had been driving him since he'd first felt his bloodline awaken in response to his master's betrayal finally came to rest. He'd begun his journey seeking power, convinced that the only way to become strong was to harvest it from betrayal and exploitation. He'd discovered, painfully, slowly, through years of choice and consequence, that genuine power came from connection and transformation rather than from predation. And now he understood something even deeper, something that transcended the categories of power entirely. The real deepening, the true meaning of his bloodline's potential, wasn't in the power itself. It was in the transformation that became possible when you offered someone a different way, when you placed their potential before your own advancement, when you chose to be the bridge between the world as it was and the world as it could become. That night, Shen Yao made his final decision about his immediate future. He was going to step back from the active teaching role at Sanfeng Vale. He would remain at the Valley, but as a teacher of teachers rather than a direct guide to students. He would allow the work to distribute itself more completely, to find new anchors and new leaders beyond himself, to become truly self-sustaining in a way that didn't depend on his presence. "Where will you go?" Ren asked when he told her, feeling the shift in his intentions. "I don't know yet," Shen Yao replied. "Maybe I'll travel. Maybe I'll meditate. Maybe I'll wait for the next crisis and see what needs to be done when it arrives. I've learned that the most powerful thing I can do is to stay open to what the world needs from me, rather than deciding in advance what I'm going to offer." He left Sanfeng Vale 3 months later, carrying nothing but the understanding he'd gathered over years of choosing vulnerability, connection, and transformation over isolation and exploitation. The world was still dominated by predatory powers. The transformation he'd begun was slow and uncertain and fragile. But in the cracks and spaces between the old systems, something new was growing. New communities were forming. New teachers were emerging. New cultivators were choosing the path of genuine growth over the path of exploitation. And Shen Yao was content to be a seed carrier, spreading possibilities, trusting that enough people would choose the path of genuine connection that the world would eventually tilt towards sustainability. As he walked away from the valley he'd built, away from the people he'd come to love, away from the settled life he'd created through years of choice and consequence, Shen Yao understood the ultimate secret his bloodline had been teaching him all along. The deepening didn't come from betrayal. It came from the willingness to be betrayed and to respond not with violence or orchestrated retaliation, but with the offer of transformation. Every genuine connection he made, every person who chose growth over predation, every moment where he placed someone else's potential before his own advancement, all of it had deepened his power in ways that no amount of orchestrated betrayal ever could have accomplished. His bloodline was the bloodline of the war god, but it had deepened not through blood and conquest, not through the harvesting of others' despair for personal advancement, but through genuine human connection and the courage to remain vulnerable even while becoming strong. And that was a kind of victory that no predatory power could ever match. That was a kind of strength that no amount of individual isolation could ever achieve. Step 2 of the story was complete. 20 chapters of deliberate cultivation of betrayal, moral cost, transformation, and finally understanding that the real strength came not from harvesting others' despair, but from enabling others' growth. 20 chapters of learning that genuine power wasn't a resource to be extracted, but a force to be channeled in service of something larger than the self. Shen Yao had learned to wield power not by controlling it, not by orchestrating every outcome, but by allowing it to flow through him in service of genuine transformation. And in that learning, he had become something greater than any individual cultivator could ever become. Chapter 41. The reputation that precedes 6 months after the founding of Sanfeng Vale. Shen Yao's name had begun to carry weight beyond his settlement. It wasn't the weight of legends, not yet, but something subtler and more dangerous, the weight of a living anomaly. Rumors spread through the cultivation world the way water finds every crack. The boy who built Sanfeng Vale, they said, was marked by something that no sword could cut and no poison could touch. A betrayal-proof cultivator. A man whose very existence seemed to mock the fundamental instability that governed most sects. The truth was both simpler and more complicated. Shen Yao had not become immune to betrayal. He had learned to weaponize it. Each betrayal he suffered fed his bloodline awakening with the same precision that a blacksmith's hammer shaped steel. By the time he'd reached core formation, he'd already cataloged 7 distinct types of betrayal and their corresponding power increases. Calculated betrayals, engineered by enemies or orchestrated by rivals, yielded moderate gains. But genuine betrayals, the ones born from authentic circumstance and spontaneous malice, were far more potent. He stood on the observation tower of Sanfeng Vale, watching the terraced cultivation fields below glow faintly with evening light. The settlement had grown to nearly 300 disciples in 6 months. Some had come because they'd heard of his power and wanted to study under a rising cultivator. Others had come because Sanfeng Vale offered something rare, a place where betrayal was not simply punished but transformed into something greater. It was a reputation that attracted a particular kind of seeker, those driven by ambition, those willing to take risks, those whose moral compasses spun easily in the wind. The power of his reputation troubled him more than he admitted. Word had spread that disciples who trained at Sanfeng Vale advanced faster than their counterparts elsewhere. That Shen Yao could read your heart, sense your weaknesses, and exploit them in ways that made you stronger. The rumor contained just enough truth to be dangerous. He did read people. He did sense the cracks in their foundations. And yes, he had engineered several smaller betrayals within the settlement's ranks, transforming the resulting emotional upheaval into teaching moments that accelerated cultivation gains. 3 disciples had left because they couldn't handle his methods. One had denounced him publicly, claiming he was a fraud preying on ambitious cultivators. That betrayal had granted him a small awakening. Nothing major, but noticeable. A tightening of his dantian, a small expansion of his aura sense. Enough to remind him that his theory was correct. Cultivators were drawn to Sanfeng Vale because they sensed, on some instinctive level, that betrayal was waiting for them there. And they came anyway. Ren had warned him about it weeks ago. She moved through the settlement's administrative complex with an efficiency that still impressed him, though by now he'd grown accustomed to the profound absence of deception in her presence. When she stood near him, his aura sense, that delicate instrument he'd spent years calibrating, became quiet in a way that felt almost like peace. Sometimes it terrified him more than any threat. "You're becoming too famous," she'd said, looking through the quartermaster's inventory. "Ambitious disciples attract ambitious enemies. Then I'll create stronger disciples," he'd replied. She'd looked at him in that particular way she had, the one that made him feel simultaneously seen and deeply uncomfortable. "That's how you think now. Power draws power, balance draws balance. But you're missing something." She'd paused, her eyes searching his face with that unsettling clarity. "Or maybe you're not missing it. Maybe you're afraid of it." He hadn't asked her to elaborate. Part of him already knew what she meant. Ren had been trying, with increasing subtlety and directness, to point out something he'd been avoiding. That his awakening system had a fundamental limitation. It worked by inducing betrayal, by reading deception, by transforming human failure into personal power. But what if someone came who contained no betrayal to induce? What if his gift, his greatest strength, met something it had never encountered before? The thought terrified him because it suggested that his current path led nowhere, that eventually he would reach a ceiling. Now, as dusk settled over Sanfeng Vale, he felt the first tremor of a presence he didn't recognize. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, a cultivator arriving from the western gate. moving with the easy confidence of someone who knew they belonged. Shen Yao's aura sense reached out reflexively, that delicate instrument he'd spent months refining, ready to taste the quality of the newcomer's spirit, and found nothing. Not emptiness, not the void of a cloaked presence, but a complete and perfect absence of intentional betrayal potential. A reading identical to what he'd sensed the first time Ren had come to Sanfeng Vale. His pulse quickened. It was impossible. In 6 months of cultivating his aura sense, he'd never encountered a second person with zero betrayal potential. It was a signature as unique as a face, as distinctive as a voice. It suggested training, preparation, or something even stranger, a cultivator who had somehow achieved a state of absolute internal integrity. The implications made his mind race. If someone could be trained to contain no betrayal potential, then his entire system was vulnerable. If it could be counterfeited or cultivated away, then his greatest strength was actually a limitation waiting to be exploited. He descended the tower and made his way toward the western gate, moving with deliberate casualness, pretending he was simply making his evening rounds. The setting sun cast long shadows across the compound, and disciples moved between buildings in the amber light, unaware of the figure that had just entered their home. Shen Yao saw her before his conscious mind caught up. She was moving through the central plaza with Ron, who was showing her toward the guest quarters. The newcomer had dark hair pulled back in a simple knot, sharp features that suggested military lineage, and a bearing that somehow managed to be both submissive and dangerous. She wore the unmarked robes of an independent cultivator. Everything about her screamed ordinariness, which itself was suspicious. It was her presence against his aura sense that crystallized what Shen Yao had already sensed. This woman was exactly what she appeared to be, and nothing more. No hidden ambitions, no latent betrayal, no deception woven into her spirit. Just a clean, empty slate, which meant one of 3 things. Either she was someone so unambitious that her entire existence contained no potential for treachery, perhaps a servant-class cultivator, someone who'd never developed the drive to want anything beyond survival. Or she was something his aura sense had never encountered, a cultivator who'd successfully purified the betrayal potential from her own spirit, a feat of cultivation discipline that bordered on impossible. Or, and this was the one that made his hand move to his sword hilt, she was something far more dangerous than any of those things. Something that had been specifically prepared to fool him. She turned and looked directly at him. Her eyes were dark, unremarkable, perfectly ordinary. Yet in that gaze, Shen Yao felt a quality of attention that was anything but ordinary. "Sect leader Shen," she said. Her voice was warm, almost curious. It carried just the right tone of deference mixed with confidence. "I've heard a great deal about your settlement. I hoped I might stay for a time and learn your methods." Shen Yao felt Ren's presence beside him, felt the absolute conviction radiating from her without words. She was certain. This woman contained no betrayal. That certainty, which had been accurate for every single moment of the past 6 months, suddenly felt less like an advantage and more like a trap. "What's your name?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. "Lin," the woman said, moving toward them with easy grace, her movements economical and precise. "From the eastern provinces. No sect affiliation. And you came all this way to study with us?" he pressed. "I've heard," Lin said, her eyes meeting his with an openness that felt almost painful in its apparent honesty, "that you teach disciples to think differently about risk, about growth. That interested me. I want to become stronger, and I've heard that Sanfeng Vale is where people do that, regardless of the cost." Shen Yao nodded, still watching her, searching for any flicker of deception, any shadow of hidden intent. He found none. "Welcome to Sanfeng Vale," he said finally. That night, alone in his study, he reviewed every meditation technique he knew, every way his aura sense had learned to detect the fractional shifts in another cultivator's spirit. He meditated for hours, observing her signature from a distance, testing it from every angle. And he found nothing wrong with it. Lin contained no betrayal potential. His senses were clear and certain on that point, which was, he realized, exactly the problem. Chapter 42. The integration. By the end of her first week, Lin had become precisely what she needed to be, invaluable. She showed an aptitude for cultivation theory that rivaled the most advanced disciples in Sanfeng Vale. During the morning lectures on Dantian development, she asked perceptive questions that suggested deep study, not just surface interest. She volunteered for the most thankless administrative tasks, maintaining the lower gardens, organizing supply shipments, copying and verifying records, with a dedication that suggested her gratitude for being accepted was genuinely felt. She worked harder than disciples who'd been at Sanfeng Vale for months, and she did so without seeking recognition or reward. It was the perfect performance of a grateful, ambitious cultivator, which was exactly what it was. Shen Yao watched her constantly and found nothing. No moments of dropped facade, no instances of genuine deception, no hidden conversations with agents or conspirators. She was clean, too clean, like a knife that had been polished so much it had become mirror-bright and completely unreadable. This was the nature of his trap, he realized with growing certainty. If he challenged her, confronted her about the suspicious perfection of her behavior, he would look paranoid. Worse, he would confirm something else, that his reputation for betrayal sensing was actually vulnerable, actually dependent on his ability to read deception. If it couldn't detect obvious danger, then what good was it? Lin had made him doubt his own instrument. Rin remained untroubled. In fact, Rin seemed to like her increasingly with each passing day. They fell into an easy companionship, the way close friends do after months of knowing each other. He watched them in the library, heads bent over cultivation texts, trading observations about Dantian resonance and dual cultivation techniques. He watched them sparring in the morning drill, movements synchronized without any prior practice or planning, as though they instinctively understood each other's rhythms. He watched them eating together in the dining hall, Lin laughing at something Rin had said, her whole demeanor softening with what looked like genuine joy, the kind that can't be faked across hours of interaction. The most troubling part was that Shen Yao couldn't detect any false notes in it. From his perspective, they were simply becoming friends. From another perspective, the one he was increasingly convinced was the correct one. Lin was integrating herself into the emotional center of Sanfeng Vale, positioning herself to cause maximum damage at maximum impact. She's good for the settlement, Rin said one evening, as they stood on the observation platform overlooking the compound. The moon was bright, casting the terraced fields below in silver light. Disciples were visible moving through evening meditation, their cultivation bases glowing softly as they worked. You trust her? Shen Yao asked, deliberately casual. Completely. Rin didn't look away from the view, her expression serene. I know what you're thinking. I'm not blind. But trust isn't about what someone might do. It's about what they have chosen, so far, to be. People change, he said, testing her logic against his own growing certainty of Lin's deception. Yes, they do. Rin finally turned to look at him, and he was struck again by the complete absence of doubt in her eyes. But Lin hasn't. And neither have you. Not really. You're still looking for the betrayal you expect to find. You designed your whole life around the idea that everyone will eventually fail you. What if one person doesn't? Shen Yao wanted to argue. The logic in him wanted to explain that betrayal wasn't personal, that it was statistical, that over enough time, everyone fell short. Everyone had moments of weakness, moments when the cost of loyalty exceeded what they were willing to pay. But Rin had a way of speaking that made arguments feel small. What if that person can't betray me? He asked instead, giving her the opening to fully reveal what he suspected she was thinking. Then perhaps the betrayal never leaves, Rin said softly, moving closer to him. Maybe it's us. Maybe we're the ones who carry it forward. Maybe we poison every connection with the expectation of failure. And by doing that, we make it more likely to happen. By the end of Lin's second week, she'd begun helping Rin manage the settlement's day-to-day operations with increasing responsibility. She took on inventory management, helped reorganize the cultivation library according to a system that made texts easier to find, and began teaching auxiliary classes to newer disciples. Basic meditation techniques, foundational Dantian theory, the ethical precepts of the Sanfeng Vale philosophy. Her competence was undeniable. More than that, her presence had a stabilizing effect on the settlement's overall morale. Disciples spoke better of Sanfeng Vale when Lin was in the room. New arrivals seemed to settle more easily into community life when she welcomed them. Shen Yao found himself in a position he didn't like, grateful for her presence, wary of her intentions, and unable to articulate why, without sounding like the paranoid tyrant he feared he was becoming. The political cost of casting her out based on his gut feeling would be enormous. She'd done nothing wrong. She'd violated no rules. She'd shown nothing but respect and dedication. And yet, on the evening of the 15th day, a messenger arrived with a sealed letter marked with the insignia of the Cloud Mountain Sect. The Cloud Mountain Sect represented the upper tier of regional power, not a major sect by national standards, but significant enough to matter. And it was led by someone Shen Yao had not heard from in years, Huang Xue, his original master. The man who had purchased him as a child. The man who had broken his spirit. The man who had ultimately sold him to slavers as a mistake to be erased. Shen Yao broke the seal in his private study, feeling the weight of the moment settle around him like a heavy cloak. The letter was sealed with the official red wax of the sect leadership. His hands were steady as he opened it, and read words that made something cold settle in his chest. The Cloud Mountain Sect, led by his former master Huang Xue, had sent official regards to Sanfeng Vale. The letter was polite, even warm. It congratulated him on his rapid ascent, expressed interest in potential cooperation, and mentioned that a messenger had been sent to convey the sect's goodwill in person. The signature was Huang Xue himself, written in the strong strokes of someone accustomed to authority. The letter arrived the same day Lin had shown up at his gate. Shen Yao sat in the darkness of his study for a long time, letting the implications unfold in his mind like some terrible flower blooming. He ran through the timeline. The arrival of Lin, the perfect absence of betrayal potential, the integration with Run, the letter from Huang Xue. It was all connected. It had to be. But what was the endgame? He meditated on it, examining the question from every angle. A spy was possible, but simple espionage didn't require someone with no betrayal potential. An assassin, maybe, but the timing seemed off. If they wanted him dead, they would have tried by now. Unless the real target wasn't him. Unless it was Ren. The thought crystallized as he sat in the darkness. If they could destroy Ron, if they could break the one connection he had that was genuine, that was authentic, that suggested the possibility of a future different from his calculated present, then they would have broken him far more effectively than any direct attack. Shen Yao stood and made a decision that surprised even himself. He didn't confront Lin. He didn't expose her. He didn't call out the conspiracy. Instead, he decided to wait, to watch, to let whatever trap was being set complete itself, so that when the moment came, the betrayal would be genuine, crystalline, potent enough to fuel another awakening. He would use the bait on the hook, and when it struck, he would strike back. It was a dangerous gamble. It meant accepting that Rin would be hurt, that the settlement would be damaged. But it also meant that when the moment came, he would have access to a betrayal so profound, so calculated, so genuine that it would push him over the edge into nascent soul territory. He would become powerful enough to face Huang Xue directly. Chapter 43. The perfect infiltration 3 weeks into her residence at Sanfeng Vale. Lin had become more than a trusted member of the community. She'd become central to its operations. Rin, with a trust so complete it resembled blindness, had given her access to the settlement's deepest secrets. The cultivation techniques Shen Yao had developed, the records of his awakenings, the theoretical framework he'd built for transforming betrayal into power. Shen Yao watched it all, knowing what was happening, and waited. He watched from the library as Lin studied his cultivation notes, memorizing the specifics of his Dantian development. He observed from carefully placed positions as she and Rin meditated together, and he knew that Lin was learning the signature of Rin's cultivation base in detail. He tracked her interactions with other disciples, noting how she gathered information about the settlement's defensive formations and weak points. She was thorough, professional, and utterly without mercy. The beauty of her infiltration lay in its subtlety. She didn't ask leading questions. She didn't pressure Rin for sensitive information. Instead, she simply made herself indispensable enough that the information flowed to her naturally. Rin wanted her to understand the settlement better, wanted to share the accomplishment they'd built together. And Lin, with perfect consistency, received everything offered and offered nothing in return except gratitude. But something had begun to shift in Shen Yao's perception, something that kept him awake during the meditation hours. It was a quality that his aura sense had never developed the language to detect, the absence of betrayal potential that somehow felt deliberate. He'd always understood his gift as reactive. He could sense the fractures in another person's character, the pressure points where they might break and turn against him. But Lin presented something different. She presented the absolute closure of such possibility. And the more he meditated on it, the more he wondered if that closure was natural or if it had been cultivated. He summoned a cultivator from a neighboring sect, a woman named Hui, who owed him a favor from an earlier encounter. When she arrived, he asked her to study Lin's cultivation base while Lin slept, to examine the structure of her foundation in a way that his aura sense apparently could not. "There's something wrong," Hui said the next morning, looking troubled in a way that suggested she'd barely slept. "I can feel the outer layers, the public cultivation signature. But underneath." She frowned, her expression uncertain. "It's like looking at a cup that's perfectly smooth on the outside and hollow when you look inside. Her foundation is there, but sealed. Whatever her original baseline was, it's been completely rewritten." "Rewritten how?" Shen Yao asked, keeping his voice level despite the racing of his heart. "Through bloodline work, I think. Or maybe something deeper. The stitching is too clean for normal cultivation. This is the work of someone who understood exactly what they were doing, who had comprehensive knowledge of her original bloodline signature and the ability to completely restructure it." We looked at him carefully, her expression now carrying recognition and something like fear. "Shen Yao, whoever she is, she was specifically prepared to fool someone like you. This isn't improvisation. This isn't a natural development. This is a weapon." The confirmation should have felt like vindication. Instead, it felt like walking through a door he'd been pushing against and finding that it opened onto an even deeper chamber. If Lin was a weapon, then someone with significant power and resources had forged her. Someone with access to advanced bloodline manipulation techniques. Someone who understood his capabilities well enough to counteract them. Someone who had the certainty of resources and time to execute this plan. That evening, Shen Yao tested her directly. Nothing aggressive, nothing accusatory. He simply sat with her in the garden where they often meditated together, surrounded by the quiet beauty of cultivated plants, and asked her the question that revealed everything. If she was a spy, this was the moment she would either maintain her cover or break it. "What was your previous sect, Lin?" he asked, his voice casual, as though making small talk. She didn't hesitate. Her response came smoothly, practiced, but not obviously so. "I told you, I've never had sect affiliation. Before that, cultivation family, lineage master." He pressed gently, watching her face. "An independent training in the eastern provinces. Very traditional, very private. My masters didn't allow outside contact." Shen Yao let a moment of silence stretch between them, watching how she handled it. Most people filled silence with words. She simply waited, patient and composed. "And what happened to that lineage? Your teachers?" For the first time, he saw something flicker across her face. Not guilt, not fear, not the obvious tells of a lie. Something more like sorrow. Something genuine. "They died," she said quietly, and Shen Yao could taste the truth in it even as he understood that it was engineered truth, memories implanted or constructed specifically to make her backstory credible. "A conflict with another sect. I was the only survivor." It was a perfectly credible story. It explained her knowledge gaps when asked about specific cultivators or sects from the eastern region. It explained her driving ambition, her hunger to become stronger. And it was, he was nearly certain, a complete fabrication, beautiful in its attention to detail. "Lin," he said carefully, moving into the next phase of his test, "I want you to know that you are safe here. Truly safe. Whatever brought you to Sanfeng Vale, whatever you're running from or running toward, whatever missions you've been given or obligations you carry, you have sanctuary with us. If there's something you need to tell me, I won't judge you for it." It was a calculated offer. If she actually broke, if she confessed, it would indicate either a fundamental flaw in her programming or a deeper game being played. Her response would tell him everything. Her eyes met his. There was something almost like pain in them, something that suggested she understood what he was offering and what it would cost her. "That's what makes this hard," she said quietly. And in that moment, Shen Yao finally understood. The infiltrator wasn't just a spy, wasn't just an instrument of betrayal. She was something far more sophisticated. She was someone who'd been forced into this role, given no choice. prepared through methods that had fundamentally altered her cultivation signature and her capacity for free decision. She was a victim being used as a weapon, and knowing that didn't make her less dangerous. It made her far more so, because now there was something genuinely tragic about what was about to happen, something that transcended the simple mathematics of betrayal and power. Chapter 44. The breaking point. The attack came on the 28th day of Lin's residence at Sanfeng Vale. It wasn't a direct assault. Shen Yao had been half expecting something more conventional, a blade in the night, a curse placed during meditation, something he could see coming. Instead, it was something far more elegant and devastating, the kind of attack that only someone who understood cultivation to a profound degree could execute. On an evening when Shen Yao was in deep meditation, pursuing a cultivation breakthrough toward the upper tiers of core formation, Lin poisoned Ren. Not with a blade, not with a curse, with something far more subtle and devastating, a cultivated corruption of Ren's own meditation. During their evening session together in the library, Lin had sat beside her, their cultivation bases synchronized, and gradually introduced a distortion into Ren's foundation. Just enough to avoid immediate detection. Just subtle enough that Ren wouldn't notice until it was woven deep into her core, impossible to remove without assistance. The effect was instantaneous when it activated, triggered by some signal Shen Yao couldn't identify. Ren's cultivation base began to collapse in on itself, tier by tier, like a building collapsing in on its foundations. The pain would be extraordinary, unbearable. The damage would cascade through her spirit, destroying years of progress, potentially leaving her as a broken cultivator, unable to advance further. Shen Yao felt it through his meditation like a blade through his own chest. The connection he shared with Ren, forged through months of proximity, suddenly flared with her agony. He exploded out of his trance and ran toward her quarters, moving faster than he'd known he could move, his cultivation base already mobilizing in response. He found Ren in their shared quarters, convulsing on the meditation platform, blood running from her eyes and ears. Her cultivation was unraveling, the corruption spreading through her foundation like poison through water. Her aura was fragmenting. In another few minutes, she would either die or be crippled permanently, reduced to a state of living paralysis, conscious but powerless, a living prison of her own damaged foundation. Ren gasped out, even as her body spasmed with waves of pain. I know, Shen Yao said, dropping to her side. He moved without thinking, channeling everything he'd learned about his own awakening. He placed his hands on her cultivation base and began the most dangerous work a cultivator could attempt, rebuilding someone else's spiritual foundation while under active attack. It was intimate work, the kind that left you vulnerable to the deepest forms of betrayal. It required opening himself completely, allowing his power to flow directly into her, trusting that his strength would be used to heal rather than to corrupt. He felt the poisoned threads in her cultivation, understood their structure. He felt the precision with which they'd been placed. This wasn't crude or chaotic, it was surgical. Someone had studied Ren's cultivation base intensively, understood its exact structure, and placed the corruption in exactly the spots where it would cause maximum damage while remaining dormant until triggered. And he understood, in that moment of absolute clarity, the true nature of Lin's mission. It wasn't just to damage Ren. It was to force Shen Yao into a position where his only choice was to fully open himself to another person, to place his complete trust in her, to merge his power with hers in a way that transcended any barrier he'd ever maintained. Lin stepped into the room, and her face had changed entirely. The warmth was gone. The gratitude was gone. What remained was something cold and practiced, the expression of someone following orders. "You shouldn't have done that," she said quietly. Shen Yao, still channeling his power into Ren's fractured foundation, finally looked directly into her eyes. "You were sent to make me trust her completely, and when I did, to destroy her in front of me." "No," Lin said. Her hand was moving now, preparing a killing strike, a cultivation technique that would disrupt his work and leave Ren vulnerable. "I was sent to destroy her whether you trusted her or not. The other part was just extra cruelty. Huangsu wanted you to know that you couldn't protect the things you loved." The awakening came as it always did, building from somewhere deep in his bloodline, a response to genuine, calculated betrayal. But this time it was different. This time he was connected to Ren's dying consciousness, still channeling power into her, still holding her broken foundation in his hands. His awakening flowed through her as well as through him. The transformation was mutual and catastrophic. Ren's eyes snapped open. Power erupted from both of them simultaneously, a wave of cultivated energy that tore through the room with the force of a natural disaster. Lin flew backward through the wall with a force that turned stone into splinters, carried on a tsunami of power that shouldn't have been possible. Shen Yao felt his cultivation base transform, the boundaries of his foundation expanding beyond what he'd thought possible. The awakening pushed deeper than any before it, reaching into the very roots of his bloodline and pulling power from places he hadn't known existed. He broke through the late stages of core formation and felt himself approaching something greater, a presence that felt heavier, more vast, more undeniable. Nascent soul. He was close. So very close. He rose to his feet, power radiating from him in waves of raw spiritual force that made the remaining walls shake. And Lin was rising too, battered but not broken, blood dripping from her face, her robes torn. But her expression remained unchanged, her eyes still carrying that quality of mechanical precision. "You're strong," she said, almost admiringly, as though evaluating a piece of equipment. "Strong enough that you might survive what comes next." "Who sent you?" Shen Yao asked, his voice now carrying harmonics of power, frequencies that made the very air vibrate. Lin smiled. It was a terrible expression on her face, artificial and practiced. "The Cloud Mountain Sect," she said. "Your old master wanted you to know that he sees what you're becoming, and he's decided that you can't be allowed to become it." Then she moved, not toward him, but toward the window. She jumped, and Shen Yao felt her cultivation flare as she prepared to escape into the night sky. He could stop her. He could kill her with barely a gesture, with a fraction of the power now flowing through him. One directed blast of his newly awakened cultivated energy would end her life. Instead, he let her go. Chapter 45, The Mercy. There was no reason to let her escape. Every strategic instinct told him to chase her down, to end her, to prevent her from carrying word back to the Cloud Mountain Sect about the state of his power. Every principle he'd built his life on suggested that mercy was weakness, that sparing an enemy was a luxury that would cost him dearly. But something stayed his hand. Perhaps it was Run, now conscious and stabilizing, watching him with those eyes that seemed to see everything he was afraid to acknowledge about himself. Perhaps it was something deeper, something that had been growing in him ever since Ren had come to Sanfeng Vale. The realization that the system that had made him powerful was also making him hollow. He stood at the edge of the broken wall and watched Lin disappear into the darkness, her cultivation signature fading toward the western mountains, toward the territories that led back to the Cloud Mountain Sect. He could have pursued her. He could have extended his aura sense and tracked her even across vast distances. He could have made a choice that would have eliminated a threat before it could report back. He chose not to. "You should have killed her," Rin said quietly behind him. She was on her feet now, her cultivation base stabilizing under his earlier work, the poisoned corruption gradually being purged from her foundation. Her voice was steady, but he could hear the remnants of pain in it. "Yes," Shen Yao agreed, turning to face her. "I should have. Why didn't you?" He didn't have an answer, not one that made sense within the framework of logic that had guided him for years. He'd built his entire existence on the principle of survival through vigilance, through the anticipation of betrayal, through the systematic engineering of circumstances to guarantee it would happen so he could turn it into fuel for his power. He'd constructed a worldview in which mercy was dysfunction, in which trust was a liability, in which other people were resources to be managed or threats to be eliminated. But now, facing the choice to end a life, to close a threat that would certainly return with more resources and more carefully laid plans, he found himself unable to do it. The worst part was that he couldn't tell if it was mercy or weakness. "Because," he said finally, turning back to her, and the words felt uncertain in his mouth, "I'm tired of building my power on other people's pain, even when they come to destroy me, even when they're instruments of someone else's will." Rin was quiet for a long moment. The broken walls of their quarters stood around them, a testament to the violence that had just occurred, and she looked at him with an expression that combined understanding and something like sadness. "That's how you change," she said softly. "Not in a meditation chamber. Not through breakthrough after breakthrough. Through choices like that. Terrifying choices. You could have died trying to save me. You could have committed yourself to violence just now. You didn't. It will come back to haunt me," Shen Yao said, stating it as fact rather than fear. "She'll return. She'll bring more power, more resources. Huang Su will escalate." "Certainly," Ren agreed. "But maybe not in the way you're afraid of." Shen Yao turned his attention inward, to the transformation that was still unfolding in his foundation. The awakening had been completed, had pushed him across the threshold. His cultivation base had taken on a new shape, a new density, a new quality of presence. The power was tangible now, pressing against the boundaries of core formation like something alive trying to break free, like a bird testing its wings. His next breakthrough would come soon, perhaps within days, perhaps within hours. He would touch nascent soul, would join the higher ranks of cultivators. He would become powerful beyond what most sects could defend against, powerful enough that even Huang Su would have to take him seriously. And somehow, having made the choice to spare Lin's life, having let mercy stay his hand instead of hunger, the prospect felt different. Less like inevitable destiny and more like a choice he was making consciously. Less like he was following a path that had been laid out before him and more like he was creating a new direction. He walked back into the room where Rin was standing, where her cultivation was still stabilizing, where the walls bore the scars of their collision. The evidence of violence surrounded them. Broken furniture, cracks in the foundation, bloodstains on the floor. "We'll repair the settlement in the morning," he said. "And we'll prepare for whatever comes next." "Which is what?" Ren asked, moving closer to him, their proximity now comfortable in a way it hadn't been weeks earlier. "War," Shen Yao said quietly. "Eventually. My old master won't stop. Now that he knows I've survived his assassination attempt, now that he's seen evidence of my advancement, he'll escalate. He has the resources of a major sect behind him. He has reach. He has leverage. Then we'll be ready," Rin said. And looking at her, steadier now, her cultivation base healing under his touch, her eyes reflecting the lamplight with perfect clarity, Shen Yao realized that the most dangerous part of his awakening wasn't the power that was now flowing through him. It was the terrifying possibility that Ren might be right, that they might actually be ready, that the future might not be determined by calculation and betrayal, but by something far less predictable and far more powerful. He held her, and in the broken quarters of Sanfeng Vale, surrounded by the wreckage of an attack designed to break them, they stood together in a silence that felt almost like peace. Chapter 46. Nascent Soul. The breakthrough came 3 days later, not in meditation, but in motion. Shen Yao had been walking the perimeter of Sanfeng Vale with Ren when he felt it, a gathering of power in his dantian that had nothing to do with conscious cultivation. His foundation had been waiting for this moment since the confrontation with Lin, gathering energy, building pressure, preparing for the transformation that would elevate him from core formation to nascent soul. For 3 days he'd felt it building, a pressure in his chest that was neither painful nor pleasant, simply inevitable. He stopped walking mid-stride, his body suddenly rigid as the internal transformation began. Ren sensed the shift immediately and moved away from him, giving him space. She'd learned over the past months how to recognize the signs of major cultivation shifts, had developed an instinct for when Shen Yao needed isolation and when he needed grounding presence. He didn't need to enter a formal meditation or seek a controlled environment. The breakthrough wanted to happen. It was inevitable now, woven into the structure of his being by the profound betrayal he'd experienced and survived. The power had been accumulating for weeks, and now it would not be contained or delayed. His dantian ignited. The power that erupted from him was nothing like the previous awakenings. Those had been sharp, focused, precision instruments of transformation, like light passing through a prism. This was a solar flare, a fundamental reorganization of his cultivation base, an explosion of energy that forced everyone within the immediate area to shield themselves. Shen Yao felt his foundation shatter into component parts. All the stability he'd built suddenly becoming structure that needed to be dismantled and reconstructed at a higher frequency. The transformation was visible to the naked eye. His skin became translucent for a moment, revealing the pathways of spiritual energy beneath, the meridians glowing like rivers of light. His eyes shone pure white, unburdened by pupil or iris, channels for the power flowing through him. The very ground beneath his feet began to shift, responding to the gravitational pull of his cultivation base, reaching new tiers. Nascent soul cultivation was different from core formation in fundamental ways that cultivators debated in academies and study halls across the world. It wasn't about deepening a foundation or expanding a dantian. That was child's play by comparison. It was about creating something new, a soul construct, a spiritual presence that existed independently of his physical body, capable of persisting beyond death, independent of the flesh that housed it. The process was brutal and dangerous. Many cultivators died attempting it, their foundations too unstable to survive the reorganization. Others succeeded but created twisted versions of themselves, souls that were fragmented or inverted or incompletely formed, expressions of damage rather than wholeness. Shen Yao's soul emerged as something dark and intricate. It took shape within the depths of his being, a presence that was him but not him, that carried all his memories and knowledge but existed at a remove from his physical consciousness. It formed in the space between thought and feeling, in the gap that existed at the very center of his cultivation base. He felt it crystallize, solidify, become real in a way that nothing else in his life had ever been. It was made of betrayal, of loss, of transformation. All the pain he'd accumulated since childhood had been transmuted into spiritual substance, refined through encounters with deception and reorganized into something that could hold form independent of his body. The soul structure took on a form that reflected his nature. It was angular, defensive, with layers of protection woven into its deepest core, manifesting as spiraling patterns of dark energy that would confound any attempt to read or influence it directly. But there was something else in it too, something unexpected, threads of light that resembled Ren's presence, patterns that suggested the genuine connection he'd maintained with someone who couldn't betray him. His soul wasn't purely predatory. It contained something that felt almost like hope, or at minimum, the possibility of hope. It took shape within the depths of his being, a presence that was him but not him, that carried all his memories and knowledge but existed at a remove from his physical consciousness. He felt it crystallize, solidify, become real in a way that nothing else in his life had ever been. It was made of betrayal, of loss, of transformation. All the pain he'd accumulated since childhood had been transmuted into spiritual substance. The soul structure took on a form that reflected his nature. It was angular, defensive, with layers of protection woven into its deepest core. But there was something else in it too, something unexpected, threads of light that resembled Ren's presence, patterns that suggested the genuine connection he'd maintained with someone who couldn't betray him. His soul wasn't purely predatory. It contained something that felt almost like hope. The process lasted for hours. Shen Yao remained conscious throughout the entire transformation, experiencing the dissolution and reconstruction of everything. He was at a rate that defied normal perception. There was pain, intense pain that transcended physical sensation and touched something deeper. But it was clean pain, transformative pain, the kind that burned away falsehoods and incinerated weakness. It was the pain of becoming something new, of leaving behind the old structures that had defined him. The breakdown of his core formation foundation was complete and terrifying. Every layer he'd built through years of cultivation was unmade, stripped apart, its components refracted through new understandings of how power could be structured. It felt like dying 1,000 times, like being executed and resurrected in alternating moments of consciousness. And yet, through it all, he could perceive the new structure forming beneath the destruction, the nascent soul emerging from the wreckage of his old self. When it completed, hours and moments and eternities later, he found himself standing in the same place, with Ren watching him from a safe distance. Her eyes held a certainty that suggested she'd never doubted he would survive. But everything had changed. His perception was sharper, so acute that it bordered on painful. He could feel the individual cultivation bases of every disciple moving through the settlement, could sense them as clearly as if they were stars burning in night sky. He could sense the quality of the land itself, The flow of spiritual energy through Sanfeng Vale's ley lines, the resonance of the earth responding to the power that now flowed through him. He could extend his awareness across vast distances, across territories and mountains, and touch the presence of other cultivators like a hand reaching out and brushing against distant fires. His nascent soul, newly formed and still settling into its integration with his body, had capabilities that felt infinite. "You made it," Rin said. Not a question, but a confirmation of something she'd somehow known would happen, something she'd been certain of even as dangers swirled around them. "I'm nascent soul now," Shen Yao said, testing the words. They felt strange in his mouth, understated for what had just occurred. "I've reached the threshold of major cultivator status. Huang Su won't be able to dismiss me as a minor threat anymore." "That was never the point," Rin said, walking back toward him. "The point is that you survived something that was designed to break you, and you continued forward anyway. Most people can't do that." They walked back toward the settlement in companionable silence. The power flowing through Shen Yao's cultivation base felt stable now, integrated, settling into his meridians like water finding the shape of a vessel. His new soul construct was already adjusting to carrying his consciousness, learning to work in partnership with his physical form, developing a relationship that would need months or years to achieve true synchronization. Over time, with practice and dedication, he would develop the ability to project his soul independently, to act through it when his body was elsewhere or incapacitated, to become a presence that could affect the world from a remove. Nascent soul cultivators at high levels could abandon their physical form entirely and function purely as spiritual entities for extended periods. That was decades away, at minimum, but the foundation was now in place. But first, he had to understand what his new power meant in the context of his original purpose. The betrayal triggering bloodline awakening that had driven him since childhood, the system of transformation that had carried him through years of calculated pain. Now that he'd transcended core formation, now that he'd joined the upper echelon of cultivators, the old calculus no longer applied in the same way. His power was no longer a secret, a hidden advantage that gave him edge against unsuspecting opponents. It was a known fact that people would plan around, assume about, build countermeasures to anticipate. That evening, in his study, he performed a meditation that he'd never attempted before. He reached out with his new nascent soul power and extended his aura sense across the territory between Sanfeng Vale and the Cloud Mountain Sect. He was searching for something specific, the quality of Huang Su's cultivation, the signature of the man who had shaped his early years and set him on the path that had led here. He found it. Huang Su was high-stage golden core, not yet at nascent soul, which meant that by every cultivator's hierarchy, Shen Yao had now surpassed him. The boy had exceeded the master. But there was something else in Huang Su's aura, something that made the search more complicated. There was another presence layered beneath his, something vast and patient and utterly without mercy, something that was using Huang Su like a piece on a board. Shen Yao withdrew his aura sense carefully, not wanting to draw attention. Whatever that larger presence was, it was far beyond his current reach. It suggested that this situation was even more complicated than he'd thought. His original master might be just a pawn in something larger. He was still considering the implications when a messenger arrived from the Cloud Mountain Sect. The messenger was young, nervous, clearly out of their depth in Sanfeng Vale. Shen Yao received them in the formal reception hall, Rin standing at his side in her role as administrator of the settlement. "Sect leader Huang Su sends regards," the messenger said, bowing. "He has heard of your ascension and offers congratulations. He also extends an invitation to meet, to discuss matters of mutual interest." "What matters?" Shen Yao asked. The messenger looked uncertain. "The letter doesn't specify, but the sect leader suggested that you might wish to understand why he chose his recent course of action. He said to tell you that understanding the reasons sometimes matters more than understanding the consequences." Shen Yao took the letter that the messenger offered. It was sealed with Huang Su's personal sigil, marked with the script that indicated it was meant only for his eyes. He broke the seal and read quickly. The letter was brief. Huang Su acknowledged Shen Yao's breakthrough, congratulated him, and extended the invitation to meet at a neutral location, the Clarity Springs, a meditation site in the mountains that belonged to no sect. Huang Su proposed a date 3 days in the future. "What will you do?" Ren asked after the messenger had been escorted to the guest quarters. I'll go, Shen Yao said. It's what he wants, but I want to know why. I want to understand what he sees in this situation that he thinks will be beneficial to him. You're confident you can handle him? I'm more powerful than he is now, Shen Yao said. That's not the point. The point is that he's confident enough to invite me to a meeting despite knowing I've surpassed him. That suggests he has leverage I haven't accounted for. Then we'll prepare, Ren said. You won't go alone. Shen Yao nodded, accepting the assertion. 3 days ago, he would have refused, would have insisted on facing challenges independently. But the nascent soul breakthrough had changed something in him. It had connected him more deeply to the rest of the settlement, had made him more aware of his responsibilities to the community he'd built. Prepare the senior disciples, he said. Not for combat, but for contingency. If something goes wrong in that meeting, I want to know you can protect this place. Chapter 47. Preparation. The 3 days before the meeting were spent in systematic preparation. Shen Yao worked with his senior disciples, teaching them new defensive formations that could protect Sanfeng Vale even if he was absent. These weren't simple barrier formations that any competent cultivator could establish. They were sophisticated, multi-layered systems that would respond dynamically to different types of assault. He taught them the theory behind each layer, the logic of how they would interlock to defend against everything from direct magical assault to subtle infiltration by spies. He trained them in how to recognize and respond to the kinds of attacks that had been used against Ren, teaching them to sense cultivated corruption and purge it from foundations before it became critical. It was dangerous work, because understanding corruption meant exposing yourself to it, learning to see its structure and signature. Several disciples struggled with the training, finding that knowledge of the corruption created psychological vulnerability. Shen Yao worked with them individually, teaching them meditation techniques to maintain their balance while studying darkness. He gave them instructions for evacuation procedures if the settlement came under direct assault, where to go, how to move quickly, what essential records to preserve. He designated Ren and Xue as co-leaders of the settlement in his absence, giving them the authority to make critical decisions about resource allocation and response to threats. He had several conversations with Ren about what to do if he didn't return, establishing contingency plans that felt both necessary and absolutely terrifying to voice aloud. It was work that suggested he was preparing for the possibility of his own death. Not because he expected it. His nascent soul power was formidable enough that most threats would be manageable, but because he'd learned enough about probability to understand that absolute certainty was impossible. People died. Even cultivators died. And if he was going to leave people behind, people who depended on him, then he owed them the dignity of preparation. Ren noticed and confronted him about it in private. You're setting this all up like you don't expect to come back. I'm setting it up so that whether I come back or not, this settlement survives, Shen Yao corrected. That's different. I don't intend to die, but I'm also not naive about my situation. Huangsu wouldn't invite me to a meeting if he thought I could simply kill him. That means he's made some arrangement, some alliance or preparation that he believes will protect him even from a nascent soul cultivator. And if there's someone or something behind Huangsu, something even more powerful, then I need to be prepared to face possibilities I can't fully anticipate. So you're afraid, Ren said, not unkindly. Yes, Shen Yao admitted. Fear is appropriate in this situation. Fear suggests respect for the possibility of failure. Fear is what keeps you alive in uncertain circumstances. So what's your plan? How will you handle something that you can't predict? Shen Yao looked at her. I'm going to listen. I'm going to let him explain himself. And then I'm going to make a choice about what to do with that information. That's remarkably not how you usually approach problems, Ren observed. I'm changing, Shen Yao said simply. The mercy I showed Lin, the decision to let her go instead of killing her, it was a choice that suggested something I hadn't realized about myself. That I'm tired of being predictable, tired of the pattern of betray and respond, fail and transcend. What if I tried something different? Such as genuinely attempting to understand someone instead of just reading the hidden structures of their deception. Ren smiled slightly. That would be novel. On the evening before the meeting, Shen Yao performed a comprehensive meditation on his new soul construct. He'd been neglecting it in the rush of activity, and he wanted to understand its capabilities before confronting Huangsu. His nascent soul took shape in the darkness of his meditation, a presence that was distinctly his own, but also something separate. It was made of betrayal, yes, but also of something else. The Rin threads were still there, patterns that suggested the presence of someone else's consciousness woven into the fabric of his being. Whether intentional or not, his breakthrough had been shaped by her presence. His soul construct reflected the influence of a genuine connection. He tried an experiment. He asked the nascent soul to extend outward, to sense the presence of other souls at similar levels of development. Across the territories, he felt them, the handful of cultivators who had reached nascent soul stage. Most of them were old, established, teachers and leaders of major sections. But each soul he touched felt isolated, singular, complete unto itself. His soul felt different. It felt connected, woven into something larger. He wondered if that was a strength or a vulnerability. The next morning, Shen Yao prepared for travel. He chose simple clothes, no obvious markers of his power or status. He brought no weapons except the cultivation base that flowed through his meridians. He told the settlement that he would return within 2 days. "If I don't return," he said to Rin before departing, "know that I made my choices consciously. Everything I've done has been with full awareness of the potential consequences." "Then come back," Rin said simply. "Please." The request felt heavier than it should have. Most people wouldn't have bothered with a please. Most people would have assumed that a nascent soul cultivator could handle any situation. But Rin knew something that Shen Yao was only beginning to understand. That power wasn't the same as invulnerability, and that the most dangerous situations were the ones that were designed to offer you something you wanted. Chapter 48. The Clarity Springs lay in the mountains north of both Sanfeng Vale and the Cloud Mountain Sect, a neutral site where cultivators could meet without the complications of territorial politics. It was a location maintained by a collective of wandering cultivators who had no allegiance to any sect, who operated as mediators and neutral grounds for negotiations between parties that couldn't safely meet in aligned territories. Shen Yao arrived in the early evening, moving carefully through the mountain terrain, extending his nascent soul senses to verify that no ambush had been set. The power of his new soul construct made him almost painfully aware of the landscape. Every cultivator within miles registered as a presence. Every area of concentrated spiritual energy stood out like a beacon. He found nothing suspicious, nothing beyond the expected presences of the spring's caretakers and a handful of wandering cultivators who'd come for meditation. Master Xue was waiting at the spring's heart, seated in meditation posture beside a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible. The old master rose as Shen Yao approached, his movements careful but controlled. His former master had aged significantly since their last meeting a decade ago. The years had left their marks. Silver hair where there had been black, weathered features where there had been sharp angles, the weight of leadership visible in the way he carried his shoulders. But his cultivation signature was still potent, still impressive. Master Xue had not stagnated, had not allowed his power to atrophy despite the demands of managing a sect. Even if he was no longer as powerful as Shen Yao, and by every measure of cultivation strength, he wasn't. He remained a formidable cultivator, someone who would be dangerous in direct combat. "You look like your mother," Master Xue said by way of greeting, his eyes studying Shen Yao with an intensity that suggested he was searching for something specific. "I'd forgotten that. It's been years since I've seen your face clearly. The resemblance is startling when you stand before me with such power radiating from you." She had that same quality, the ability to make people uncomfortable just by existing. Shen Yao chose not to respond to the comment about his mother. Instead, he settled across from his former master, maintaining careful distance. His nascent soul presence expanded to monitor the area for threats. "You sent Lin to destroy me," Shen Yao said. "That's not something you apologize for or explain away. So what is this meeting about?" Master Xue nodded slowly. "You were always direct. I appreciated that about you. That's why I kept you. You understand? Even when you were struggling in your early cultivation. I thought you might become something great. And when I didn't, you sold me to slavers," Shen Yao said flatly. "I did," Master Xue confirmed, without defensiveness. "And I've regretted it ever since. Not because it was wrong. I was desperate then. Resources were failing. The sect was in decline. I did what I had to do to survive. But I regretted it because you clearly had more potential than I gave you credit for. You should never have been sold." You should have been nurtured, developed, made into what you've become. Shen Yao felt something twist in his chest. He'd prepared himself for many scenarios, but not for this one. Not for his former master to simply acknowledge the betrayal without excuse or justification. I sent Lin to test you, Huang Su continued. Not to destroy you, although that was part of the purpose. To see if you could be broken, and if so, where the breaking point was. To see what you were capable of when facing someone who couldn't be read by your aura sense. And you passed. You didn't kill her. You spared her. That was unexpected. Why does that matter? Shen Yao asked. Because, Huang Su said, there is something larger happening than our conflict. There are powers moving through the cultivation world that neither of us is equipped to face alone. I've become aware of their presence, become aware that they're interested in you specifically. And I wanted to know if you were the kind of cultivator who would be corrupted by them, or if you had the capacity to resist. Who are they? I don't know, Huang Su said. That's what concerns me. I've spent my life in cultivation, rising through ranks, studying the structures of power. And I've encountered something that exists at a remove from normal cultivator hierarchies. Something that uses people like me, like Lin, like you, as pieces. And I think you're being maneuvered toward a confrontation you don't fully understand. Shen Yao felt his nascent soul sense extend outward, searching for signs of deception. What Huang Su had said was genuinely believed. Whether it was true was a different question, but the old cultivator wasn't lying about his conviction. What do you want from me? Shen Yao asked. I want to make an alliance, Huang Su said. Not because we care about each other, we don't, and I accept that. But because I think we both need to understand what's really happening. I think you need to know why you were sold as a child, why certain people have always shown interest in your development, why your betrayal-triggering bloodline awakening is so rare and so powerful. Those things aren't accidents. They were designed. I think so. I think someone saw potential in your family line, potential that transcends normal cultivation, and set in motion events that would develop that potential. I think your childhood, your suffering, your betrayals, all of it may have been deliberately orchestrated by someone with long-view patience and immense resources. Shen Yao sat with that information. It was a possibility he'd never seriously considered. He'd always thought of his betrayals as natural consequences of his circumstances, the inevitable friction of a harsh world. But what if they'd been cultivated? What if his entire path had been shaped by someone or something far more powerful and far more patient than any sect leader? If that's true, Shen Yao said slowly, then offering me an alliance doesn't protect you. It just makes you more visible to them. Yes, Huang Su agreed. Which is why I'm making this offer. Because I'm already visible. I've already been marked as someone who knows too much. And you're going to need someone who can help you navigate what comes next. Why should I trust you? Huang Su smiled sadly. You shouldn't. But perhaps you should consider that you no longer have the luxury of trust being optional. You're at a threshold now, Shen Yao. You've become powerful enough to affect regional politics. But there's something beyond regional politics, and it's starting to pay attention to you. Chapter 49. The larger board they talked through the night. Two cultivators separated by history and loss, trying to assemble the fragments of a pattern that neither of them could fully see. Huang Su shared what he knew. Whispers of an organization that existed at the edges of major sects, that appeared to manipulate events for purposes that were never immediately clear. He talked about cultivators who disappeared after attaining nascent soul, about patterns in sect politics that seemed to have invisible hands behind them. Lin didn't come to me directly, Huang Su explained. She was delivered to me, prepared, with instructions that I should send her to you. I complied because I wanted to understand what they wanted you to do. And the answer was, I don't know. The destruction of Rin seemed to be the goal, but I think it was more of a test. They wanted to know if you would sacrifice someone you cared about to advance your power, or if you had other motivations. And you chose differently than they probably expected, Huang Su said. You chose mercy, chose to spare Lin, chose to protect Rin even though it was harder. That's not the choice a purely ambitious cultivator makes. Shen Yao absorbed this. So now what? What's the next move in this game? I don't know, Huang Su admitted. But I think they'll reveal themselves soon. Your breakthrough to nascent soul is probably a trigger. You've entered a tier where you're significant enough to be worth openly approaching. And what do they want with me? Your bloodline, Huang Su said. It's special, rare, designed for something specific. I don't know what. but everyone who's encountered you seems to want to either develop it further or contain it. This organization, whoever they are, probably wants both. Shen Yao extended his nascent soul senses outward, searching for the presence Huang Xue had mentioned. He couldn't find anything obvious, but there was a quality of being observed that he'd learned to recognize over the past months. A sense of attention from something that was too subtle to be detected directly. I'm going to return to Sanfeng Vale, Shen Yao decided. I'm going to continue developing my power, my settlement, my position, and I'm going to wait for them to make their move. When they do, I'll be ready. That's bold, Huang Xue said. It's the only move I have, Shen Yao replied. If I run, I show weakness. If I hide,